Greetings everyone, hello and welcome to Anno 117 Pax Romana, to the full version of the game including day 1 patch. Thanks for Ubisoft for providing me all of that, and welcome to my first full let's play of this game, where we are gonna explore everything the game offers at this point. That means the full Latium experience, that means the full Albian experience. We're gonna play with the pirates, we're gonna play with the Emperor, we're gonna play with 3 AI opponents on a large sandbox map with the largest islands possible the game provides. Full fertility, medium settings when it comes to economy and military warfare, because I really just want to experience everything the game offers in the first Let's Play and show you everything that it has to offer. This Let's Play will then culminate in the big monument construction before we head then probably into an extreme Let's Play. We'll just see. I'm super pumped about this game. You should be super pumped about this game as well. And yeah, it's time to start this Let's Play, to start our very first city. Also, if you enjoy my content, please consider supporting me on Patreon or become a YouTube channel member. The link is in the description. And if you want to purchase the game, consider using the link of my partner Games Planet to also receive a special discount for this one. Now, we start with this island here. I'm selling this island right away because I've analyzed the islands a bit before that, of course. And in this case here, this is a fantastic island for several reasons. It's, bear in mind, not the largest island this game provides. There is another one that I have still reserved for a Mega City series later. Now, in this case here, this is though still beautiful already. As we can see, we got a towering mountain in the center. We do also have mountain sites. These are very important for the aqueducts later down the road. We want to have a lot of them, right, to provide as much water as possible for a large city. We do have an extensive area over here that leads then into another beach that we could probably use for a nice industry zone. And we got a lot of different cute details that this game provides. The islands just look so much more diverse, so much more detailed. They're all handcrafted and you can really see this. And there's so many different types of them that we're gonna take some time before we can see all the different islands the Anno Pax Romana actually provides. Now in the center, of course, it's my main building, and I'm starting immediately with, of course, as always, a road building. We are starting with, well, only 15,000 denarii, so I'm not gonna waste too much of my hard-earned money on road building, but I rather just want to go right into my first forest area. And this is actually something that's new already. You need to really play by the forest areas in this game, not in Anno 1800 where you have areas that you can just reforest. To my understanding, at least for now, it's not that easy in Pax Romana, right? So I really want to use the forest areas to maximize my yields. And I'm also gonna have my first warehouse here, together with my sawmills then in this area. And yeah, we can build them right away, so I don't need to focus on making them plant. And yeah, with that we have the lumber industry, where later probably towering monuments will be located. Next, we need to start with something that is, of course, the city building directly, and this is where things are getting a bit tricky with Pax Romana as opposed to the to Anno 1800. So I'm gonna start with this area here right away and starting to plop down some buildings, this time in planning mode though, so that I can make sure that we can plan this right. Got some layouts again, most of them you know probably already, and also some density layouts like over here, and then also with some courtyard for them as well. Bear in mind, there's so many service buildings in this game that for me it's still not that easy to know how much space I'm gonna need between everything. So this is my beginning here, and we can already go ahead then and build the first blocks. So that's around 10 planks that we need. And with that, the first people, the first Romans and their slaves, are moving now into our grand city Veneta, that is. And with that, we're opening up the first options. And bear in mind, this is where it's a bit tricky. Do not use all of your lumber right away. Nope, we want to start with a fishing hut as well. And I'm going to place this right next to my warehouse because, very important, no one is going to move in as long as there's no food, right? And you're not starting with any food in this game. So in this case here, if you're spending all of your timber now on the houses and you have no more timber for your fishing hut, then the game is basically over. So bear that in mind, at least in my experience. Perhaps there's some other solution coming out of this, but that's how I've experienced it so far. So we're not placing everything, except the fishing hut, of course. Right, and with the fishing hut, the first food will be coming in shortly that we can then use to get more people in. Let's actually use the reminder of my planks to build me some more houses over here. Doesn't take long for the first fish to get delivered to the warehouse. And with that, food is coming in, and as you can see, now people are moving in as well. The Liberty, Tier 1, the first class of the Romans. Lycia, no, actually Saura Nitu. We haven't played with her yet, so I'm so used to Lycia Ma that it's Saura Nitu that I've chosen as my harder opponent for this game. So she's over here, and she is, when it comes to diplomacy, yeah, a bit tougher. While we are selling on this island here, I would also like to quickly go ahead and start scouting with my flagship. So we now know that the main islands are here, so I would like to start scouting the hinterlands of my terrain to find potential expansions then for our future productions. Now, what I've also noticed is that the main islands do not have olive or resin available. I think that's by default. And that means that we will need to settle on an island with either one of these fertilities really soon. Some planks are coming in. Let's continue with the city building right here. And get me more fish consumers out there. And with that, we're also unlocking now the market and the pub. Well, it's actually a tavern, but of course, I'm so used to pub that we're probably going to use this term. Now, let's have the market somewhere here. Bear in mind, we're not reaching all of them. That's because we can increase the range with the research. In this case here, we should then reach all of them. Perhaps I'm also miscalculating this, but who knows. And then we have a tavern, and the tavern I'm going to use also somewhere here in the town center. Going down now in the first person mode, got some change here. We actually are now in the third person mode, and we have someone that we can use to walk and run around and enjoy the warm summer sun. And also our first people moving about. And slaves. Building the market is really essential because it provides a population and an income boost. Both of them that we're gonna need because the balance is really red for quite some time. So I want to get as many taxpayers in as possible. And also we can check out our productions then right away to make sure that we always have enough fish available in production. Right now we do have that. In the meantime, we are unfogging more islands with our flagship and hopefully also finding us some neutral traders along the way. This is looking like a smaller island. It would have resin though on board and olive. Oh, this is a powerful island. Not much space unfortunately, as you need to also build up a city on these. We'll just see if we can make use of that. As more people move in, we also unlock the next goods. That's the spinners, the tunics, and that's also then our pileos. Now, in my opinion, we're going to go with the tunics first, because that also provides me the income boost that I need so much. As a quick reminder, of course, we do not need to provide all of the goods, right? The game also tells you we just need one good. This is changing then. The more tiers we get, the higher tiers we go, more demand will need to be met. Yeah, getting that balance right is the most important thing. So let's start with getting the spinners going. And for this I need a bit of a farmland. Let's continue with that road here. Wait, I really don't have a lot of money. I wonder. Valeria is also introducing herself. She's a non-NPC character, so she is neutral. Over here she is. On a beautiful small island. And she's gonna give us quests, ships, items, and goods that we can use. This is the game on max details with ray tracing enabled. I continue with my first smaller farming area. That's for the hemp farms. And we can take it like so and then push the hemp farms here. Something I would like to do, right? And we can take the whole block then once again and push it over here, for example, or on the other side, or even here. That would also work out. Perfect. Let's build it. And let's start with the first. Yeah, let's make it 2 hemp farms over here. Workforce we have. Yeah, it's okay. And very important that we have now the spinner. And the spinner provides an income boost to the surrounding area. So it's very important that we place our first spinner in the center, really, to get as many buildings in as possible. Because once this production building here is working, it's going to, yeah, boost my income. And we need that.
Our scouts have sighted new land.
Very good. The next island comes up. Oh, wow. I haven't seen these cliffs before. We got resin and olive here too, and way more space available. Oh, this is a beauty. And this is definitely gonna be my first expansion. Lots of river slots. Yep, totally. All the way here in the east. With the next houses, I'm also gonna have my first fisher, or my second fishery now. The fishing hut, by the way, needs sardines, and sardines do not need any fertility, right? Downside, of course, with that spinner is that it takes a long time for him to transport the hemp, and then also back again. So this spinner is basically, as you can see, getting in most of the buildings here. So we will also still need to have an artisan district or a crafting area, right? Where we do have then dedicated spinners, because the buffs don't stack. So in this case here, I'm gonna build me a second one for the second hemp farm, because the ratio is 1 minute to 1 minute. And after a while, Veneta has reached its first 100 people living in it. It also doesn't take long for the final product of tier 1. The tunics are coming in. Now we could already work on the hats, but I'm probably gonna wait on that for tier 2 then. And we use the timber that we have to upgrade as quickly as possible. I might also just give them a tavern. This provides me happiness and another population boost, and opens up the island happiness parameter up there. If it gets too low, well then we will start riots frequently. And if it's high, we'll get festivals. Next comes up the Festival of Joy in 60 hours.
Our scouts have sighted new land.
My flagship is very busy in the meantime. Oh, wow. These islands do not cease to impress me. Look at those mountains. Beautiful. Once again, a huge island for that it is only a secondary island. And then we also get the main island that hasn't been settled yet. And this is a massive one as well. Resin and olives, okay. Lots of olives we have. There is Sandarak here, and Sturgeon will also be an island that we're gonna need. But this one is still my primary focus. Bear in mind, we're still negative, right, on the balance. Despite now also having the tunics in, despite having the boosting. So it's very important that we start upgrading now our population. Get also our first quest. Alibitus hails you, or an event that is. Alibitus passes you straining under heavy load of timber. He carries the hopeful air of one who has recently celebrated his manumission, the freedom from slavery. Despite his burden, he stops and hails you as his governor. Seize his goods. Buy his supplies. This would cost me 400, but we get 20 planks. I'm gonna do this. And he's happy about this. Get some money. And with that, we have lots of timber that we can use right away to continue our expansion. Licia Ma, there she is. And we extend a polite greeting, as she is now also our opponent, settled over here in green. A bit of a positive balance finally. And let's go ahead and use that timber right away to upgrade to tier 2. And Diana also says hello. And with that, we have beautiful tier 2 houses. The plebeians with all their additional needs now. And also the tax income. We are positive finally. With that, a lot of new options open up for the tier 2. I will still need to go though to tier 1 and start with my next construction material now, which is the tiles. And the tiles need a clay pit. With that, we do need to have access to a river slot. The city status increases to minor city for Veneta. No penalties yet, but there will be penalties kicking in then soon. And let's build our first bridge as well. Costs me 8 timber. Over here, going into this area, because here we got some river slots and a bit of an area that I can use for my first tile industry. And let's build the clay pit here. This will then produce 2 tons per minute, and the tile really needs 1, so we can actually build 2 of them with that clay collector. I'm gonna have them right next to it, and we're also gonna need a charcoal burner, and perfect, we can also squeeze this one in here since we have enough forest in the area. Together with, of course, a warehouse. Let's actually have the warehouse here. This is gonna be expensive, but very necessary. With this comes, though, the penalty now that the tileries provide, and that's fire hazard. Right, so with every single building of these, we increase the island-wide fire safety, and the lower it is, the higher the chance for fires. Beautiful scenery wherever you look. Gorgeous! The next event, a manacled woman is escorted into your presence. She's guilty of violating the law of majesty, claiming to be a goddess and gathering followers. The Empire is very touchy about such claims, but the woman insists that she and her people pose no threat. No one stands above the Emperor, that's how I see it, and we do not pardon her. We cannot pay her, that's 10,000. I'm not gonna execute her, that's too savage. We're gonna axe her and the followers. The would-be goddess protests as she's led away. I'm a citizen, how dare you exile me from Rome? Well, no one stands as a goddess. Except the goddesses. Let's extend the roads all the way up here into this mountainous area. We could also move further into this area now. Let's make a bit of a crossing there. Very good. This looks like a great area to have our first sheep farms now, because I would like to work on the hats. The hats actually provide an income boost that I would like to provide. One sheep farm is providing for 2 tons per minute. So we can start with those blocks here and build them then as well. Gotta check it out, how many we need. So right now my demand is 1 ton. And I'm gonna work with 1 sheep farm, because that's already providing 2 tons. And these sheepies, well, they need to be processed, at least the wool. And for that we need the Pileus Felter. Once again, a building you should have in the city, because it provides an income boost to the surrounding area. Also gonna have this one here, built right away. Now, this is a bit tricky. The radius shows the boosting it gives. The green shows the range of its cart loader, right? That means that we do not reach the warehouse at the moment with it. So we should get a message there rather soon that it doesn't get to a warehouse. There it is. So we're gonna build a warehouse somewhere here along the banks. We're gonna need that one here for more production buildings anyways. I'm just gonna extend this over here. And now it has access to it. Let's continue also with some more buildings. And also probably more upgrades here. And as we also can see, the first tiles are coming in now. 11 we have already. The city levels up. Veneta, minor city it is. With that, more penalties kick in. Especially my fire safety is getting dangerously low now. Alicia Ma offers me a loan. She would like to give me 5,000 and I have to pay back 5,800. Nice try there. Since we're rather low on money, I could have accepted it, but I'm not, because my income is actually there to provide it. And yeah, let's also build another Pileus Folter right away. Probably then also, once again, close to my sheep farms. because you don't need to have more than one right now in the city.
There is a shortage of workforce in one of your...
Yeah, bear in mind, every time I upgrade buildings, we also lose the Libertus workforce from the lower tier. So whenever I upgrade, I actually also need to build more basic buildings. The pirate is appearing. Kaizo, he's called. Syracuse, and he's now roaming the ocean, and he's probably trying then to extort us. For now, let's extend a polite greeting. Hopefully he stays on peaceful terms with us for as long as possible. There is my next... There's Diana now that we've discovered already before. She's also got a nice island. Oh boy, if only I could have a beautiful vacation here. For a lifetime. Those views are also massive. Just look at how far we can look. This is another island. This is another island. Fantastic. My ship has kind of like stranded over here by this island that you cannot settle. And oh, there's another one that you cannot settle. So it looks like a bit of a desolate area up here in the north. We can also choose now our first god or goddess. I got an option between Ceres, Neptune, and Mars. These are the first ones. You can unlock more down the road. These ones, so Mars is very good for weapon production. Neptune is good for everything that is related to fishing and the ocean. And Ceres is very good with everything that's farming related. And I think she's the best one early on. Especially since it's given a nice boost to all of my farms. And also my olive production then at tier 2.
It feels like it does you good.
My balance is looking good right now. So I guess we have the means to push more industry now. First of all, let's extend this main road. This main road probably, yeah, leads then here into a crossing. All right, a bigger one. A bigger plaza area that we could create here. And we can now work on the second district. Before I do that, I also want to have my porridge now, because porridge provides a population boost, and we do not have a lot of liberty population right now. So let's go ahead with another warehouse. Now the porridge stand does not boost anything in surrounding area, so this is gonna be just its own area where we have them locked, right? Or yeah, stacked like this. They're producing 1 per minute only. Right now my total demand is 3 already, so yeah, it's not gonna be so easy with the porridge. Let's just check it out, how much we can push in here. Those would be the first 3 already. And then we just take this one and push them here as well. So 4 I need to build in total. 1, 2, 3, and 4. The warehouse and the first 4 of these once I have more timber. And yeah, since timber is really a limiting factor, let's also use this forest area that we have there with, I'd say, 2 more lumberjack huts together with us. 2 sawmills that we can have then right here.
There is a shortage of workforce in one of your cities.
City status to a major colonia. We have achieved, and with that we are getting a reduction in every island parameter. With that also island knowledge unlocks, and we're producing now knowledge points. Once we have reached 50, we can go into the first tax. Shipbuilding would be available now. And since we have the money, let's continue and push more buildings. And also, the first festival would be upon us if we pay for it. 2,000 a day is the Festival of Ceres, and it would boost my income for every building that is close to a bakery, vintner, or brewery. Unfortunately, we don't have any of them yet, but we would also get a random specialist or captain out of this. We could postpone it. And I think since we're not getting anything out of it, let's postpone it for now. The next city already has been reached, Major Imperial City. Alright, so we're getting sizable here with 800 in the population. Let's have a look at research. That's very important and will follow you throughout the game with a very extensive research tree. And yeah, of course, I got a few ideas of where we want to go first. The first one would be probably up here, the sewing circles, because this gives my spinners a knowledge boost. That means every building close to a spinner also produces 1 additional knowledge, which in general will speed up your research significantly. And since we want to have spinners everywhere because of the income boost, they also provide now a research boost. We need to unlock the trading post improvement on its way to this first. And this one we need anyway, upgrading my major trading post for more ramps and also more storage. So this is the first one. The second one would be in the civic tree right away, extending the range of my markets by 25%. I also want to unlock this one. So with that, we got the first 3 tags already queued in. Also, the next buildings are ready to be built with the marketplace again.
One of your cities is at risk.
And yeah, we're getting dangerously low now on the fire safety. Can't be avoided really. And also our first population quest. Let's have a look at this. There's been a raid at sea. It's Kaizo. He sunk an innocent ship minding its own business. Some of my cousins were on it. Please stop it from being taken slave. Where is that? Show me the location. Oh, we need to destroy them. Oh, no, sorry. Why is this a first tier quest? I cannot do this. I don't have the ships for this. This looks very powerful. Let's start providing some fire protection to my citizens. Here and here. This is reducing my fire safety. It's halving it again, my fire risk. Having these ones then here in the city center. This is why you also should have a bit of room available here everywhere. Though, of course, we can always just freely move things around and also destroy any kind of surplus liberty residences that we have. Let's check it out. My consumption rates real quick. The porridge has exploded. The same goes with my tunics, and hats are still. Hats also need some more boosting. So, fortunately, we need to get going with more industry. And yeah, let's also have these now plastered in here. And also get me more spinners going. Since we're expanding a bit to the north now, we can also start having some spinners up here. As you can see, these are not affected yet by a spinner. So this is the overlay for that. The green shows you we can boost them. The gray shows you that they're already being boosted. This one definitely will need a warehouse, and since we have a river slot here, we can combine this together. Unfortunately, while we wait once again for timber, let's use this to push my timber production once again. Close to the sheep farms, we have another forest area that I would like to use. There you go. Build me yet more sawmills. We should also start with my next production. That is now the bread. The bread is very important since, first of all, it's a requirement for my plebeians to upgrade, and it gives me an income and population boost. So that's really powerful, and you want to have quite a lot of grain farms for this because your whole population needs it. Until we have Egypt, we need to provide the bread ourselves. And for this, let's go ahead. Here, this looks like a good area for some grain farming. Let's make sure that we keep a bit of space here towards the mountainside so that we can use this one then together with a warehouse. And let's go ahead right away with the first grain farms. 4 of them, because this is only providing 4 tons. And with that, we're also out of denarii. I guess we do get something out of that. You're in debt. If your debt wraps up, the emperor may revoke your title and the game is ending. I don't care, because right now we're getting positive again anyway. Gonna take some time for this one here to ramp up. How much bread do we need in total? 1 ton. So that's actually not that bad. And what happens here is the bakery can also be used now to boost the income of my surrounding area, but it is also decreasing the fire safety. Let's get the first bakery thus going right beside my fire station, somewhere here along the way. Right, and it's producing 1 per minute, so we need a second one. That's probably something I'm gonna have then over here, also close to the fire station again. That's for this area. By the way, we have some timber again. And we've reached 1,000 population in Veneta. Very good. One more thing, we need a middle ground, and that's the grain mill. This one requires tiles and a river slot. So we can use this one, for example, here, where we already have then our warehouse, to build me a grain mill. Funnily enough, not every building costs you money, right? The grain farms cost you a lot of money because you need to place the fields and those cost you money. The grain mill itself does not cost me any money at all, right? The bakery also doesn't cost me any money. Very good. There we have it. And now we just need the bakery. I'm gonna wait for a bit of flour to roll in. Production has started at the flour mill. She's having a hard time doing the job. Luckily, 1 grain mill provides 2 bakeries. And with that, we can build bakery number 1 and bakery number 2. Next, we have low happiness. And the next building we can build provides a relief to that right away. And that's the sanctuary. That's a huge building, by the way. Something that I've never been able to get central into any spot. So let's just see how we can actually maneuver this around. And as you can see, the range though is quite nice. So it will take in the whole district here with happiness and belief. And let's just see how we can place it somewhere here. Pushes my happiness by 100. I think this might be looking into the wrong direction. We can move it around again. Something like that. That looks better. And then have a bit of an area here where we can add then ornaments down the road. And we still have this area available where I would like to have my Grammaticus. And the Grammaticus is providing a knowledge boost to the area. Right over here. And this pushes my research production by quite a bit.
Such excellence in education.
Oh, look at that. We get a gift. A generous gift of 10,000 by Sarah Nito. Thank you very much for this. I accept. I think this was a reward out of the city stages that we just reached. But we have the major problem here that my ratings are going down. So I will need to also add now more fire stations. We're gonna have another one up here close to my industry zone. And we should now also provide some of them to my heavy industry zones where a lot of fire risk is being generated, right? Like in my tilery and over here, because the industry buildings are also affected by it, right? You can also push them. Next, we have the happiness. This is actually the Custodia, my city watch, that also provides that bonus. And my first research has been finished, the trading post improvement. Adding some Custodias makes the happiness fine again. Now we need to add some Medici. I think we have a bit of a pacing issue here with that because all of these 3 are kicking in immediately once you reach the next city level. So you need to actually just plaster your building or your city now full with Medicis. Yeah. It's a lot to have to be doing at once. This has a huge range, by the way, so I might actually place it here. Let's get rid of these 3 so we can move them over. It's always safer to just delete a low tier building. And then we can have our Medici here in this block, providing lots of citywide happiness and health. As we can see also, if we want to provide more needs, now food has been satisfied, service is satisfied, the fashion we can easily do. The biggest issue would be household category, and here we need to provide either the amphora or olive oil. Both of them have a unique resource. The amphora needs resin, and the olive press or the olive oil needs, of course, olives. So we need to get to the island now that provides both of them. It's a big island though, so the issue here will probably be that it's too expensive for us right now. let's still go for it already, and we can see then how much we have to pay for it. Off it goes. We don't need anything else with us. I mean, we could actually, now that I think about it, could get some building materials with us, honestly. I think this would be the safest. Let's take some 20 tons of timber, right? And perhaps some tiles. So that we can jumpstart that next economy then as well. I can also queue in my next sanctuary for this district. And bear in mind, there is one thing that we should probably do, and that is respect the topography, the terrain that we have. Because if you place it like so, as you can see, you get a lot of elevation difference, right? For buildings of that size. So it looks okay, I guess, but also a bit strange, right? And in this case here, if we want to build the next one, we probably should not build it like so, but actually like so, because then you don't have an elevation difference here really that kicks in. This one could also be a nice middle ground, honestly. Yeah, having it like so is entirely possible for this one. Let's just check it out. It would, however, not reach everybody. I could probably move it in like so. And also make it work. The thing is, though, of course, Roman cities are very mathematical correct. So if you look at the maps, they're usually everything in straight lines. So also this is a detail that I love. That is just very paradox, I guess. And that is that the Anno developers now provide us with beautiful, more individual, you know, road systems. But on the other hand, the setting just actually demands straight roads. Yeah, I'm just gonna go with a mix here, of course, because a mix is also fine to use. But an orderly looking city is actually what the Romans would love. So let's actually provide this one somewhere. I guess we're gonna make it like so, because here we can take in most of the buildings here. How is it my sewing circles coming along? Yeah, 6 minutes for the next research. Enough time to focus on yet another industry, and that's my shoemakers. The shoemakers will provide an income boost once again. And we can have this somewhere over here with something very ugly, and that's the pig farms. They're also reducing the health of the surrounding area, so we should be careful where we're placing them. They cost me pigsties, so I think this is going to be quite expensive, but we'll just see. Oh no! One tile wasn't enough anymore. I thought it would actually fit. And then we can take them and move them, for example, to this area. And then also to this area. Nah, this is nasty. Not gonna do that. Now, the pig farm produces actually 2 tons of pigs per minute. So that is really powerful. And with that, we just need the salt ponds now. So this one also just needs a beach area. It doesn't need anything else. So we already have our road leading down to this here. And then into a nice beach area here. And this one produces also 2 tons again. So let's just have them here together. And then we just need the sandal maker. And this one, yeah, gives me a flat income boost again. So let's have it in my little artisan district here, right? The sandal maker number 1. And another one I would like to push then somewhere here, but here I don't have space anymore. So once again, I'm gonna make room, and we're gonna add it then over here for this area. And for the north, I can add then more. Let's build this one. How many sandals do we need to start with? Not even a ton at the moment. So 1 pig farm is already fine, together with 1 salt maker, and then also the tannery. The tannery is providing a pretty bad happiness boost, happiness penalty actually. Let's have them here. Let's make a block, and I probably will need to add then also a custodia for this area. Otherwise, these people are getting very unhappy down the road. Right, and what's the ratio now between the tannery and the sandal maker? It's actually 1 tannery to 2 sandal makers, so we can build now 4 sandal makers. That's more than I can handle, I think. Oh no, actually no, 4 is actually fine. So I'm gonna have another one here, close to my warehouse, and then I'm gonna have another one. Should we squeeze it in? I could squeeze it in here. Oh, wait a second. We have one here already. Then I need another one up here in the north. But I haven't decided where I'm going to use an artisan district here just yet. Because I haven't been that far yet. So, let's squeeze one in here. That's fine. I guess, wait a second. I guess we're just going to need also a specialized district for these guys again. Here. Because we don't need that many. They have a huge radius. And let's build the first one. Here. And the second one over here once we have the tiles. 33,000 for that island. It's okay. We can reach this in a timely manner. I hope NPC is not faster. Also, we get the first fires. Salve. I'm the governor, I guess. That's quite a steep incline here, though. We should get a health boost out of that. I'm also continuing once again with another city block here. To maximize the reach of my service buildings. And here we can then also... let's just see what kind of type I could have. I think I'm gonna like this one. Yeah. Problem is right now that we need another island for this, and the problem with that is that other islands are extremely expensive. Of course, that is based on the size of the island. And yeah, in this case here, the city so far is growing nicely. I just love how steep it goes up there. Keeps everyone healthy, hopefully. At least the slaves, that is. And yeah, I would like to start right away by not making much money, but by boosting my tile production because it's lacking. For this, we can have another clay collector right over here. And I think we will need another charcoal burner that is producing some coal for us over here. And with that, let's also have my next tileries working. Perhaps we can actually squeeze in both of them here already. We can, fantastic, because here we already have a fire station, reducing the fire risk of the area. Despite all of this, fire safety continues to go down. We're in a negative 1000 zone. So there is an incident that comes up in 60 minutes from now. Up to 15 buildings will have rampant fires. And there's also the risk of an inferno that gets all 33 buildings that I have in the city center. I would be very interested to see this, honestly. Perhaps I can kind of like work towards something like that at some point in the future. Right now, I don't want that, honestly, because I want to survive. And the problem is that we are having most of my things covered with fire stations now. There's another block over here that we can use to do some reduction, but it's not adding much. So we need something entirely different. And for that, we can have a look at my research. At this very moment, we have finished the market reach. That is perfect. And now we can push towards the wells that we have down here. And wells are tiny buildings that further increase the fire safety nearby. And right beside it, we have the vigilance, the voluntary vigilance that improves the patrols. And with that also the number of firefighters. Let's go for the wells first. On our way to both of them, we do need to get the quartermaster upgrade. And this is good for my flagship because it gets 2 additional cargo slots that we can use. And I know, yeah, let's actually go with all 3 here right away. To boost this further, I would like to also have my next Grammaticus. We have the first one over here. This district here still needs it though. So let's just check it out. Once again, I'm probably just gonna have my Grammaticus right beside my sanctuary. I'm gonna move these guys away. Gonna move my warehouse away, but not too far. We still need to have it in range. And this gives me now the, ability to have the Grammaticus here right away for this whole area. Even better would be probably to just move this block and push it in here. With that, we have a bigger range. Yeah, I like this more. To get more money, there is a very interesting mechanic in this game, and that is contracts. Right now, we got a delivery contract for 53 tons of sardines to Valeria. if we provide that, we get 3,500 denarii, which is a lot, really, right? 53 tons of sardines. We do have 12. My trend is 1 ton per minute increase. That's not gonna cut it. Let's add some more fishing huts, probably over here. What I'm definitely gonna miss is that we cannot have harbor buildings anymore in the water, at least for now. There's gonna be a tag for this though soon, but you cannot do this from the beginning. I think we're gonna need it like so, because I need to keep a bit of a distance there to our lumber camp. Right. Wanna push more sardines? They're in contracts quite often. Down here, Diana also has contracts. There you go. And, ooh, 7 tons of sandals. This sounds like something we could provide, honestly. 7 tons of sandals. We got 1 ton. Why do we not have any storage? Let's go into my sandals again. We do have a surplus production, but it's not very high. That would be also very nice. So I would like to work towards these contracts. I think this is a sandal maker. Let's build it. The sandal makers are very slow, unfortunately. Only producing 0.5 per minute. Right. It's nothing. Let's have another one here. Because we got 4 tanneries. 2 tanneries, and that leads to 4 that we can use. One thing I miscalculated here though is with 4 tanneries we do need, of course, 2 salt pounds. Outside of that, I'm not providing enough salt to my people. Between all of this, we could also work a bit more towards city development. This looks like a very good location for something. You know, I have no idea yet what it's gonna be. A temple, perhaps? Or perhaps a villa, right? But something I would like to have here then right beside the top of the mountain. Because I think this would look very nice from here, right? Something here. That means this area is still available for more city construction that we can now focus on. There's the main road that continues then probably somewhere here, right? And probably makes then a cut over there, something like that. So let's have the next blocks of houses then here somewhere that we can squeeze in like that. Yeah, absolutely. One thing that we also need to plan is aqueducts, right? And those aqueducts need not that much space, but they need a lot of area to cover. And for this, we do have... Oh, wait a second. This one doesn't have a warehouse. Where's my warehouse here? I've got a warehouse. For this, we have that mountainside. That's definitely going to be an aqueduct coming in here into the city, right? And then we have this one. Probably not an aqueduct, but this one again. And there's nothing here. So you just need to keep a bit of space then available. And we could already do this now. You know, like this is already fine, right? This is already the aqueduct that we can have here. And we can, by the way, just draw it like this prematurely. And then also one here, probably this area, where we can have an aqueduct. I don't want to have them cut through the middle of the city because they don't look that nice when you have a lot of them. My knowledge is at 1100 right now. So let's go ahead and build my next Grammaticus. This pushes me to 1.3. Very good. Speeding up my next research the wells already in 5 minutes. Wait a second. Oh, we've already finished the quartermastery. I didn't even notice that. That was fast. And then next I would like to build the sanctuary here. There you go. 4 more happiness boost. Also something you always want to have. Thanks to our devotion, we have also pushed Ceres in the course of 1 episode. And that is with the knowledge, with the devotion points that we produce in the city. And you can boost this by building temples and stuff like that. And each one of them gives you a bit of a bonus. Like here we can have now shrines enabled, right? With the maximum shrine 1. And this one here, for example, gives a productivity boost of 40% to what? Gain global devotion to shrines. Productivity boost to shrines? No, I actually think it's the farming boost, right, that we're getting out of this. Hell yes, look at that. Got a nice grain farm production boost here. Way higher than what we have on fields. And we can see that it's being boosted actually by 40%. You can see this here. There it is. Productivity, 140%, for example, for the oats. And with that passive one, we're also full on porridge. So if any one of them has a contract for porridge now, I'd be very happy. Let's also upgrade our trading post now. We have unlocked this with the research. Gives me 2 more loading ramps and 75 tons more storage. Plus it adds a catapult to this one here as defense. It's my only defensive building that we have right now. We have the 7 tons of sandals. Let's set the flagship on the way and accept this delivery here. So this is now a contract that we accepted, and we get this reward once we deliver. The wells have been researched. This is glorious indeed. Let's have a look at that. And as we can see, these are really tiny buildings now that provide a small amount of fire safety. So you can have this, for example, here to reduce the fire risk. Here, very good. Here. At least by 300, we're still having a very bad fire safety. The Emperor introduces himself. You stand in the presence of Emperor Neos Firmius Calidus, former legate of the Legion. He nods as he surveys you before breaking out a childish grin. A grin with teeth, at least. How do you wish to respond? Hail him jovially. Of course we're gonna do this. Reputation change +1. You don't want to get on too bad terms, otherwise he's not gonna be too nice with you. Okay, at this point also, my ship is coming in with glorious 7 tons of sandals. There it is. Let's deliver and get the money. Now we need to wait 40 minutes for the next. By the way, do you have anything for sale? She would purchase pigs. And she would have some specialists here that we can use them like health boost of the area with a soul survivor. That is then a specialist we can use in one of the villa guest houses. Acts kind of like a trade union. Since we have a very good balance of goods right now, it might be time for the next expansion. She wants to give me a loan again. I mean, 5,000, yeah. Actually, you know what? Let's go ahead with it because the payback is very small. And with that, we have enough money now to settle on this island, which I want for the olive and the resin. So let's go ahead and do this right away. Let's settle on a second island. In the meantime, we continue, first of all, with the next city or city district. For this, I will now slowly start to move a bunch of my buildings around, a bunch of my industry. So we got this logging industry here that we probably will need to move now. And let's find us a location where it's a bit further away. Can we make a bridge here? Oh, that would be great. I think here. Yeah, let's have a bridge here. Because there's lots of forest here, right? And we can use all of this forest here for 1, 2, 3, 4, even 5. Very good. 5 lumberjack huts. And I guess there's no time to wait. Time to lose. Let's build them. And yeah, we can now get rid of these here. Get some money back in the process too. Could have also moved them, I think. This would have been cheaper overall. Ah, very good. We get the voluntary vigilance for my firekeepers, so fire safety for my firefighters. Next research, we have everything researched that we had in the queue. Next is pretty cool, and that's here, the fishing hut that gives an income area boost of 3 coin. So buildings close to it get a nice income boost. It takes 7 minutes to research. Actually, this should have been, well, no, it's fine. It's fine to research it now. Gives a really good income boost. The next thing that I really want to prepare, it's going to take a long time, but it's here then in the tier 2 research tree, the cautious greeting. And this allows the placement of towers in the water. And that's my harbor defense then. So far, we don't have any harbor defenses, save for my trading post. We move towards it by unlocking a repair crane first. And then probably we could unlock the axe spearer as a first unit. Or we could go into the torching speed of my soldiers. We'll just see. Let's continue with this area here. Now, there might be room for a monument here, so I would like to keep this area available. I haven't built monuments yet, publicly, but I've built one already, and they're massive. So in this case, let's keep this available. We have the warehouse, so the warehouse is a perfect fit for a bigger artisan district here to push this industry then. And that means also we can just go ahead with some more juicy buildings over here. Let's give a bit of a distance there, have a block like so. We could add some ornaments then. And then I'm gonna make something here. And we have the double road here right now. So the double road may lead now into the triple road up here again, right? That we can have. There you go. And this is the triple road that comes together then here again for whatever we're gonna have here. And by the way, this is now where also we have the aqueduct placement. So by the way, this one here we can make like so. Because this way I can now move the aqueduct and right into this district here, right, which we definitely want to do. So I'm actually also going to move this house here and this house here to have all of this here provided. And I'm actually drawing it now because that's easier to visualize than for later, right? Now, I can already tell you that this is going to be a major problem for us down the road. This is going to be very expensive. Unfortunately, here, there is no mountainside. This would have been ideal. So, having the mountainsides only here proves a major difficulty for the city than in this area. But we'll just work when that comes. For now, let's just be happy with building more houses. And a new island, because my ship has arrived. And I would like to do this now as well. Over here, 33,000. That was expensive, but it's a major island. It's an island that's going to help us out for a long time to come. Very good. With the timber that we're starting with, we can also then start with our industry right away. It's going to be a major island with yet another bigger city. So I would like to prepare this with also having a proper harbor area. And then we're probably going to... Whoa. This is going really up here. That road goes up then, I guess, and this road continues then over here. We will need, we'll need to have a bridge here somewhere, like so. And where's the forest area? Yeah, you know what? Let's actually use this one as a forest area. We can go up here into this hill area for now, right? Because we got lots of trees here. This one. 2 and 3. I think 3 will be fine, as it's not something that we need so often anyway for the secondary island. Once again, also the fish. By the way, yeah, the fish is coming along. 2 minutes. I'm looking forward to this and the income boost that it provides. And then we can actually start with the next city again right away. This looks ideal for a smaller service sector, right? And then we have some more houses again here. Actually, let's have a service building then here. And we got a disease in Veneta coming up. This sounds bad. We'll just see. Okay, together with a nice market area here. And yeah, the foundation of Firmium, as it's called. And in this case, it's starting to work now. Do we have some more timber on board now? We gotta wait now. There's the disease. Pretty much working like in Anno 1800. These buildings do lose now population, and they do not pay me taxes while affected. And in this case, the Medicus already takes care of it. 16 seconds for the fish markets. We got 1,200 on the balance. I would like to see how it boosts me. By 400 per minute. That boost was so massive that I probably should have had it earlier. Right, but as you can see, they're now boosting the surrounding area here with +3 coin, which is quite nice. Ready for my next contract. These sardines, 52 tons for a bit of money. And we do have that available now. We've got 97 tons. I'm just gonna take, yeah, I guess 60 tons with us. For my next road layout, we have the aqueduct here. Oh, and the repair crane. So this here can be a main road. So we can probably also make this one into a layout right away. Into a blueprint, right? To have it like so. Because this is the main road plus the aqueduct coming together. You don't theoretically need this road here, by the way, that we have. So we could also just have it beside it. But I think this looks cleaner than. Okay. And with that, we can now develop this area. I will need to have, once again, the market and the pub somewhere here. Let's have it along a major road. So we could make this one into a major road again. That goes then over, right? Yeah, with the market range, look at that. We now reach all the way down here. It's fine to not reach every single building. That's not my standard. That would be way too tedious. But reaching like 90% of it, 95%, that's already fine. Actually, this one isn't overlapping too much, so I'm gonna push this further down. Then we can just add more buildings now here. It's also time to upgrade again. It's been a while since we have upgraded a proper amount of buildings. I have plenty of workforce. And you want what exactly? You don't have access to market, is that so? Uh-huh. Yeah, this area here still needs one. Let's add it. And another contract. Succeeded. With money coming in. The Emperor has a request. Oh, you. A lavish banquet is being organized. What? No, we cannot do this. 100 tons of garum. We're not even producing garum at the moment. This will lead to a reputation change of -5. Can't do that. Sorry. I'm not even gonna try it. I just happily continue with the upgrades. In this case, we could also have a look at the first types of ornaments. There's going to be more. And the ornaments actually have an interesting new mechanic in them. And I would like to show you this right away. We could use it, for example, in this courtyard here. And that is that we have now some trees, right? Like these here. We do have these fountains now that we will probably never be able to squeeze in centrally. So this very first tier of fountain, you know, it's just impossible for me. We could have it, by the way, here. Yes, here. Right, so if I have a fountain here and here, alright, together with minor megalopolis, leads to a major penalty again in every parameter. This is going to be interesting because we're now red in all of that. Probably a nice statue of someone together with fire. There it is. And we could have one here and here, right? This looks a bit naked now though, right? And there's nothing else we can do. But there's something new, and that's the ground patterns. And this is a really interesting mechanic because this lets you fill in now those empty spots with grass, dirt or sand. We got a special one, the mosaic, for later on. Doesn't fit here. And then of course the normal, the one that I like, the flagstone. And I think this is fantastic. Beautiful feature that is, and lets you place new kind of plazas than before, and instead of just placing them one by one, it's filling in the areas now. You can also do the same thing here. You got this wild meadow here right now, and we can just add some normal grass. And on this normal grass, we do have then, for example, some normal trees. Okay, research-wise, we're empty. That's a good thing, because I would like to work now on my next ones. That is especially here the Latrines would be fantastic. Oh, we have also unlocked tier 2 now in my civic tree because we have reached a growing city. And that gives me an upgrade to my Vigiles by 1. And the same goes with my Medici health area effect plus 1. This is major for me. So, can we go for it? No, because we need the Celts first, unfortunately. So let's go with the fire safety. This gives me the next ship, the Trireme. Goes into the warmer hospitality, into the hazard fighters. This one here we can already do. Devote 2 cities to a single patron and generate 500 knowledge. This gives me then the upgrade to my Medici. So I would like to do this. And for this we need to devote Firmium now also to Ceres. And with that, she's now in both. And did we unlock it right away? We did. Very good. Now we can go into this area. And while we're in Firmium, let's continue with some more buildings over here. The most important thing right now is that we get some workforce in. Also, you can now see at a glance the island income. So what this island provides in taxes right now, which is 186 here. For example, by comparison, Veneta is at 4,000 almost as a developed city. But this year just started, of course. I like that we can then add, for example, also here for, yeah, a fountain, right, together with this one, ground texture. And then we can take this one and copy this whole block together with the ornaments. That looks lovely. Sarah Nito, she's not fiddling around with. She is building up ships. She's got docks. And she's also settled on the next island, which is a major island, by the way. Which I don't... Oh, she settled on 3 islands, because now I was wondering where she get the olive or resin from. But she's got this smaller island up here, and then she snagged herself this major island here too. She is expanding quickly there. Speaking about ships, we should probably also start with that at some point now. We have unlocked our shipbuilding mechanics, and one of them is the rope maker and the other one the sail maker. The sail maker only needs the sheep, so let's actually go ahead and push my sheep production. Together with the sailmaker. The sailmaker doesn't provide any bonuses to anything anywhere, so it's best to just have it here somewhere. Let's move the sawmills, by the way, so we can squeeze in a sailmaker here. Very good. This one, 80. I've seen 80. There you go. To have it. It's producing... Oh, it's very slow, so I'm gonna need a second one. And let's have the second one also here somewhere. So they're together. And there's the warehouse that we should be able to upgrade now. Let's go ahead and do this. To provide 2 additional ramps. So it's not just 1 anymore, but it's 2 now. So one warehouse provides 4 ramps at tier 2 already. That's up from 3 ramps in 1800 as far as I remember. And in this case also we need the rope maker. They need hemp. So the cool thing is they already need things that we have. And the rope maker produces then every 2 minutes. Could it be any slower? Let's just see. I think here, by the beach, it makes the most sense to have Maritime productions. And yeah, I will need 2. So I'm gonna squeeze both of them in here. Producing now the ropes for us out of the hemp. With the hemp, we need to check it out. We need more. We do have the hemp farms up here. Let's build 2 more to make up for it. And with that, we have the sails and the ropes working. So we only need now a shipyard. The shipyard most likely will need to be protected. So I'm going to have this one in the main harbor area. And yeah, I think we could have it nicely over here for now. As my first production for ships. Now we just wait for the building materials to come in. And then we can start with the first trade and warships alike. Now we need, for the next industry, in Firmium, we need more workforce still. We only have 76 and we need to work towards upgrading them as well. So a spinner here makes sense, especially since the hams don't need any fertility. So yeah, now let's make that bridge. I don't have any timber, why not? Oh, we just used all of the timber. Interesting. Oh no, city status upgrade. This is happening too fast. We're really, really low and buildings burn down again. I'm not used to my buildings being burned down all the time. For this new district, of course, let's go ahead with a bunch more wells. And then also more firefighters. We haven't provided anyone here yet. But it's not enough by far, right? The whole city is now covered with firefighters over here. But this doesn't add much. Minor megalopolis. Yeah, we just reached that. So let's build us that bridge finally. We have the timber now. Into this area. And this area is going to be pretty important for us. Because here most of the farming will be taking place. And I'm probably going to start moving as far away as possible from all of this. Like here. And then all the way up here. Where we could start with our hemp farms. Unfortunately no lavender here. Combining soap now would be also pretty great. But let's go ahead and start with, once again, some minor industry. The idea could also be that we start exporting then more of that over, right, to our capital. Because we can save then space. I'm gonna have 2 here, and then of course also in the city we're gonna need 1. And as you can see, it provides me also with learning. Very good. So far so good. The city continues to grow. Let's also quickly check it out how it looks during nighttime. A bit dark at the moment. We might need to add some more street lamps or fires. But fires, yeah. I'm not too happy about my fires at the moment. With the next upgrades, the next expansions that the city deserves, and one of them is that you can see down here, prestige is something that we haven't unlocked yet. So we're already working on research, we already have devotion with religion, and now prestige is the next one. For this we need a governor villa, and let's just go ahead and build us one. And the governor villa is a bit tricky for me because usually I would like to go with the officium then down the road, right, to extend its reach, but for starters we need to have a governor villa, and this is a very good location for it because it's easily defendable. But for now it doesn't give me any prestige, right? So I'm gonna place the governor villa for now here, because here we do have the city close by. And later on we can move it then, once we unlock a few more modules that we can then spread through the city itself. It's a beautiful building for sure that we have right here at the end of my road right now. And actually, yeah, this gives the city a nice touch, having this one all the way up there now at the end of our main road here in the moment. Later on we could probably get a temple here or something, or we just keep the governor villa. I have no idea yet. With that we open up the prestige tab, and this is actually really important. Every city that you have gives you prestige based on the villas you have, based on the specialists you have, and it also increases the amount of specialists that you can use. And as we can see, we have now acquired already close to 1500 prestige. And with that, we already unlocked us the Officia now, or the Officia that we can have now on the island, and quite a few of them, right? 4 in total that we can add. And look at that, they do extend then my reach. They have a radius around them, and in this radius we can then also assign more specialists. In the villa itself, we can already go with 5 specialists. 1 more we can unlock as well. On top of that, of course, the villa gives me some soldiers, just some basic auxiliary forces that we can use at our disposal. They don't do that much damage though, right? They're just for basic protection if you're getting early pirates or whatnot. Now, in this case here, that's fine. It already has a wall. There's no need for me to build a wall right now. The basic building comes with all of its functionalities. We could probably extend a road here because there is just an entrance that makes sense to me, right? And on the other side too. So it actually makes sense to have this one surrounded by a road based on its building asset, based on its textures that we can see. Really a beautiful building. All nice and well, but we need to continue right away with Firmium over here. Now, we have laid the foundation in the last episode of our second city, and there's also now the tunics coming in. I want to check out real quick, do we produce enough tunics? We actually don't. That's strange, because the city is really not that big. But it seems this is not enough at all. So let's also go ahead and get me another spinner going right up here on the hill. We can already do something else though, because we got lots of logs, and that is starting why we actually came here. And that is a big, beautiful, and prosperous olive production. Olive is very valuable, and it also generates a lot of workforce. So those people should be happy. And let's use it. Also, there's resin here. This is going to be important. With the resin, though, yeah, we do need to have tier 2, right? We need to have the plebs for the resin tapper. For the olive, we need the olive farm that needs farmers. So we can already go ahead and get them going here. 160 fields is a lot. And let's just see how we can use them here in an appropriate manner. And by the way, what we can see is they're also extremely slow, right? So only 0.5 per minute in production. My consumption demand, let's go for the consumer goods, is already sitting at 2. So we already need at least 4 of them just to supply the current demand. So I have a feeling that we're gonna need really a lot of them. Let's just go ahead and also get me some more blueprinted here and some more blueprinted here. Also gonna have me a second warehouse. And what we should definitely also have here, some firefighters, right? To make room for that. Just in case there's some fire going, and I'm pretty sure we're gonna see fires. I think I'm actually gonna go with 6 right away to play this safe. And I can smell them from here on my desk. Fields and fields of olive trees. Starting to produce now something for us. What we can check also, what we should be able to do now, yep, we can start with the shipbuilding. Let's go ahead with this right away, because the civilian one ship that we can, by the way, also customize, it's this one here. We can also give it a module for the ship archers. This would cost me some 3 weapons. We could also give it ship oars, increases maneuverability and reduces the reliance on wind if we spend 10 logs extra and some coin. Actually, I'm gonna do this, right? And with that, let's save it and get this going now and commission it. And with that, we get the first ship now in construction right over here. I love that we have the smaller muse statues there. Craftsmen. And they're now producing that for us. Okay. Oh, whoa. What is that? Okay, there's a sickness here. Yeah. Let's have the method somewhere here. Like, it's required. Okay, the industry can actually also fall into despair because of sickness. Let's have another one over here. And hope that it's doing something. So far the city looks rather stable despite us having some really bad parameters there. And I can work on that a bit further now. So the olive will be coming in soon. The olive press is something we absolutely should place then in Veneta, as we do get a health bonus out of that. However, it requires a lot of space and the range is not particularly high. So placing them is fine, but I cannot just do this forever here. The other one is the potter. This one unfortunately increases also the fire risk again. I'm not gonna do this. In the meantime, we can also do something else, and that is a bit of a mistake, rectifying a bit of a mistake on my part there. We do actually have the lavender fertility in Veneta, so we can go ahead with the soap production. The soap production is pretty important, I think, because it gives me a +2 health for every building. And I think we're gonna need it, right? So it just needs the pig farms. We already have them. We will need another charcoal burner. This will not really improve my fire safety standards. Let's just see if we can squeeze it in here, because we can, to some extent, as you can see, overlap them. So let's go ahead and have this one here. Get the next one. Invitation. You're inviting me to what? She doesn't say that. Okay. We're a guest to a competition. She's down here, right? No, that's Diana. There she is. Kind of competition.
I see
Some sort of private party. Albian seems to think it's a bad idea, but how bad could it be? We will have to pay an entrance fee of 10,000. We do have 100,000 denarii right now available. Yeah, gonna go ahead and just see how this goes. And we need to sail to her harbor. Let's take my flagship. Could we combine this with something? Nah. 116 tons of sardines. We have that. Let's get this over there too. Get me part of my invitation money back again. I like the weight of the ships. They've improved it a lot since the alpha version that I've played. Feels much better now. 150? Yeah, 127 now. Let's get this over here. To combine both of these into one. Alright, my shippy is coming out too. Ladies and gents, we got ourselves the first ship that we built. It's a beauty. The ABs, or ABS. And this ship here, it can see. And of course, it can also transport. And it's also part now of my first transport route that we can go ahead with. And we're gonna connect now Firmium with Vineta. And the ship is gonna be my ABS. And we're gonna pick up, of course, the olives. 2 times. That's actually all that this one has. We are also unlocking a research milestone with that in the research tab. And this one is it now. We have automated trading. Hooray! Rejoice. They're not particularly happy though. Or let's say unimpressed. They're probably pretty angry because they have such a steep incline here on the city. Doesn't matter. We continue. First of all, we need to rebuild a lot. It's of course because of all the risks that we have. And I mean, I'm a bit stressed right now, to be honest, because there's so many things coming in at once. Where's my pigsties? There we have them. And I'm gonna need, how much soap do we need right now? 3 tons. Okay. That means 6 lavender growers. Holy cow. They provide a happiness boost though to the surrounding area. So it actually makes sense to have some of them close to the city, it seems. Alright. Let's have one here. Alright, why not? They also look pretty. But, oh my goodness, they need a lot of space. 180 fields and I'm supposed to build 6 of them? Yeah. Could be problematic for me, honestly. So we're not gonna make it here. This area could work for it. The problem is that we're really running out of space. Holy cow. Okay, so that's one. That's a lot of space. 2, 3, 4. Let's make a 5 here. Let's move this. And then I'm probably just gonna take them here. Oh, okay, we have a lumber camp there. Yeah, we're probably gonna reduce the effectiveness of my lumber camps now. Okay, so with that we have now 6 here, plus the one that we have over there, it's 7. We're also gonna need, for this to work, 2 pigsties. There you go. Then we're gonna need the renderer, and I'm gonna need 4 of them. They're once again increasing the fire hazard. 4. At least they're tiny. Let's try and squeeze them in here. We have the construction materials. Gonna make me 1 buffer again. So that's 4 tons. And with that, we can now make 4 soap makers. And they should actually, yeah, can be close to the city, but they increase the health, but reduce the happiness. In this game, everything has a cost. Yeah. I mean, it's a really smelly business. Let's be honest. You don't want to have a soap maker next to you.
There are
You really don't.
Here to see you.
Get a gift, by the
And
way.
as it is, I am
The Roman Imperium is keen to support its governors. Funds were put forward to hire you an aide called Julius Lupus. However, there must have been some bureaucratic misunderstanding because there are two Julii standing before you. Identical twins. Brutus. He claims he can do the work for 10 men and that he even comes with his own oxen. Little good has he to say of his twin. Gaius, he claims to be a reliable landlord, last year alone leasing 70 insula or more, half of which still stand. No one is more apt with a ledger, he says. Okay. So we got Brutus, workforce from residences is increased, or Gaius, income from area of effect is increased. This is tricky. We have a lot of money already. I'm gonna go with the workforce, yeah.
prudent.
Because workforce is something that actually is rather low. Income is fine. And we're pushing income even further. Let's have the next soap maker all the way here. Yeah, that's a good location for it. I'm gonna have one over here next to the warehouse. And then... it'll be tricky, of course, to keep track of all the artisan buildings you have spread throughout the city. It's just getting more and more. So with that, we have a potential soap production of 4 tons out of the 3 demand, but the 3 is already turning into a 4 very soon, as we can see. So yeah, gonna need more
Try
soon.
to stay calm. It's the only way to get things done.
Okay, so this one is now slaughtering the pigs into tallow, and here we're making beautiful, freshly smelled lavender. Glorious fields. Alright, so that's that. What's happening with my delivery? We can turn it in. There you go. Get the money. And what's going on with my party invitation? So that's also something I would like to go for.
Welcome, welcome. You're the first to arrive, believe it or not. I have a few matters to square away before the evening can start. Join me.
Sure thing.
I'm a bit tied up. I apologize. I'll be with you.
Okay, we need to wait now.
Don't get yourself in too much trouble.
Wait for her. Empty coffers, liberty lost. No, that's other quest, right? I thought this is a... empty her coffers, I thought is a choice.
Before she gets back.
Oh, it really is a choice.
I've got some dice. Really
Buy the
good
dice.
Help you win every time.
Offer to sell you some dice. Really, really good
Yeah.
dice, allegedly. Given the price you pay to attend the event, they hardly cost anything at all. Okay,
Under the
let's
archway
get us some
stands
useful
the
dice for the evening. Okay, empty the coffers. There you go. Let's buy the dice. I guess empty the coffers is my coffers, right? This one comes along now. Very good. By the way, research-wise, we are finishing our next tier of firefighters, and we get another officium out of that. So I'm always torn how I should pronounce it, right? The old Latin way is probably officium, whereas the new Latin way is officium. So pardon me if I mix it sometimes. It's been a while since I've learned Latin in school. And paved roads is actually something that I would like to unlock, but we need to store at least 5 tons of concrete for this to unlock. Next, we can research 5% movement speed for my ships. And next then also placement of towers in the water. This is gonna be pretty great, I think. The olive is coming in, hooray! And with that, we get the next production now finished, the olive press. And I just need a bit of space for this now. And let's just check this out where I could have an olive press. I think I'm gonna place it here in the center. For this, we will need to delete some of the lower tier buildings. Gonna do this to move the higher tiers over and then get me an olive press in here for this very good health buff. And by the way, this health buff is not the buff that we receive once the goods are coming in. Once the goods are coming in, we're getting another health boost and income boost and population boost out of the olive alone. Right, so that is pretty massive. Paizo demands a donation to the orphans. His honorable associates have chosen you as a lucrative target for an attack. Okay, so we can pay them, or we refuse and fight. I don't feel ready for a fight yet. If we pay the ransom, the Emperor would not approve this and we lose another 5 reputation. So we would be at -9 reputation with the Emperor. Or we get attacked. Let's pay the ransom. I'm not ready for an attack. I simply am not. Though I will prepare now that I know that those things happen to me. I would probably go for this area now as my next olive press. Right, to get that boost. And then we would have another one that I can place up here. The problem here will be that there is no warehouse close by. It is! With 1 tile, we actually managed to get it. And those oil presses, they look really good.
Let's be on our way.
And very detailed. Of course, they're not operational yet. Once that we have it, we have it. And we do need... We are producing now 3 out of the 2 demands. So we have a surplus, as with most things except my hats. Okay, the banquet is about to start. Oh, whoa. There is really something happening here.
Appetizers for our guests. Relax, enjoy yourself, and sate your desires.
Boy, did you just bump into me? Are you looking for a fight, are you?
Okay, as you enter the back rooms of Lily Bayon, you bumped into one of Valeria's other patrons. The man has clearly had too much to drink, but the equestrian stripe of purple across his toga marks him as a person of some importance. It's generally considered somewhat undignified for provincial governors to engage in fisticuffs, but the man is unwilling to leave you alone. Try to calm him down.
Sorts, you're all the same. No bloody spying at all. No wonder the Empire's in this state.
I'm sorry, Domine. I'm going to have to ask you to leave. You are making a scene.
Making a scene, am I? I'll show you a bloody scene. Don't you know who I am?
Yes, Senator Sextus, I know exactly who you are. And I know plenty of people who'd be interested in what you're doing here today, too. Guards!
Wait now, hold on a minute. Surely we can come to some sort of arrangement. Wait!
I apologize for the interference, Governor. The good senator has been disqualified from further competition. You may take his place in the finals against...
Syracuse, we've met. I've been waiting long enough. Take up your tesserae and let's get this over with.
Okay, there it is, the pirate. An array of dice lies before you. A Fritillus, an iron dice tower, stands opposite, ready to roll. Which die should we take? Use the die you bought earlier. Syracuse takes initiative. His die, cast from an ominous black iron, clatters noisily through the Fritillus and lands on a 6. The best you can hope for now is a draw. Hoping against odds, it's a draw! And you need to roll again. And the second time, we win.
So, that's your game, is it? Ugh. Enjoy your winnings, Governor. We'll be seeing each other soon.
Okay, that means eternal peace with him, right?
Sometimes we need to take all
Oh
the
wow, we
work
get the money
advantage
back that we paid him earlier.
I hope
That's
you
pretty
have a
cool.
good night. Lily Bayon's doors are always open should you wish to return.
Okay. That was absolutely worth it. Thank you very much. Let's have a look at the specialists, because we can afford them. Oh, she's really good. 100,000 is way above my limit. Knowledge from porridge, if supplied. We get 3 knowledge for porridge, if it's supplied, which of course we have. But that's not worth 100,000. Okay, gonna repair some of my buildings again. Gonna push my hat production up further. We need more sheeps. Oh, come on. This is not possible. I will need to rejuggle this one. Because we need the space. Yeah, we will definitely run out of space here now, right? There's just so much production we need at this point already, and we're only at tier 2. You know, like it's way more than what I'm used to. We need the hats. That's important. I do not want to lose the hat bonus. The hats we have throughout the city. Another production we can add over here. Just fine. And then I'm gonna add me another one also here. Just to my upgraded warehouse. I'm gonna commission the next trade ship. It still feels a bit unreal that we don't not have any influence, right? I don't think there's a limit for having ships. Okay, my flagship returned. That's very important because I would like to settle on a third island now. Settling on islands also does not cost influence. There is no influence mechanic, simply as that. And I've decided that this smaller island is perfect. It's on the other side, actually, on the western border. We have, though, a potential direct connection over to that. So there's the island. We can see it in the distance. We have to pass, though, through potential hostile territory. By the way, what kind of crazy city is that? A tier 3 city already, and lots of fortifications around it. She's building a castrum, trying to, yeah, block her off. And we are on our way here. Because there's a couple of things that are very important to me on this island. That's marble. We don't have this on any other island. It's super rare, right? Like, none of the islands here has it. And my own also doesn't have it. So there's no island here that has marble. And second of all, it has mackerel. And mackerel is also something we're gonna need for another production chain that I'm not having anywhere close by. So there's the ship already coming on this beautiful day. There are also horses. I haven't seen horses on my island. Okay. 50,000, that's cheap. In comparison to what we paid before. And let's have... I think it's getting more expensive every island, right? Makes sense, I guess. We're once again gonna have a smaller village here, right? Up here we do have a forest that I would like to use right away. So this one, and this one. It's so cheap to produce this that I don't care if we're overproducing. There you go. And then, of course, as always, a basic fish production. Getting boosted already. Or boosting us already. Together with a marketplace. And with that, the whole production here is now starting. And with that, we got a new production island available then. It's going to be interesting how we can defend all of this, by the way. Right now, I have no idea. What we have, though, is we still have a bunch of weapons available. I haven't started with the weapon production yet, but we have 20 tons of weapons left. So I would also like to build me a ship. We have unlocked now tier 2 ships. Let's have a quick look at this one. At Trireme. Boosting, yeah, once again, it's speed. We could also give it a second archer tower to make it stronger. Let's save this one. So it now costs me 6 tons of weapons, but that's okay. We can build 2 already. Let's do this. And my second ship, my Pentaconta, tier 1 trade ship, has arrived, ready to be used as a trade ship. Now my stats have improved a bit for health, which is great, but it's still terrible. And we have now reached all of the demands. That means we can finally go ahead and upgrade to tier 3. And boy, I would like to do this over here in the center right away.
We are privileged to serve.
The Aquas are coming in. And with that, we open up now some new productions. Oh, it just looks lovely. Those buildings. Get out of here. They need now some proper ornaments at the front.
I intend to forget all about it. Shan't we?
The next one's already unlocking. A bunch of very important buildings, like the theater. The theater is going to be great for happiness, and look at its range. But also look at its building size. It's massive. Also the aqueduct. And one of my ships is under attack. Oh, there's the pirate. That's my flagship you're attacking right now. Let's get this one into the harbor area. I haven't finished another warship yet. Okay, can we kind of like... fire safety boost is coming in just now. Still don't have any defenses. This could be nasty. If he's following us now? It's just a quest target. Okay, so we can bring this one safely back in here. I will need to, however... get me a repair crane going. It also needs, unfortunately, a coast. Okay, there it is. It's gonna need some time to train. And then we can build it. By the way, once we unlock the ability to build coastal buildings on the water as well, we're gonna change this here. But right now, I want to repair it as quickly as possible. Now, 2 building materials we have unlocked. Concrete and marble. Right? Just great that we had the next island now. Now things are getting a bit really complicated, and we haven't even unlocked the Celts yet, because the Emperor gives me now the ability to unlock me the Celts, but I don't feel ready for this yet, because we still need to develop all the other islands and get the production chains going. It doesn't feel stable to me at the moment, and I need to build up some military. So weapon production and concrete production are my focus now. For the concrete production, we do need the limestone quarry, the silica, and then the concrete mixer. And these just need mountain sites. Fortunately, no fertility perhaps, or per se. The problem though is we cannot use all of them because we also need water then pretty soon. So let's use this and this for the aqueducts, I think. Over... where are my mountain sites, my other ones? There's one. So I'm gonna go all the way up here. We can use this one here. And this one for the silica. Wait a second. That's 2 tons per minute. And the silica needs a coastal site. Very good. Okay, so that is something we can have then over here. And this one's producing though... now, I don't know why that's the case here. This is producing 2 per minute. And this is producing 1.5 per minute. So out of them, I can make 2 concrete mixers. They don't have any penalties with them. Glorious! This looks all a bit nasty here. There you go. That's cleaner. And let's get me the warehouse going. And then also my concrete mixers. And we're starting with 2. For this new construction material. By the way, we can have a look at the global map now that we have unlocked. So there's Latium, our province, where we are. And we can now go into Albion over here, the Celts, right? So on the British Isles. And yeah, in between we got Europe. And I just can't wait to see what's unlocking during the course of this game with all the DLCs coming, right? Gonna see lots of icons here in the future. Right now, let's just enjoy the simplicity of this beautiful map. Let's not enjoy too long. We continue. We have a specialist, Brutus Julius Lupus now. The 20% from workforce that we can activate. And this has now been implemented, right? So as you can see, we get the workforce bonus now. And with that, we have a positive Libertus workforce again. Bear in mind, it's only affecting the buildings in the radius here, right? So actually it makes a lot of sense to have the villa close to the city. But since we can now build those officiums, I could also just use the specialists in it then and have them used around that. Okay, let's quickly check out this ratio here. So I've been mistaken, I can build a 3rd one. Get this one going here. Because they need actually 1.5 minutes, so 90 seconds for each ton. I thought it was 1. There you go. And with that, we can actually employ 3 of them to get me my concrete production going. Let's have some more upgrades while we're at it, here in the city center. Not too many, though, of the Libertus. We're running out of that. I will need to expand my city pretty soon. Here. And these guys need some upgrading there. New options. Horse riding. Fine glass. The forum. Holy cow, that's huge. And the baths that need then also the aqueduct. And with them comes also some huge Huge rebuilding of my city. We can already see that. Massive stuff coming in. I don't feel ready for this just yet. Let's get some Molibitus in, start a weapon production, and also our first defensive towers. Very important that is. So for the Libitus, we can of course continue over here at the edge of my city. With some more houses. So this is, I mean, edge, it's gonna be where we have the aqueduct then plowing through. Coming out of this one or this one. Yeah, of this one there. Most likely. And that means I can also continue on the other side though. With some more houses. So... oh, there's my... this one. There's my lumberjack already. Over there, we do have some islands, and we do have very diligent AI opponents, or at least, well, she is very diligent, right? Sarah Nito, she's settling wherever she can. Licia Ma, as expected, is rather passive, right? So she's the easiest opponent you can have in this game, or one of the easiest, and she's really slow when it comes to progressing. But Sarah, she's quite there. Now, in this case, let's send my ships over. We have 2 islands available in front of us right away that I would like to go for, and one of them is better than the other one. This one is much bigger. We already have a very big island though, right? 2 of them in fact, and this one doesn't provide anything new, and that's resin and olive. We already have that available. So this island here is much better because it provides me with sandrock, with murex snails, and with minerals. All 3 we're gonna need. So let's go ahead and settle. It's a small island, so I hope it's a bit cheaper for us, right? And let's just have a look at that. While the ships are on their way, I would also like to reinforce my concrete production further. So in this case here, we really don't have a lot of mountain slots though, unfortunately, on this island. One we've already been using. This one here is still okayish, but yeah, it's still okay to use this one. We might want to also turn them to another island at some point, because they also reduce the health of the island quite a bit. And yeah, we do need water a lot on the main island. With that, we can have another sand refinery down here. And with that, I can push more of my reinforced concrete factories here. Yeah, another sand one is needed, as the ratio is not quite 1-to-1. It's a really complicated production, honestly, for what it is. Well, just a 3rd tier construction material. And you need quite a bit of that. Let's head back, because my ships have arrived. What's the price? What? 180,000? It's getting so freakingly expensive. Like, this is not even incremental, right? This is exponential. Alright, I cannot afford this. 180,000 is insane for an island of this size. How can the Sarah need to afford all of these islands? She must be dirty rich somehow. Getting dirty rich is one of my goals as well, funnily enough. So let's have the next production chains. And look at that, we can now build those houses or those fisheries in the water, because we have finished that research. That leads us to having way more of these fishing huts available for us, right, with their production that we need. Also, I would like to push more hams. With that, we can go ahead with more hat makers and more tunics. Both of them we need. For the hat makers, I will need to... oh my god, my sheepies, they're dying like flies.
There are signs of public unrest.
Those sheep is never intended to be flies, you know. Let's build another pigsty there as well. I already have my medicus here, and yet people, or my factories in fact, are dying to sickness. Let's see. This one. It's all in disrepair here. It's a bad thing. I would like to have now my city expanded over here, right? We get lots of space for that, for a new district. And here we do have then our aqueduct that we can push. Wait a second. We have a main road here that I would like to use for that. So I'm gonna move all of this one step up. This one, and then we have a well here, right? And with that we can have this road here expanded. And I would like to have this road then expanded here to the other side now. And also I like this a lot. In this case here, it's actually not possible. Now that I've just looked at it, look at that. Here, the bridges do not merge, unfortunately. This is a clear oversight, I think, on the developer's part. Because if you have it like in a straight line, so this is also not gonna work, right? because this is also, yeah, it's also a diagonal way, right? You need to have it absolutely straight for this to work. So this one is working, right? So here you can make actually very large bridges. Okay, so this is okay, but this one's not working. That's a real shame, honestly. All right, so we can only have a one tile a bridge here. Otherwise, we're getting some nasty shapes again. Nah, this needs to be done somehow differently, right? So I don't want to have it like that. Gonna get rid of it again. Like here, for example, we could use it. Yeah, a triple bridge even, if you like to. So we're gonna make a crossing here. I think it has something to do with the sandbanks even. Now this would be a new revelation to me. Yeah, I think this might actually be in connection with those sandbanks. These provide the upgraded bridges. That's an interesting thing. Okay, so here we should be able to do it then as well. Okay, no, actually it doesn't have anything to do with it, because this is also not possible here. It's really all about the shape of it, right? Here we will have then our main road. There is once again something we could squeeze in here. There's also the aqueduct then, so we gotta be careful how much space we're using there. And this kind of like goes then over into this area. No idea what we're doing with that. And then here for a triple road. And here we can then also continue with something. As we're then moving into this territory. For this we are gonna need a lot of additional buildings here. And by the way, also a nice artisan district in the center. That range is not that big, so we will actually need to have 2 marketplaces then again. Okay, so here we are then moving towards the fields, which is totally fine, right? So there's the road, kind of like is then only a smaller road then from here on out. This looks a bit strange there. Unfortunately, I cannot do this here. Now, very good. Needed to come in from the other side. And here we're just gonna make some more blocks of houses. Gonna be an interesting shape here. No idea what we're doing with that, honestly. We could use, actually, in fact, wait a second. Use one of these and create some nice plaza area, right? Seriously? We just built it. It's already on fire. Yeah, with that fire risk. I guess the fire can't wait to start. Let's go ahead and have all of them here actually together. And then also my medicus somewhere here. As we're making that connection. Crazy stuff. The response time of the fire. And I will definitely also want to have a pub somewhere here as well, or a tavern. Yeah. That's all we can do here. And then another block here, but this is perfect for some smaller, you know, artisans or so. And then we're just gonna have some blocks here again. And here. Very good. Yeah, the district was just built and it's already on fire. Didn't expect that. With that also, once again, we can have the artisan buildings here now to further boost my income out of this. And then also my tunic maker. And then probably something for health. So we could also have then, yeah, an olive press or something. Definitely want to use this as often as possible. Emperor Neos Firmis Calidus congratulates you in recognition of your achievements. You have been granted the right to settle territory in the rainy Albion. A challenging post, no doubt, but clearly the Emperor's faith in you. We can now settle there and get to the other one. Thank you very much. And then we also get the bakery winter brewery on the island income boost. This time around we could probably go for it. We could even pay for food, with food for it. Yeah, but 5,000 is fine. Let's go ahead with this. And someone joined. a new specialist. Help from sandals if supplied +2. Oh, yes! Definitely giving me her. Give me a nice health boost here. We get 100 health boost out of the sandals. Thank you very much. Now, one thing I've been really looking forward to with the new road system is that we can now have roads along the riverbank, right, in a more natural way. That wasn't possible in Anno 1800. Just looks much better than overall, you know, and we could also do the same thing than here. And there's, by the way, also that festival roaming right now. Actually, I'm gonna make the cut here. This is very important. Boosted our fire safety there quite a bit. With 400! Plus 400 is that upgrade. That was massive. Perfect. Now we're working on the movement speed boost for the ships, but this is just one step towards the... one step required towards our pavement or placement of towers in the water. One thing we can also queue in right away is that we get the patrols for the medicus and also the happiness provided by the vigilis, right? And then we move into our grammaticus here with 20% increased range. So that's also gonna be something. Also, we could give large loans to opponents if we unlock this. What is going on here? Is anyone dousing the flames? That marketplace is still on fire. They're doing it though, right? They're fighting it. Now it's gone. Holy moly. Repair and get everything back in order here. I'm working on this district now, and for that also I would like to have another sanctuary here for the happiness boost. And I'm probably gonna have it like this. Alright, perfect. Some kind of grammaticus here would also work out nicely along the main road. There's still huge buildings coming along, by the way. So that theater, we might actually have one here somewhere, right? You just need to have a bunch of them, so that's gonna be interesting. I think here we could add one, and then here one. But we will need to move things around. All of this here is gonna have an interesting shape. Let's build it together with marketplace and pub once again to get its bonuses out, right? So this is just along the riverbank then, and also here this will probably be another main road as we progress then into this area. Oh, and that festival is going places. It's really going through the whole town. Ben Balion comes back again, so he was the one with the party. You inquire as to your advisor's true purpose having arrived so soon after you were appointed a governor. I'm your advisor and the property of the imperial court, explains Ben Balion. My dispatches keep the emperor apprised of the province's developments. So is he a spy? We could confront him. Peace, Dominus. I'm but a humble donkey, braying the emperor's praises. If you will say the same, then I shall assure the imperial court of your aptitude. And, oh, nice. Repeat his silly phrase out loud. Yes. This gives me +5 reputation with the emperor. I'm going ahead with this. It's just words. I like my job and I intend to keep it. That's my advice. Okay, so here we do have another block coming together. So in this case here, you know, I'm trying to squeeze in as many houses as possible, of course, because I have no idea how many people we're actually gonna need at some point. So we can always delete houses, but I'd rather have my taxpayers here. And they're all coming together over there as we are moving then into the field area of this one. Okay, this area we definitely also keep off limits for now. So that means for city expansion, we would probably move then into this area. Next though, I need to work on something else, and that is my weapon production now, because we want to of course start also to pump out some serious amount of ships and also defenses, and for that I'm gonna need my weapons over there. Now with the weapons we do need the iron ore, which is once again mountainsides. As far as I know though, we have iron deposits also in Firmium, and this is where this island here comes in once again handy. The problem though is we do need tier 2 population for that. And the good thing is that I have provided all the needs. So let's go ahead and upgrade a bunch of them, so that we may get some plebs out of that town. Hooray. And also some of those areas, let's just, you know, let's just decorate them, because it looks bad without it. And I definitely do want to decorate my area a bit. With what though? Just check it out. Yeah. There you go. Probably this one. Is this big enough? An area to sit in, like those two. Get some shade. And you always need to have a statue in any kind of Roman courtyard, situating around somewhere. I like that the houses come with their own trees as well. So this kind of like, you know, enhances that feeling. Let's just check out some of those mountainsides. This one's really far away. This one's a bit closer. So I'm going for this one here right away, where we can now use it for an iron mine. It's just a lot of workforce in comparison. That's number 1. And this one, the iron mine, is pushing 2 tons per minute. I would like to, I mean, we do have, yeah, only iron here really that matches, right? So this is actually a really good island for a lot of iron. We can have another one here. The limestone I really don't need, so I'm just going to go ahead with another iron mine then here. And I can see that we're far away from olive capping on my Pentaconter, on my trade ship. So what I could do here is I can adjust this. So, you know, like we are only not even having half of the capacity, because it's a short trade route. So we can actually just use iron as my other goods that we're transporting back and forth here between the two. And I'm also going to expand my city here a bit, because we just need that workforce.
Fire has started in your city.
Brings me back to my main island again. Here, this looks like a good location to make a bit of an industry zone, really. We got a nice big harbor area there, or potential harbor area for trading. And in this case, we do need a lot of industrial buildings in the future as well. Also, we do have some of them already here. Question is, probably gonna move up here. We still have those fields here too. We are already full on them, what I can see. So let's try to make another 2 here. And that's it. Right, and then we can use this area here for heavy industry now. We do have the warehouses. Perfect. And then we can already start here on this one. That is the furnace. Ooh, that's just insane. The problem is it needs a lot of tier 2 workers. The fire safety is out of the... Holy cow, it's ridiculously high. 2. And the weaponsmith does the same thing. So for the furnace, let's go ahead with 2 of them. And by the way, what we can do is on the other side of the island, let's also take our concrete manufacturers and also push them here, right? That's those 3, and I think we have 2 more that we can move. One here, the other one here, and this one here. Make this a bit orderly looking. And we could potentially still move 1 more in here to make this one into a clean block. Then we have that one. And then we have our... This one has a production... Oh, it's much slower. So I need to have at least 4 of them for now. I might even, yeah, calculate with 6, right? And they will need coal though. So one thing we can do is we can use fermium here as well for coal production, right? There's no coal mining as far as I know. So we're just going to have a bunch of coal, charcoal burners here in fermium producing that. So that's 1, 2. And we have another one here. Perfect. And a 4th one might be nice as well. We have a good fire safety rating in fermium, so this can work out. Not that we do not lose buildings to fires, but it's less frequent. And 1 here by the olives gives it a nice flavor. There you go. With that, yeah, I still need another trade route now, because the ship that we have so far is not gonna cut it anymore. But we can build the next one, right? We can build this one. Civilian 2. And this one has 4 cargo slots. So that's going to be my next trader that I'm going to push in this area to get the coal over. And with that, we don't need the charcoal burners anymore in Vineta, which is going to help us out greatly on our way to making this a fire-safe environment for kids, especially. Let's get a well in here. Right, and we definitely will also need some firefighters. We already have one there. Gonna have another one here close by. And yeah, since the iron ore is coming in, let's actually build the first 4 to get this going, right? To start with a proper weapon production now. I would also really like to build my first theater that we can do, because the happiness boost is just insane. Also, it has a nice range. So we can have one here, probably one here, and then this one here, right? Yeah. Let's just go ahead and build it. And yeah, 600 happiness that was. It's also a really nice looking building. That we have then. And we could start decorating all of this right away. Let's get the well somewhere else. And get us some ornaments going here. Around that and here. So this definitely needs to have some kind of representative feeling. Celebrating the arts. There's some really cool statues here. It would be great at this point to have also the paved roads. There they are. Let's queue them in, because we can then finally start paving the area. Also gonna go ahead and decorate some of those courtyards that we have. I'm very hesitant to upgrade more buildings at this point, because we reach new city status then very soon, and this would once again lead to huge penalties kicking in, so I'm not gonna do this for now. Got our first real trade ship now coming out anytime, and until that we are working on Valerium over here. Valerium is important to us because it's the only island I have with a marble deposit, and we're gonna need that really soon now for the next buildings then. For the tier 3 population. So for this, I would like to once again start with a smaller production somewhere here for my tunics. So it's really just 2 fields that we place here, right, to get my spinners going. And yeah, they also produce then knowledge for us, which is great because this is global, right? So it adds to my global knowledge rate, and with that we can speed up our research the more knowledge we have across the globe. And let's have this one. By the way, they are also a bit unhappy. Let's give them a tavern to get this going. And once that's done, we can upgrade them to tier 2 and then have our marble mines here, or quarries that is. Now the trade ship has been finished. Where is it? There it is. My trireme trader. No archers, but a cargo deck it has. And this beauty we can now use on our trade route. And I'm actually going to replace the one that we have so far. This one, it's on its way right now back, but I'm going to remove it. We're going to add the other one, the bigger one, civilian ship, there it is, to get me now also coal over, which we're going to need. And we would have then another slot available here. Very good. The ship that we removed, I'm gonna move it back again. Okay, there's an attack. This time it's a real attack, so it's not just a quest or so. And we have though our warships ready. Also look at that. What is that? They look highly overburdened. That ship, that small ship here. Let's send the fleet. We can also have some new commands here again. So we have the move information. This one's actually toggle, and then we also have send ships to the islands. And we got a few more here in a hidden menu, which is also something I'm not a huge fan of, right? I think he's already fleeing. Yeah, he's already fleeing the scene of crime. Working on my next theater location. It would be probably here somewhere. So I'm gonna remove it here because it's too much then, too many theaters, right? And we can have this one here with a road connection extending then to the other side. You need a bunch of them, so that's the tricky thing about it. They're requiring so much space. The range is unfortunately very small for their size, right? So I'm hoping that we have a research or so coming up that provides me more range. Gonna have a bit of an area here for some decorations. There's the main road, where we have then also that road coming in, and then I'm gonna have another connection here in the back so that we can have this spreading to the other side as well, right? And yeah, let's build this one already to also get this whole district in. The boost of that is just too massive to neglect for too long. You definitely want to have this one. Trade treaty. I'm gonna accept this one. With that, we finished a quest. And also got a trade treaty, and we can now trade with Sarah. Gonna ignore the fact that she is building up more military. What can we trade with her?
So many people.
Just normal consumer goods. We can also sell her. She wants livestock.
Pursuing their own lives.
Gotta say, I really am digging at how colorful and warm this game looks. Beautiful. Let's get this one going. That's now in Valerium. We do have the resources. Jumping around between a few islands here once again as usual, because we need just a lot of different production chains. So here we now have the marble that we can add. Actually, this gives a health penalty to the surrounding area. Glad that I don't have any houses here. How much is it producing? Only 1 minute. Oh. And here we get 2C marble out of that to build us a Forum Romanum. We do have another mountain slot over here. Let's use this too. Only 3 mountain slots, unfortunately, on this island. Makes me wonder if we should just not use the third one too for marble. It would be all the way down here. We do have the resources. Yeah, let's just do it. And get me that road over. Here.
There is a shortage of work.
Probably will need to build a few more houses then. Let's make it here, a block. And we'll also need to upgrade a bunch more. There you go. And of course, last but not least, we need to implement a trade route between Valerium and Vineta. And in this case, it's going to be my smaller ship that we already have somewhere here. There it is, the Pentaconter. Can we select it? Not here. The Wax Giant, it's called. That's a cool name. There it is. And we're going to select the marble here. 2 times. Why not? And we then deliver it over, where we process it into real marble. So it's also not that simple for this. That's what I've been waiting for. We can now, we finished the research, we can now go ahead and build towers in the ocean, which gives me, for the first time, the ability to protect my harbor area properly. I think we're working now on the Hippocratic Corpse, then the upgrade, and then the paved roads. Now we have enough lower tier workforce that warrants me some more upgrades, especially around my major buildings. I would like to do this. By the way, this area here, let's actually delete it again. I now know what we are actually going to squeeze in here, so I'm going to keep this available just for now. But here, plenty of upgrades available, especially around the big buildings then that I'm intending to get here to have. And then, of course, also a bunch more tier 3 upgrades over here. And this one. just love these buildings. Fantastic looking. And here along the main road, in preparation to the paving. And yeah, also got a bit of a fighting here, as we're now moving towards finally doing that mission that we've had. But holy cow, this is a strong ship. And we're using the fire arrows. This one has 2 of them, this one has 2 of them, and my flagship has only 1. And this is just one of them, the Queen Kareem, right? Very powerful very powerful warships. Cannons haven't existed yet, so it's fire arrows all the way. Let's watch it burn down. Break apart. And the rest gets eaten by whales. There you go. Let's take it. Oh, wow. We took a lot of damage out of the single ship that was attacking us. Rescue them. And get them back to my harbor before they freeze. Okay. And we also need to repair. So I'm very happy that we can play this game during the autumn season. And yeah, what better way to start this episode than with, a bit of repairing perhaps, a bit of a city expansion that is, and I want to expand. And in this episode, we're expanding also to another region, so stay tuned for that as we're finally pushing for Albion. Before I do that, however, I need to start moving a couple of my things around that we can, do. So I can, for example, now finally get my hemp plantations into this area here that I've prepared. So it's a handy way of moving a whole bunch of things around. And we do also have some basic industry here. That's my soap factories. I'm gonna move them also into my industry zone that we have over there. So here we can clump them together nicely. And also what is that? My spinners. Well, actually my spinners could stay close to the city. I don't mind, but we have a lot of spinners, so I'm not gonna clump them too much. There you go. That's fine. And also wait a second. This is also an olive press. This can stay for sure, as we need that bonus here ticking. I don't want to have that much empty space though ticking. So let's get rid of that. Let's get rid of this road here. Yeah, we're starting this episode with the city development of Vineta again. But I want to push to Albion quickly, so I'm not gonna take too long with this. Let's clean some things up here, straighten it out, right, and add some more blocks. The problem is that I'm having right now is my workforce, so it's a bit low, grant you that, and for this we need to add a couple more buildings then as well. Here and here. And here we can have a whole new district coming out of everything. Also pushing my medicus once again, super happy about this. Do you want to have war? No, she just remarks on some of my progress. I'm always expecting these war declarations, right, for some reasons. But today is not the day for that. This area stays off limits for now. Let's actually just add some more blocks here, right? And then I'm gonna leave it for now. And here, let's also make sure that we can continue here with an aqueduct then, if we need that so far. I mean, we're really far away now from the mountainside, so we'll just see how much aqueduct we're actually pushing there, because they are actually really, really massive, and you will see shortly. Let's have a quick look at my consumer goods. Oh, this is tight, but tight is good. I will probably need another spinner. For this, we actually have the hemp, so let's go ahead and push another spinner then here in my area, right? That's for learning and coin, very good. And another one here for learning and coin. And let's also have the next hemp farm, but as we can see, the hemp is actually full, right? So I don't need to worry about that. We have a bit of a surplus here. This gives me opportunity of adding another one down here. Very good. The more spinners, the more research we push, the faster we can finish our paved roads, which is my current goal. Another thing I would like to do as well is that we have now the marble in, so we can start with the marble mason, and this one is producing then marble for us. It takes quite some time though for 1 ton of marble, but bear in mind marble is tier 4 construction material now, and yeah, it's definitely one of a slower one, but that's okay because you don't need endless amounts of marble. You don't need the same amount as logs, for example, or so, right? So let's get them going, probably here a bit further to the the mountain. And as you can see, they have quite a penalty. They give me 1 prestige, okay, but they give me also 1 health penalty. And I don't want to have any more penalties, please. So I'm just gonna get my marble going, marble masons here. I think we can live with, yeah, 3 for now, as they're starting out their production of that resource. Gonna take some time for this to ramp up, right? And yeah, production is stable. The city is looking fine. Ladies and gents, let's finally go for Albion.
You Romans probably think this place is weird. All of that. But then if the Celts saw Latium, they'd probably feel the same. It's our home. It's ancient. Naturally, a Roman sees it running wild and wants to bring it to order, to heal. Expect a bit of resistance there, mind. It's 2 different worlds, sort of bound by fate, but divided in belief. Anyway, Albion knows how all that's meant to me.
Quite the intro. I love the British humor. And there we are now, in the Albion region. Procurator Corvinus is also introducing himself. And he's just a representative. And there we got Allure, and he's the Celtic rival that we're facing here. And he seems to be a proud Celt. And rivals are political parties that have their own reasons for engaging with you. And extend, of course, a polite greeting. And yeah, with that, we're also getting a free ship. Just like in the New World in 1800. There's a difficulty option, though, I think, that prevents you of doing this. So you will need then to send it over yourself. But we're starting here with medium settings, so I am just going to enjoy my free shippy. Now, here is the highly developed rival that we have so far. He's got a beautiful, beautiful settlement there. I like this. And Albion just looks fantastic. I love... Oh, look at that huge bird there. I love the fog. Right, all very British. Let's just go to find us a proper island. It's gonna take a while, I guess. Oh, the Emperor also comes in again. I don't know if this is scripted. And put an appeal to loyal governors. The Imperial Fiscus is less full than usual. Contributions to its refilling will be received with heartfelt appreciation. And donate an impressive sum. Donate a less impressive sum. 35,000 we can afford, right? We do have 150,000 right now. So let's get me that sexy donation change or reputation change that I gladly get. Now we are getting the first bigger islands now in the center of Albion. I'm so freaking impressed by the island layouts and the different scale that we have with this game. All the way down here to the stag roaming. And let's just... I don't think this is the right one. I mean, it's got a beautiful swampland that I'm probably go for. There we get the next one. This looks more proper for a bigger settlement. Yeah. Of course, always take my enthusiasm with a bit of a skeptical mind. I'm an Annoholic since the first days, and I'm always a bit biased towards my favorite franchise. But this is just marvelous. There's just nothing really to complain here. It's beautiful. Definitely want to take a hike here. This is one huge island. Holy moly. It extends all the way over there with lots of swampland. And yeah, we're gonna explore tier 3. By the way, also my opponents are coming in. So it's not only just one opponent here. And I have no idea how big that city needs to be. There is the next big island coming up now. Let's check this out. Could make something here. Extending all the way over here. And then with the swamp left and right. I think this looks pretty cool. So we do have the 3 major options available now. Since I'm assuming that we are playing here with Archipelago as well, that the major 4 islands are in the center. He's already got the first one. He's definitely got the best one, I gotta say that. But doesn't mean that we will not take it, right? I think I'm gonna go with this. What do we have here? So on this one we got horses iron, silver, dye, and barley. Here we got the saltwood and silver as well. And here we got copper, herbs, and small birds. To be quite honest, I have no idea how many of those resources are absolutely mandatory. So I'm just going to assume as well that the basic resources are available on all main islands, and these are the ones that we will need. We will need, of course, quite the advanced resources there for trading than with the Romans in Latium. Now, I'm hoping that my ship will arrive on this beautiful island here first. I think Lysia is already on her way to this very same spot. By the look of it, she's very close to it. But I think she's scouting this area here for now. I don't like this so much because there's not really a... I mean, this is... Oh, wow. Okay. That's a new perspective of the island. And yeah, I'm actually going to settle on this one here as well. Once we turned it around, the perspective changed for me so that we have this beautiful big city space here. Of course, it's not super ideal that we have the warehouse looking now towards the inner map, right? So that means my ship needs to go around the island if it wants to trade. But I'm fine with that. Also, the beach area is rather small, but I'm also fine with that as long as we have then a nice, beautiful, flat city that we can make. And I think this one here is exactly what I want. Let's just make, once again, our triple road layout here. Now, once again, the triple road is mostly just a placeholder until we add some ornaments to it, right? So don't think this is final or anything. And here we're just gonna move them up, I think, because this just is a perfect slot for this, and also into this area here. There you go, right? Or this is also a nice harbor. Huh. You know what? This is gonna be my harbor. I'm gonna move it. We can freely move it because we can actually extend the main road then all the way up here. And up here, we're probably going to see a nice monument. I'm going to like this. I'm going to like the view that we have from here. So this is fine. Of course, as always, what we need to start with again is a bit of a lumber industry. So I'm going to make my path here a bit further up through the forest area that we have. And here we can start then once again with some production. Let's actually make them right here in the hinterlands. Oh, wait a second. 100. There you go. So that we can have at least once again 3 sawmills working for us, together with a warehouse.
There is a shortage of workforce in one of your cities.
Yes. We're gonna implement that workforce soon. Wait a second. Let's make it like so. Nice curved roads. You can have beautiful curved roads. it's a tear coming through. Alright, let's get the ship back over there. By the way, let's explore. Alright, let's just send that ship crazy. Exploring as much as possible of this world that we want to settle and conquer. And off it goes. Here we will have then one of the paths going into the swamp, most likely, right? We can do it like so then. But we will need a lot of wood, so I'm gonna be careful about it. And I think that's it. Let's start with the first houses. My waiter residences that we have. And I think I'm just gonna go with the same layouts. I mean, you know, theoretically you should be a bit more savage about them. Not as orderly as the Romans. So for my Celts, I'm probably gonna add a bunch more chaotic layouts, right? I think this just makes a bit more sense for them as well. But I still want to also squeeze in a lot of people, so that's that. Yep, we're starting with the cockle picker. Or the eel grabber. You can actually go with both of them. I think I'm gonna start with the eel grabber since we do have this nice road there. Oh, I cannot make the connection. There you go. Perfect. Right, and this one has now its marshland cultivation, producing the eels coming out of that. And with that, we're out of timber. As all of that. I mean, yeah, we can also then use like one cockle picker here, and as you can see, they're giving me an income boost, right? So the tech that we have unlocked for the fisheries also counts for these. So this is actually, okay, I should have built the cockle picker first, I guess, but I didn't know that. So here we go. Coming up next then to provide both of them, of course, to my settlement that we have. Let's give it a proper name as well. Handle Craig? That's not sounding very good. Let's call it Vindobona. Not that the city ever... Oh! It doesn't allow me that name. So Vindobon would be fine, but Vindobon now, the moment I enter this, it actually gets rid of that. So Vienna is not allowed. Alright, Numancia is fine though. So this is also a major Celtic town in antiquity. In Spain it was actually, because for... Verulamium is also allowed, so this is a British Celtic town, a major one. So I'm gonna go ahead with this one. It's very hard on the tongue though, Verulamium, but I guess we can go with it. Now this one is coming along, and you want to say what? Abandoned residences. Hopefully not here. More logs are coming in, by the way, so let's actually get the cockle picker going too. Not that we're probably gonna make a lot of money in the Celtic region, but I have no idea yet. We'll just see. Now, providing the cockle pickers and the eel gives me a full bonus here for the food right away. That means that we're getting population and happiness, population and income boost out of both of them. So that's one thing. And, oh, paved roads also. Nice. Busy, busy. I think this was the last research we had queued in. Yeah, we need to check what we can go for next. Okay, so here we now have unlocked the Celtic area too. That pushes then to the health effect area of my medicus, right? So this is very important. For that though, we need to choose the Celtic path in Albion and House Smiths in my realm, or we go here, choose the Roman path in Albion and House Mercators. We're gonna go with both of them. The Mercators focus on the high quality crafting, and the Celtic path, the Smiths, focus on forests and albionic productions and health attributes. But I cannot go there yet because I need to choose a path here first. So I guess it might also be fine to go with Minerva now as my next goddess that we can unlock. Also, we haven't gone with the watchtowers yet, so I'm gonna queue them in too, because we can then have smaller buildings that push health, happiness as well. And on top of that, I would like to go for depots now. We haven't unlocked them yet. The first real harbor building beside my warehouse, and this one allows me then to have, yeah, more island storage. Lisa Ma actually asks me if she can settle on this island, and I'm gonna grant her that because, you know, I'm not gonna need this ever. Right, this over there, and if we need it, we're just gonna take it from her. And she's not a lucky girl? In what context does she mean that? Alright, who's coming in here? New orders from the Empire's heartland, an extraordinarily taxing demand of Albionic produce. Can I count on your aid? Well, I have no idea what that demand here is. Wheat and iron ore we need to deliver. There is no time limit on it, so we can take our time.
Such is my duty as procurator, and your duty as governor.
And we're just gonna follow this. Of course.
In order to provide.
Okay, we can actually still go ahead and have more buildings here now. Let's just check this out. Going here and then up here, around here, and then we can make a market. I would like that. The market has a minimal range. It looks like it needs its own research. Let's get... We have a central one. Yeah, okay, we're gonna have a central market here somewhere. There you go. Right, because this way, it's a very narrow path here. So this way we can actually go with both of them. And we will also need the Bardic Heart. So Hearth, this is one for happiness and population boost. It's also something we need to have somewhere central because its range is ridiculously low. I'm actually gonna put it in here. Now that I think about it. Okay, also we got the local pirate, I guess, up here. Let's move out. Yeah, they're already attacking. Wow, that's a pretty cool island. It's great that we now know where she is, so this is going to help us out then in the future. And let's just check it out. She's got major soldiers. Holy cow. And yes, they could move to your island at some point, because land invasions are there in this game. I haven't seen this one yet in the alpha version. This is beautiful. All the way up here she resides. And we can, I think we can conquer her, right? This would be pretty cool to watch, I guess. Voda, she's called. That's the local pirate.
Just because someone swings a pick at it.
We have here some horsemen. Pretty cool island that is. Yep. Alright, we continue with our exploration. She's chasing me a bit, but now she's retreating. Great stuff. Hostile encounter. Reports of a rebellion note not only the Countess dead, but the razing and burning of Roman cities. Raiders are hostile parties that can be appeased with bribes and favors. Agree to keep your distance for now. And who's that? A waiter kneels in dirt. A passing waiter sees your toga, bright with the colors of Roman nobility, and throws himself at your feet. Alas, his well-meaning gesture causes mud from a nearby muddle to splash over your hems. Speaking no Latin, he gestures frantically to the wares strapped to his ponies, freshly woven reed shoes. Take them, take the tunics, or show forgiveness. Yeah.
Such dilemmas don't fall upon me.
And he's happy with that. Could it be that a new dawn of moderation and compromise has risen upon this land? What with your tenure as a governor? Time will only tell. Oh, Alicia, what now? She looks for protection. Now I'm looking for expansion, so let's continue. Another block of buildings here.
I cannot help but worry about an attack.
There you go. Also, the depot was researched. Nice. And let's have some more blocks here. As the city is growing. Look at that. The market can take in the whole area here. That's perfect. And then we can expand over there. But I will already need to push more basic production. Can now travel to different provinces. Thank you very much. We can do this here. Alright. We can also do it with the keypad that we have. Once again. City status has already been increased. Yeah, minor city. This is not the biggest positive news. Because with that, we already start to lose the island health. So I would like to provide this somehow. And the reed shoes would give it to me. And that's the reed gatherer. And then also the shoe weaver. The shoe weaver also gives me a nice happiness boost. So I might have a smaller artisan district than here somewhere, right? And we will also need to have then the spinner that also gives its knowledge boost to this area. Lovely. And then we also have once again our city services that I will want to provide, and my firefighter. And then we have a tiny slot here for another artisan building, right? I think this could be a very good layout, honestly. Police, firefighters, and 3 artisan crafters in the center. And around that we just have then more buildings. There's then also our Medici. And a bunch more buildings than here. I'm just really digging the art style. Those are some beautiful cliffs here. Can't believe how beautiful this game looks. Continue with a bit of a road building here along the marshes then. So I would like to stay close to it, of course. Having the road going over here, and then probably in here to this main road that we have. And there's the next harbor area then that we could probably make into this one. Yeah. And by the way, we do also have some ornaments here, right? That we could add then to those empty spots again. So some trees. Here we're gonna go with, you know, colder trees, Albionic oak trees, for example, that we can add to the landscape. And especially to my city. As many trees as possible I would like to have here, so that it looks like a proper... oh, that is actually expensive. I should stop with planting too many trees. Now let's build the houses. In the meantime, my ship continues with its exploration. And we are getting this island out of it. Granite. And ponies. And some smaller ones here with tin. So I'm pretty sure I'm gonna need those smaller ones there too. There's also resin here and granite copper. Now we should head back to Veneta real quick because we do have we are capping on storage or on my goods. So we now have the new depots available. There it is. And I would like to add them. And we do have all these fisheries here. So I think they don't all fit in anymore, right? So I'm gonna move them. And we're gonna build up a smaller fishing area than here as well. Let's just see how many we can move. And then also over here. Together with its warehouse. And also those two. I mean, I could also just delete them and rebuild them, but let's just make it like so. There you go. And with that, we have now this area available that I can use for buildings that make sense in a bigger harbor area. You know, like this depot here. And you cannot actually place it any different than this. And it adds... Oh, we can only build one for now. So there's a permit on that. And it adds 100 tons of storage then. Okay. Research-wise, we can continue with the latrines. So this one is another smaller building for health boosts. And also a radius increase for my repair crane. Very much appreciated. Also, let's have a look at these new ones here. So we got the smaller watchtower now. Let's place them. Yeah, you can really freely place them in these small areas just beside the well. Then we have the watchtower and then the latrines, for example. So this is why it absolutely is advisable to keep smaller space available for these, because it adds up, right? Costs me a few tiles, so it's really not that big of a deal. Can have one here, one here. Can you have them? Do they need? Yeah, they need to have a road connection though, so I cannot place them in a courtyard. Here, by the way, there's also my well, and then probably over here. And next, also the shrines that we can build now since we have the reinforced concrete. These are also important because they give me a health boost and a devotion boost. And let's go ahead. Oh, by the way, they're a bit bigger. Okay. And you need to have a permit on them. Yeah, we got 8 permits available. So I think they need to look a bit nicer. Right, we have them here by the market. Let's move the well. And get this one a bit further over, right? So that we can also have some decorations next to it. And the cool thing is, I only need to do this once. Nah. Yeah, this could look nice, I guess. So we can just take this one and we can build 8 of them now as long as we have a road connection. It's giving me then this boost. So here by the main road, I think we could nicely squeeze it in there. Perfect. I like the health boost coming out of it. Another one here by the main road again. And also here at the end of this main road, where we can use it. Oh, why did we increase now? Growing megalopolis. I didn't upgrade any buildings. That leads to yet again losing all of the stuff that we just improved. Not that the city is burning down or anything like that, but we will need to work on this ASAP then. Still, let's continue. We do have the resources to build me the next basic production. And also the next eel grabber, as they're called. For this, can we already have a warehouse? Yes, we can have a warehouse already here in the swampland. So let's move it over there. Add a warehouse. There you go. And then we have this one. And this one, right? For a growing population. And the next houses. For the next production chain, that is now my... I think I'm gonna go with the shoes. Or was it the tunic? What's the better bonus? Yeah, I would probably like to go for the health. I don't care about income that much out of the Celts so far. So I would probably like to work on the shoes. And for this we need the reed gatherer that we have then over here. And let's just see how many fields we need. 140. That sounds like a lot. Yeah. It is a lot. Okay, we will need to find better layouts than this. That's 140 now. It's producing only 1 ton per minute. That's not a lot. And we only need 1 ton right now. So one of them can provide 2 shoe weavers. Let's have a second one over here. And then we need the shoe weavers. And they can be in the city. So that's my next artisan building then here. There it is. To start this production. And let's have another one. I think I'm gonna have one here. And one then a bit further over here. So we can spread them out a bit. Okay, ship exploration wise, we're a bit unlucky right now with the islands. There's only tiny islands around us. This one's the biggest one, close to me. Ah, there's now a big one. Alright. That looks proper. Might be my next expansion then. Lots of swampland and also a nice town that we can form here. And then I'm gonna return slowly now to my main island again. Also, let's build the next production for the spinner. For that we need the hem. And I don't think we have a lot of demand coming in, right? So I think just gonna add this one here together with a bunch more then. Close to my warehouse that we already have. Oh no, ransom demand from Kaizo. And he wants 40,000 this time around. Yeah, this time I'm gonna refuse. Yeah. Let's hope I'm not gonna regret this. But I do have a bit of a fleet here already situated. And he might be coming now. So he's got a lot of ships now. He could also attack my trade routes. But now we're at war with him. So we'll just see how that turns out. I'd rather continue developing my Celtic city. Another block over there. Let's add trees to it right away. And then we also will close in now on this harbor area. So I'm probably gonna make... Let's just see... it like so. Ah, wait a second. Let's make it like so. And then we're gonna add a main road here. To another harbor area, potentially. Very good. City status has been increased to a major colonia now for Verulamium, as we're calling it. Okay, and we will need another market area then here, for sure, for this area. Together with a hearth again on the other side. Also a trade treaty agreement with Rob Stark. Oh, Afro Jorgwin, as he's called. And he actually wants to go into the trade treaty, which I'm happy to go for. What is that? The total is -5 right now. What he actually, you know, he proposed it. Okay, we need one more. Okay, so we need to do something else here for him to accept. Offer the gift. We could give him a gift. Ooh, that's not a small gift though. Okay, gotta wait on that a bit. Next, religion. We can go in Albion for Ceres again to boost my farming. So I'm gonna set her to this island here too. Even though it doesn't make a lot of sense having that goddess here, because of course we have the Celts here. So that's a Roman god. Upgrades to tier 2 we can already do. Let's go ahead. Now we can choose a path that we need to go for. The Romano-Celtics or the Celtics. For the main island, in fact, I like the Romano-Celtics for now more. So I'm gonna go ahead and choose them. Also, they give me a knowledge boost. Right, and now we get the Roman Celts. In this case here, you can go with both of them, so you're not locked into one path, right? If we click now on this one here, as you can see, we now can go for the Celtic residences as well, once we reach the nobles, which is then tier 3. So now we need to work towards tier 3. We also get the tier 2 production now, the sausage and the bread. And we get then also our learning here, the Grammaticus. I think it's just, to me it makes a bit more sense to go with them, because you get a nice knowledge boost out of that. And there's so much to research or build the production, the construction material tier 2 in the Celts, in the Celtic region. And it's once again tiles, but it's tiles made out of mud. And for this we need the marshlands once again. I'm considering entering the marshlands somewhere else at this point to not have the mud rise too close to my city. Would that make sense? I'm not entirely sure. The thing is, for every piece of road that we build, right, we consume a lot of planks. I think up to this point here is fine now, right? So this wasn't that much. We're still close to the warehouse, and I can now have my mud dryers. Let's have them a bit further away. How many do we need? This one's really slow. Like, we're looking at 90 seconds production time for 1 ton. And the tire then only needs 1 minute. So I'm gonna build me at least 2 together with a warehouse. And yeah, I'm gonna try and spread this out a bit. There's also then a marsh slot over there. We'll just see what we do with that a bit later. For now though, let's just enjoy the scenery out here in the wasteland. Now we are producing with that now not even 2 tons of mud. So I will actually need to go ahead and get me a 3rd one going, just so that we have the potential then of 2. There you go, because this is just only then 2 tilers, right? Now that's all weighted workforce we're using right now. And one more thing is the charcoal burner, and this is actually producing 2 tons per minute. Hooray! So we only need 1 of this very, very ugly building. Yeah, looking at my forest area, looking at this area here in particular, this will cost me, but we can afford it, to go all the way up there, right? Because this is a great location for my charcoal burner that I would like to have there. And let's also go ahead with a warehouse a bit further up here, because there is also then a mountain slot, and we're gonna need that as well. Also, and this is something that I like, is that we get some basic features or some advanced features from Anno 1800 as basic features. One of them is the camera distance. Look at that, how far we can zoom out. That was only possible after a couple of years in Anno 1800 with a mod, and has then been patched into the game way later. And I'm super happy that it is taking place here right away, because I think this is the maximum without it, and with the extended option we can actually go all the way out. So that's great. However, it consumes a bit more CPU resources. Now, once again, Rob Stark gives me a trade treaty. Allows mutual trade at each other's trading posts. Let's accept. Of course. Why not? There he is. He's got a great harbor area, and he's got contracts. I'm not entirely sure about him, honestly. Do we need to conquer him? I think we need to at some point. He does have, though, some very good contracts here, like destruction contracts, with lots of rewards coming out of that. So this is a potential ally or a potential adversary at some point. No idea. By the way, looking at the inner islands here on the map, I think we've got the smallest one. Doesn't matter, this can be a great city nonetheless, and I can see that we probably will need to settle on something, because who took it? Saranito took this island down here from us. So my idea would be to go for this one. But this is actually where we need to have a look at the needs of my Celts, right? And we have the Roman Celts, and this means that we will need to go for the Bruges at some point. And the Bruges needs silver above everything else. And that's actually something we can then export to my tier 4 population in Latium. But I will need silver. We do have silver though in Verulamium. We got 8 mountain slots, so I'm actually set up in this case. I'm still gonna get to this island here and just see how much it costs me. The thing is, here we do have granite. I don't have granite on my main island, nor do we have it close by anywhere, so I might need it for later. And yeah, let's go for it. Alright, so here also those things are now working. We just need the tilers as the last production. And let's actually have them really far away here on this mountains, or close to this mountain slot, right? And with that, we do now have a tile production in our Celtic village. Important, because all these service buildings here need tiles. Next, let's continue with some basic expansion again of my settlement. So I'm probably gonna push a bunch more people in here, and then also here, and then we have a whole bunch of space available on the other side of all of that. So here. We can just go crazy again. Depends on what I want to actually add here then. So now we can actually just use those blocks. And I would also like to go with some higher density blocks as well. The cool thing is about the higher density blocks is we can easily build service buildings into that. Because usually you kind of like have the same shape of larger service buildings as a 6-tile block, right? So it makes it a bit easier for me to go ahead then and replace those houses. We got the next research finished as well. And that means we can go now for Mercury Lugus because we have chosen the Roman path in Albion. And this then goes further into the Grammaticus. Actually, the Grammaticus has the requirement of all 3 here. So this is a specialization, right? Whereas with the Celtic path, we would go with the large loan. That we could also unlock, by the way, yeah. But I'd rather go with the Grammaticus because this is way more powerful in Latium. I always take the knowledge boosts right away. And then also we can go with fuel efficiency, reduces the coal consumption of every building by 20%. So I would also like to push this one as well. This is only possible because we've chosen the Roman path. So gives you some kind of specialization there. Next we do have in our Celtic village, bakeries, vintners and brewery income effect. If we pay for the festival again, 5,000. I don't care about the income effect, but I care about the random specialist that we get out of this. So let's have a look who's joining us today. Acoustic renderer. Productivity for soap is increased by 10%. Might actually just sell her. How much is that island worth? 25,000 only. Whoa, that's cheap. Let's take it. Got ourselves the next island already. Now here, yeah, let's go ahead with a main road again, but not that much, right? And then what we can do here is actually start right away with 2 of those and get ourselves the lumber production already set up. Because you're starting with, of course, a basic workforce, right? That you definitely want to have. And with this, the lumber is coming in. With 7 more, we can use then the cockle picker. And after all of that, we can then place some houses without having to get a single piece of lumber over here. Great stuff. Let's push our city further. That's a massive addition here of houses. Of course, we will have to reinforce all our production chains because of that again. So can we actually place them? No, they need to have a coastal side. So I'm gonna go ahead and also have them over there. My cockles. What a beautiful name. There you go. And let's add 1, 2, 3. Because you need a lot of them, right? Let's go ahead with this one. And we can also check it out here right away. It's still not enough, right? We still need 1 more. And the eels, of course, are totally out already. That's gonna be tricky. The cool thing is, though, as you can see, they can overlap with the fields at least a bit, right? So it doesn't mean that in this radius we cannot do anything else. So it's still possible to push other productions as well inside of something like that. So that at least gives me something. Major Imperial City? No, that's Latium. That we have reached. And here we have reached now, though, then the major Colonia. There you go. Oh, my tunics. For this, yeah, we will also need to push this one. More hemp, right? And then we can have more spinners, which is great for me because this gives me more knowledge points. And by the way, I do need another one over here, most likely, together with a warehouse somewhere here. We could actually push this one, yep, right into the marshlands. Very good. That spinner will get it, right? There you go. And this one here gets it anyway. Finally, also we have now the materials to build me, for example, a Medici. Very important to get the island health back on track again. And then also a fire station and a Vigilis. With that, we get some very good parameters here, actually. And let's also have some more upgrades here, as we want to Romanize this area further. But then we're out of timber again. And I think For now, we should have. Yep, very good. This is almost equal. The shoes are surplus. We need one more cockle picker. I think you need really a lot of them, right? But we'll just see how big that town really gets. Now with that, this is at least stable for now. That gives me the opportunity to, go now to Latium again. We need to prepare something, and that is our first trade routes for Albion. And as we can see, let's have a look at the Mercators. If we want to continue, because you know, tier 2 is not the end. We can go for tier 3 in the Celtic region. And we haven't even explored this yet. So if we want to push for them, we need the bread, the sausage. We can produce this here. But we need, down here in the household, the amphora or the olive oil. Now, we already have an olive oil production. But of course, it's not enough. So I need to push this further. So we're going back here. And I was not cutting this, right? So transfer times between the regions is extremely fast. That's really cool. Now, in this case, we need to push more olive, right? So we have the olive production here. And what we haven't done yet with our Roman city is we haven't provided the amphora yet, which is actually really good because it gives you a +1 fire safety. And we should probably push for this one as well, as we have a horrible fire safety right now. It's so low that there is a risk of inferno building up here right now. A cataclysmic fire. So actually I want to see how it looks, but we should prepare for better things. And that's over here in Firmium, and we have the goods, but not enough people. So let's push this area. We have a lot of timber though, so that's a good thing. But you can just see how big those secondary cities become, right? Like this is just crazily large getting just for my productions. But what can you do about it? We need the workforce. Go down here. I don't want to overdo it though, because obviously everything that we build requires more production again. Let's get this one going. Island milestone has been reached for Firmium. That is the next level of devotion, pushing my productivity for farming, which includes my olive plantations. Yeah, they're getting an increased efficiency right now. And of course, we need more of my olive. So I'm gonna push another 2 here. Another warehouse. And then we also have these here. Let's also build me another one here. For all of that olive that we're then exporting to my capital. Now, beside all of that, we have the resin here. And I would like to start using this now. This is for the amphora, right? So we're still at tier 2 production here. And this needs clay, which needs the river slots. And we do have lots of river slots here. That's great. And then it needs the mountainside. No, it needs a forest area. Sorry, I thought it was a mountainside. A forest area. Ooh, we don't have a lot of these. Okay, we do have some here. This is 100%. We can actually use 2 here. We probably could use 2 here. So I'm gonna have my road going all the way down here. I will also need to continue pushing more production for the tunics. So this is where specializing other islands probably makes a bit of sense as well. There's no warehouse close by, so we'll need to build a warehouse. We do have the river slots here, so we can already use them. Wait a second, let's make it like so. Then we get the next spinner. And if we kind of like want to push population, we cannot do this anymore. So the tunic is already quite a bit. Okay, and then probably go with a bigger block again here somewhere. Now we can build the whole thing. Very good. Okay, so we're using now up to 5 olive and we're producing 7. That means I do have a bit of room to add me a couple more of my olive presses now. I think 3 it is in total. Let's just see where we do get some nice bonus still out of that. Here, a bit of it. And over here. Very good. This looks like a very suitable location. We are also down on workforce in our capital, despite having everything fulfilled. Not good at all. I will need to have another city expansion here soon. Let's build this one in here. Get me that going, and trying to squeeze in another one somewhere. Oh, I will also need to increase my industry zone. I can also see already that we are gonna need to move some farmland to other islands soon, right? It's just, there's just no way around this, unfortunately. Now, next, the biggest project so far, and that's the aqueduct. I would really like to start with that. We're full on building materials, as I've been focusing on Albion a bit too much. And for this, well, we just go ahead and take an aqueduct source. There it is. Right, we got the source, got the main building going, and from here outwards, we're now building tier 3Ds, the aqueduct. Super expensive stuff that is, so gotta be careful about it. And we are gonna push it, of course, as planned, into this area here. Right, I'm actually gonna make this into a blueprint now, because I don't want to accidentally build them or build too much of that, right? So I'm gonna push them in here. And then I would like to ask the question why we cannot push it in here. Now here it's possible, so I'm gonna move it all the way down to this area, right? And here I'm probably gonna need to readjust that road a bit. Oh, that's still not possible. Now it's possible. And here's the connection. You can also see that this is an interesting mechanic. You can also see that based on the elevation and the amount of water we transport, this one gets higher and higher. So I don't want to have this one here into a giant wall. So we need to keep them also a bit short. You know, it doesn't make sense to make them super long or anything. The first one stretches all into my city, right? So here, I think we need to make it like so. And then here. And then we're already in the middle of the city. And here we can now add these cisterns that we have. And they have a tremendous effect on the area with health and fire safety. And the range is not so bad. So if I have one here, I probably would like to have one here to get as much as possible out of this, right? So I'm going to move this one a bit down. We're going to get rid of these here. And I'm going to move this one down, this one down, this one down. This one here needs to go to another location entirely, and still though in this area. So here we can actually move a couple of things around to make room for this, because I want to keep the bonus of the income there. Now we're pushing this one further. There we have then the crossing. Let's just hope that we can make that crossing. I can go over here, and here I will need then, it's a double road. Let's delete this again, get down. You can just see how difficult of an endeavor this is going to be using those aqueducts, right? And here I can have my road again. This is not possible. Having a double road, I think, is not possible. Going through that. How does it look? Not particularly good. Let's make this cleaner. Move the shrine. I'm gonna move the shrine. Oh god, where do we move the shrine? We have a good bonus here. Ah, alright, we can just... No, we cannot move it left. So let's get rid of this house here, move the shrine down here. This is so nasty. And then I'm gonna use this one. Once again, we cannot have a double road here. This is something I hope that gets fixed somehow, at least with a mod, because I would love to use them above the triple roads. But this is also where you can see the triple road makes a bit sense, because you have the pillar in the center, and then left and right you have the crossing. It's really just the same thing as the railway in 1800. That was also not able to get over triple crossings, right? So it's a pity that it's once again not possible to do this. Alright, developers, please listen and add me that feature. Alright, here we can have a cistern, and just look at that powerful cistern. It's gonna get a nice bonus in, right? And this is the only way of doing it. There is no mountainside here, right? So you just need to push it all the way down to make this work. Okay, how expensive is this gonna be? Let's build step 1 here. So this is 8 tons of reinforced concrete. I think we can finish the whole thing. 11 tons. Oh, this is the most expensive section, right? Going all the way down. And then in here. And then, ladies and gents, let's activate our first cistern and get the bonuses, please. No water. There it is. This should have its water now. It does not. Something is still amiss. Ah! The water needs time. It takes time to actually flow all the way through. And there's the water. Getting me the bonuses now. Right? And adding me the cistern. So that's a major milestone for the city itself. And we are, first of all, we cut off some of my buildings. So this one. Need to get through there again. This is number 1. Number 2 comes in from the other side. So this is why you want to have several mountainsides, because I certainly do not want to have another aqueduct now going through the whole city, right? This would look super nasty. So I'm going to use this mountainside for my second aqueduct source, and we're pushing this one then in here. So where should we have that? I do have already my placeholder here, but this will need to extend beyond that. So here, down here into this area. There you go. This would look the best. So I'm going to move the bakery. The bakery gives me the bonus, but it also gives me the fire hazard. So I'm actually going to move the bakery out now and save the fire hazard, right? And now what we need to do here is here, I'm going to say here, it's already coming in. So this, all going to be now aqueduct again. Just see, going to have this like so. And then we can not make this one here as expected. Going to need a central area. This will need to make cleanup. Following this road here. And then here. And then here. Let's see how we can make this work. Okay, this road is in the path. It shouldn't have a problem to going over the river, right? There you go. This is possible. And then we move over there. Here, once again, this is unfortunately... Yeah, sorry. I have to get some criticism here. This is not very flexible. So there is certain areas here where it just should work. You know, like this. Come on. Alright. We need to get rid of the middle ground here. There you go. To make it work. And then here, we're pushing all the way through. Right. Into the city. Then going over here. Kind of like hiding that beautiful theater though behind an aqueduct. Gonna remodel this block here. Not deleting any buildings though. We're just moving it down and making or increasing the density, right? And this one. There we have then the next cistern. That we probably make like so. I think this would look the best on it. There you go. Right, and the next one has been established. And with that we get now the whole inner cities on both of them. Right, without having the aqueduct interfering too much. So let's go ahead and get this one on its way. To add yet more fire safety to this whole area than here. And once again, there it is. That was, I think, the culprit. The water is flowing. Very good. So aqueduct number 2 has been fulfilled. And with that, we're increasing health and fire. I don't feel this so much at the moment. But we can see that, yeah, it's going up, right? It's taking a bit of time for this to kick in. Next, this is not the end, right? Because there's another building that profits from the aqueduct at this stage of the game. And that's the bathhouse. And the bathhouse we can already build. It's a massive building, as you can see, with a massive radius. So I'm happy about this for a change. And yeah, we have the option of either pushing it here in the center, or I'm pushing 2. One here, and then one here. And I think this makes a bit more sense to me. So I'm gonna use this area here first for my first bathhouse. So once again, we'll need to juggle around with the roads here a bit, right? So this road moves. This shrine here, I'm gonna push a bit further over here. With that, we can move the market. We can move the tavern a bit. Wait a second. Let's get the well away. There you go. The well is here. And then I should be able now to use my bathhouse just here. What a building. We need to turn it. This is gonna be a beautiful building. And then have the road here. Okay, so we can build this already. And this was a really powerful bonus though, right? So the bathhouse gives you 1000 fire safety if you have it around that. And let's just check it out. Because those buildings are gorgeous. I mean, seriously. Seriously impressive large-scale buildings with fresh water from the mountain. Probably always looks very impressive here from the ground. By the way, we don't need to use third-person mode if you're not a fan of this. You can also just zoom in and then you're first-person mode again. Right, and then you have these massive buildings now here close by. For the glory of Rome. And you have also this nice bigger road here between the two that we are gonna also use now. And especially that I want to upgrade because we can do this. We can finally add paving. This is once again reinforced concrete. And we finally get a proper paving now into Veneta, right? I would like to already upgrade the whole inner city here now. Right, and then as much of the main road as possible. This will not be possible all the way through. Will it? Oh, nice. And then we're out of reinforced concrete. But it's a start. It's a start to make this look way cleaner. Very nice. As we're then moving into my grand area here. And this one gets its water now from the aqueduct. More precise, I think it is because it's in range of the cistern. But it's not. So this one here, it tells me here aqueduct cistern is the requirement, right? Specifically the cistern. There's the cistern, but it doesn't reach it. Yet the water is flowing for it. So that's fine for me. I'm not complaining too much about it. By the way, we can use the same aqueduct to build another cistern over here for this whole district, right? That's something I would like to do, in fact. And I'm probably gonna move this block here. Make it a bit smaller in the process. There you go. So it's still a perfectly fine block. And then we can push this one in here to add yet more fire safety and health. And look at that, from 2000 to 600 negative now only. This drastically improved it and drastically increase the length until we get an inferno. So I'm happy about this. No water supplied for this one yet, because there's the road. Yeah, this is once again something. Oh, we lack the building materials. Sorry. We can just attach it though, right? We can just move it one step further and it's immediately attached. This is much better. Perfect. 300 now only, look at that. Fire safety is finally in the green, in the gray area with all of those bonuses. There's no chance of an inferno anymore. Very good. And look at how the city is changing with the aqueduct, right? For the better and for the worse, I think. So it looks more monumental now as everything's coming up. But also you get these giant concrete walls through the city. In that case, we can of course make things a bit cleaner. This is still not something I would like to see here long-term wise. But the aqueduct requires a lot of planning into your city development, especially then starting tier 3. I'm gonna clean up some roads here that we have now. So, you know, it adjusts to some extent, like here, but not for everything. So here I can continue with my double road again, right? That goes all the way through here. And the triple road has then a crossing like this, which is fine for that side. And here we have the triple road that ends basically nothing, which is also not really clean. So we can use it like so and like so, right? And then we have here a bridge to the other side. Something like that. Because I will want to have a bridge here. Once we have the next bathhouse, I wanted to extend then all the way there. Since we need workforce, I can also continue now adding some more blocks of houses then on that side of the aqueduct, right? And the cool thing is you can then just have smaller branches coming out of it to support, for example, this district here and to support this district here for the monument that we have that probably will need a water connection. We can then just extend another branch out here, you know, as long as there is enough water flowing. So as we can see, we are not having the full capacity of this one here reached just yet of the source, right? That's fine. Also, and that's really cool, there is research specifically targeting my aqueducts. For example, over here we get 50% water supply out of the basins in addition. And here the aqueduct boosts mines close by, and you can also irrigate your fields with the aqueducts and use that to boost their output further. Let's continue with the Medici upgrade finally. Health area boost. That is very important. There's the aqueduct boost for farms. Latium water construction, the placement of Latium coastal buildings on water. And then we have the macro population increase here. This is going to be important later. This is actually one that I would like to get the water consumption reduction for all of my cisterns and the production buildings that require water. This comes out because we have produced 150 tons of charcoal. And with that, we actually have unlocked this area here already. Gives me another trading post upgrade. Oh, yep. To be more specific, trading with Albion and starting global trade, as I would like to call it. For this, let's add a couple more, actually 2 more trade ships that we're gonna need to increase also our volume. I think one we have available somewhere here. By the way, I still have lots of reinforced concrete. Reinforced concrete, I say, concrete. Reinforced concrete is a bit later. And get this over. This was here because we were overflowing with storage. And now I can use that to push my roads. And in this episode, I really would like to connect now my 2 cities that we have. Just like we connected now my city with water and endless flowing water. Beautiful that is. And for this reason, we want to continue with the expansion now for my tier 3 population. What do they have? Bathhouses they have. Yeah, well, they do like some certain things that you get in Albion, like brooches and cheese. And my people love some cheese. We do have 155 workforce. I would like to push a bit more to the tier 2 because we need to build a few more of my oil presses, right? Since we will export this now. Let's have the next one here. And, oh no, actually, wait a second. We are already boosting most of the things here. Here I could actually use it. Because this area is not yet used with it. So let's actually try and squeeze all of this. This is kind of like an artisan road here, right? Just by the river. I kind of like it, the way it looks right now. And we're just gonna push all of this. There is learning and money again. There is my watchtower. This one's actually tiny, so we could have it over there. Can we squeeze it in? Perfect. Getting this one with the next health boost that I want to use. Health boost we are also using right now in the research. That's the sanitary measures coming along in 14 minutes. And this will then once again push the health output of every one of my medici that I have in my town. This is not possible anymore. And with that, get the olives flowing. How much olive do we have now? How much olive oil? This can't be right. What? We're having a surplus production of 9 tons of olive right now? My population basically needs no olive. Like, let's go to Verulamium, my Celtic town. It's not even a ton over there. Oh, a vastly overestimated my production or consumption, I should say. That's great. That's absolutely fine. So we can actually implement this trade route already. So that means we can also go ahead with not needing that much more workforce, right? In Firmium. I'm still going to, of course, add a bunch more. We used a lot now for my farms. So I think happiness-wise, oh yeah. And population-wise, this gives a nice population boost to the whole area over there. And I might also use a service here or there to push some of that. Oh, all of this costs me workforce. Okay, so I'm not gonna do that. Just gonna have the tavern here. Because with the bit of plebeian workforce that is coming in now, by the way, we could boost them with some other service perhaps. I think the sanctuary, no, neither the sanctuary nor the grammaticus actually do it. So I need to add some food, like a porridge, for example. This is something I could do right away. The porridge is super easy to produce and it actually boosts 2 of my tiers to the next level. We need 4 porridge stands, and with that 4 oat farms. That is something we can probably still give this city here. So I'm gonna have them over here. Let's just see how we can spread them out. Of course, the idea could also be then to, use another island for all of these agricultural things, where we then have a goddess that is just specifically there for farming, right? Because of course we also don't want to have a farm god in our capital forever. So that's 4. That's already more than we need. And then we have the porridge stand. They don't need to be in the city. So we're just going to keep them out here. And have all of this. The charcoal burner still working. Very good. Get the porridge going. Get the workforce going. Let's start with the resin production now that we have over here. Because I really would like to get the amphoras going now. And the Celts also want that. And of course, Veneta needs it. And we got 3 tons of total demand already in Veneta. And not even a ton in Verulamium. So my double V's, by the way. So my capitals. Even though Valerium is a much more beautiful name than Villeta, I'm still gonna keep it now. People would be way too confused. Let's have a look. We don't need 4, 5, yeah, 5 resin tappers. That is the idea. Let's just see. This is 100%. This is 100%. I guess if I build the road, I'm gonna lose a bit of it. Then we have the next ones over here. Close to my city over there. With one here. Very good. 100% both of them. Let's hope it stays that way when we build it. Another bridge. And then I'm gonna make a nice curve road all the way up here. For my resin tapper number 5. And it looks like we could squeeze in 2 here again as well. Let's actually build them. 1, 2. Then we got 4. Right, we still have the workforce. And then number 5. Okay, some attacking here. Oh, my trade ship is under attack, in fact. And here, this was destroyed. I didn't even notice that. Let's repair all of this and get the fleet rolling. I might actually send this one in here and quickly build me a defense tower here. And here. Perhaps they're less likely to attack then. Guess we're gonna need to... Oh wow, that's a lot. 4 pirate ships already. Coming in here right now. I will have to use all of my ships. Including my flagship. Let's get them over there. We might still lose the trade ship there.
Citizens are dissatisfied with their lot and may...
Come on, fire. You can do it. There you go. The first harbor defenses in action. Super happy about this. And they're doing some damage. Yeah, absolutely. There's my fleet coming in from the other side now. Sank the first ship. Let's use my trade ship to pick up some loot here. Some sails. Alright, coming along. It's fast, but we should be able to take it down. There it's down. Very good. Next ship down. Bear in mind, these are only tier 1 and tier 2 ships that we have so far. It's gonna be some better attack. And you can also equip captains and specialists on them. I'm gonna change them again a bit. Alright, I will need to add a repair crane here. It's actually really expensive, but it's worth it to have a bunch of them. It needs to look like this, really. Okay. That could make sense. Let's keep that ship here and just resume trading once we finished with it. Okay, also my first trade ship is coming out now. Festival, where? In Firmium. Add a random specialist for 5,000. Let's take this one. Physician, that sounds promising. Health boost for a specialist, yeah. So I could use my Officium, like here, and get me that health boost, which we, yeah, could use. There's my ship. Tier 2 trade ship, once again, the Mercator, out it comes. And it's time to finally implement that trade route between my 2 main cities. And we do have Verulamium, and in Latium we have now Veneta. And once again, you need to decide then the entry point, and as we can see, the Albion region is to the west of where we are, right? So I'm trying to kind of like pass my island here so that we can use it as a defensive point. Yeah, Sara Nito, if we're ever at war with her, this will be problematic. You can even zoom in now on the maps, which is really cool. And we can see though that her harbor is on the other side of the island, right? So it should be fine to move here. Shouldn't be any interference really, beside the pirates. There they are already. All right, and in Albion, we're having a very good straight line from here. And we're just passing by Whitecliff. So Procurator Corvinus, he's neutral, so he's not going to be a threat to us. However, the harbor area is on the other side of the island, so this takes a bit longer. Shouldn't be a big problem though. Mercator, and we're gonna take in Vineta, we're gonna take the olive oil that we have. We got a lot of olive oil. I am contemplating if... No, we don't need 2 times, right? Because the consumption rate is 1 ton, 2 tons perhaps. And I think this can be faster than 25 minutes per turn, so I'm gonna keep it like that. Though in the Rolamium, we're gonna pick up then something that we're actually not really producing there just yet. Gonna be the brooches and then the cheese, or actually just add it later and go with the olive oil for now. And we're gonna unload this then in the Rolamium. And what we still need to do is, before this, first of all, we get the milestone here now that we have the global trade. And I would really like to do this, and you can do this again, of course. Set a minimum stock, right? So I'm gonna set a minimum stock of, actually, let's make it high, 100. We already have 150 tons available. So that not more is traded. Oh, we have actually 150 tons. Already the 100 tons deducted from it. So lots of oil we have. And this trade route just gets more complex now as it progresses. For now it's trading. And then it's on its way. I'm also going to send 3 of my warships already somewhere here to start protecting this central area. To protect my ships from any kind of raiders. This one's been repaired again, so we can activate the trade route. And I'm also going to send 2 of my warships now over here to also start protecting this channel towards Firmium that we definitely will need to do. We can see there's a lot of them now on the map, right? Going around, always in pairs. So I'm also going to push a bunch more warships. 3 more, we're going to queue in. The research is finished. Sanitary measures. Yeah, we are having very good health and very good fire safety ratings now, honestly. So there's not that much to fear from that. Main problem now is happiness, in fact. Also didn't know this tag here was a thing. Drainage. We can drain the swamp in Albion to make room for more construction space. That's really cool. For now though, I'm gonna go over here and we're gonna put the encampment in. With this, we could invade. Next is the wall upkeep reduction, and then important to me is the attack speed bonus of the towers, making them a bit more powerful. And we need to build the barracks to unlock us this area then. Gonna add me also some more of my patrols. Across the city we have the building materials, luckily. Most of the city though is affected by patrols, so still gives me a nice booster. And then we can also use the watchtowers to further increase that. I think a tavern we do really have everywhere. So tavern shouldn't be the major problem. Oh, down here they need a tavern. Indeed. And a sanctuary might also be needed. We could have one here, because this would affect the whole upper district. I will, however, once again need to move a bunch of buildings around. So we're going to make this one into a higher density block again. And we're going to move... You know what? Let's just delete them. I'm going to move them down here. I really don't care about the tier 1 buildings all the time. And these guys here, we can move them down here. Just by the cistern. Oh boy, next trade attacks here. It's a lot of these. Where's my patrols? We have my patrols here. We might actually make them as an escort, honestly, and just escort my trade ship from now on. If it survives, that is. Doesn't look good for my trade ship. Okay, but they certainly will not dare to enter my defensive space here. The scene again. We might do some pirate hunting here at some point. I really want to see this one here going down though. There you go. Nice. Okay, and these guys here, we can now set up patrols, of course, as well. And we just have then the patrol waypoints here, and then also extending all the way here. I think this could work great to protect the ships here. Perhaps they have something else than just sails with them. Ah, timber. Alright. Let's continue with some more upgrading again. We don't have that many tier 3 houses yet, so let's push them. This also gives you access to some more buildings. Especially here. Very good. And on top of that, let's have the roads upgraded, close to them. And of course, add some more ornaments then. I like to add some greenery to the scene now. Haven't used that. And what kind of paving could we use? We could use this one. The dirt doesn't fit. This one would fit a bit more, I guess, for these buildings. Right. Gotta say, I really love how the city looks when you build all of that. And this is only tier 3, right? There's even better buildings coming. Beautiful. Yeah, you're getting this urban Roman feeling after a while, right? Oh, I will walk around in this town so long after recording. You will have to find me somewhere. Back to Albion, we have missions to fulfill. The thing is now the olive oil will be coming in. So now we need to work on the other things here if we want to continue upgrading them. So the Grammaticus and the Fanum would be another service building. And for that we also need bread and sausage. Or sausage, you don't need both of them. What is better? Income, population, or population happiness? We are dropping really low on the income. So we have a good income here already. So that means those people can pay taxes. And I'm gonna go with the bread. So the bread will of course require most likely more space again. We don't need any fertility for wheat. Wheat is one of those universal resources, as far as I know, that you can have anywhere. And I think I'm gonna use this area here for some farming. Right? Yeah. So we already have now the logging thing working. Let's make this a bit more chaotic. As this one goes towards the swamp. I mean, this is already pure chaos. And then I'm gonna add me another smaller town here along the main road. To get some basic workforce in. Very good. Now for the wheat farm you only need waiters, so there's no need to upgrade this town just yet. Let's keep that forest to the left intact, that we might need for something, and here we can then just have some of my wheat. Of course, once again, we could produce the wheat as well in Latium and get it over. I think there's no real advantage to this, so it should be the same for both of them. And we do need... I think it's not going to be much, right? Bread, not even a ton at the moment. So... Oh, the ratio here is 1-1-1 for all of them. So, really, 2 wheat farms would already be fine for the whole thing for the moment. Oh, Okay, and then we just take this one. And I think with that, we are gonna be fine for a very long time in my Celtic area. By the way, we can purchase ships if I need something really quickly, like 5,000, that's fine. Get me a trade ship out of here with 3 slots, the Pentaconta the Widower. So now I guess we know why that ship is up for sale. And get this over here, because I'm gonna use more ships now with trade routes then as well. And where is my... So there's my oil leaving already. So yeah, we got oil in. Great thing. It gives me income, health and population out of my mercatos. And then we got my trireme here. Then we're gonna push and get some tiles over. Not much though. And on top of that, I think we can upgrade our trading post to tier 2. And it all gets a Roman architecture. Because of course we have chosen the Roman path. Let's add some more here. Here. And here. Oh, we've got lots of waiters in fact. And we're gonna need those mercatos for the next production chains. And here probably. Very good. Unlocking us a few more things down the road. And let's also add some ornaments. These are Roman buildings, so I might actually also just add us some statue. Do we need a well? It's always raining here. Let's go ahead and get me a well. And I guess some... Oh, it's an olive tree, an Albionic pine tree, an Albionic oak tree. I like this. I like this a bit more. And some shrubbery or flower together with some kind of pavement. There you go. And now we can copy this one to the other courtyards. Oh no, not again. Those raiders are getting pesky. They're getting aggressive. It's my patrol they're actually attacking now. It's once again 2 of them. They started with 1, now it's always 2. We'll just see where this is going. The next warships are coming out. There we have it. It will accommodate now my patrols here. To fortify that side. And here we got 3 ships. And I'm also going to set them up for patrol. From here to here. Keep it small so they return to their post faster. And there's one coming in here right away. Okay, got the tiles. Let's have the grain farms. You know what? Let's just build all 4 of them because honestly it doesn't really matter. It's a bit of a cheap production there. And get me another trade route going. Can we add groups here again? We can add groups. Very good. So this is the group Latium now, where we're gonna move those. Move to new group. Gonna rename the new group to Latium, right? And then we got the new group here. That is the global. And then we're gonna add a new group that is now just for the trade between my Celtic settlements. The widower is gonna be this one, and we're gonna, of course, transport now the grain. I think 1 slot will be fine for this. And let's add this one here to a new group called Albion. Very good. Off it goes. And with that, we only now need a flour mill. And now this is interesting. Where do we need to have the flour mill? Anywhere. Perfect. Doesn't need a river. And I might... I don't care. As long as we're not losing a ship. Let's keep this one going. We need a smaller artisan district for these kind of things, right? Non-Buludi stuff. I might actually just add it here, close to my town, as it makes sense to me. Okay, also next upgrade for my walls. This is 1-to-1 again, so we really will not need that much of them, right? So we could probably calculate 4 right now. And then 4 bakeries. And oh yeah, the bakeries, they pose a threat though, because of their fire risk thing. So I'm not gonna spread them through the city, honestly. So perhaps 1 more over here then. There you go. For my income boost. Then we have the 3. And of course, fire safety is actually fine. But I'm still gonna go ahead and add me also a fire station here, close by. Very good. Bread production has started with all of that. And with that, we will get the bonuses shortly. And this only leads me then to the brooches or the soap, either way. The soap we could actually also export or import into this area. Because there's no lavender. Or the brooches, I'm actually inclined to go with them. Tower upgrade, 10% more speed for my defensive towers, very good. Let's stay a bit in the military branch here for the moment and work on armor smithing. Because the weapon smithing and then the armor smithing, look how fast it is, 1 minute. it takes for us to finish. And we could also go for the protective entourage. Gives me a morale bonus to my units. And the slingers we don't have. And infantry torching speed. I think that's important. And plated hulls, a new module for my ships. But we need to have at least 5 tons of armor in storage to unlock this one. Shipboard scorpions, a better weapon than just fire arrows, would be now this one here. Let's actually also go ahead for it, for the next generation of warships. The Emperor, he's not coming out to us that often. A famine has befallen the fields of the Empire and people are starving. We got a good reputation with him for now. I'm not producing sausages at this point, so I cannot go for this. I don't know if this is by default, that he requests good that I don't have, so that it increases the challenge. I'm not ready yet to push the sausage production, when not even the bread is working fully yet. Armor smithing, very good. And then it's time for 2 more service buildings in my capital. The first one is the Grammaticus, once again, very important, because of course we want to push the research. I could get this one a bit further over. It still has a fantastic range. Yeah, I want to do this. I want to really maximize my yield here for the research. And this gives me now 200 more learning. Very good. That we have. And then we have the Phantom. This is a Celtic specific building. A religious structure that gives me devotion and learning on top of that. I'm going to have me one over here. This actually makes a lot of sense over here, I think. Yeah, makes more sense in this area. And we have the hearth then looking away from it, like so. They're looking both in different directions. Very good. To also push some more knowledge. And this pushes me now to 1,000 knowledge. Very good. Fine buildings. I just really like the architecture. And this is also a really nice detail. When it rains, you get these reflections on the ground. And this game has really full ray tracing. Fantastic. Time to work on the brooches now. That will require then the silver mine, and we do have the silver deposit on this island. We got lots of mines for this. We do have a silver mine producing 2 tons per minute, and yeah, 2 tons per minute we can push out with 1 mountainside. Now we have the brooches already here with 1 ton, and in Veneta we do have also just 1 ton. So the amount is not that high. 1 silver mine could already supply my global population. Of course, just supplying them is never the option. We always want to have also a bit of a surplus. So let's go ahead and have this silver mine here in the mountains.
You here to see how the sausage is made?
And a second one probably a bit further over here. There you go. Having also access right next to a warehouse. Alright, those 2. They will need, all of them need coal actually. So the Silver Forge and the Fibularium both need coal. We'll just see how that turns out. And we need a bit of a heavier industry zone. Yeah, I think we could just use this one where we already have the coal, the charcoal burner. So let's get the charcoal burner over. And then we have our Silver Forge. And this will be... Oh, wait a second. We need a lot of them for 4. Is this right? We need 8 Fibulariums. Wow. Okay. That would be, of course, twice the demand I have globally right now. But I still need to plan this. So, it's gonna be a lot of forges. Let's have it here. I think we can squeeze in quite a few here. 1, 2, 3. We're gonna need 4 of the silver forges. Nah, I need one here, honestly. And then we really, really need a lot of these guys. More than I can handle space-wise. So here, it would make sense to drain the swamp now. And we do have it here, the drainage. Let's unlock us this. Because I really don't want to, you know, cut this one too much. That's fine, actually. All right. So I can use a bunch more here. And with that, I think we already get it. I could still add 2 more here, but we got now 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Very good. So this is twice the global demand we have right now. So I'm hoping we're not going to need that much more. Of course, adding an officium here then, officium and the specialist makes sense to me. So let's just see how much space this one needs. Here. Very good. We could get this whole area here with 1. So this works out for me. Perfect. The silver mines work. Let's get the fibularium going, and then we can start with these here. I think we have everything for it. Let's start with 4. So half. Quite honestly, let's build all of them. We can afford it, right? Maintenance cost is not too high. And with that, I would like to upgrade my warehouse here. Oh, ransom demand. The Celts this time around 45,000. The way I'm looking. You know what? This time around I'm gonna pay it, but it's the last time that I'm not gonna pay it. It's too much money. Not gonna pay this one. Instead, we're gonna use my global trade that we have here and get me weapons over. In Veneta, gonna pick them up. We got lots of weapons. To build us up a big of a defense, right? She's only sending out the ships now. Is that a ship of her? No. It's hidden in the fog, I think, because the black symbol is a bit further away. So she doesn't have that many roaming around just yet. Oh, it's actually the green ones. Yeah, now they're pushing out, right? Should be fine until I get my weapons. Alright, one more thing. Let's go back to this trade route and also pick up in Veneta now, of course, our bridges and get them over to Latium. So this ship is now fully utilized. I might want to add a second one just to increase the quantity that we can push. Of course, also, we're gonna need a minimum for my consumer goods here. And since it's a low volume product, I'm gonna go with 10 as a minimum. Just so that we're not, you know, depleting the whole storage here. Now we're just waiting for the silver to really come in. There it is. Very good. Silver is coming out of it, and then the whole industry will start. Main problem will be coal. I'm gonna have another coal charcoal burner here for now, right? It's dirty though. Look at that. The radius is also huge on this one. And I will need to find new ways though of producing coal. Probably a specialist island just for that continuously burns down then. We'll just see how we do this. Well, now we continue with something that we need to do. Something that I totally forgot in the last episode. Blame me. Holy cow. We do have the resin. And I haven't adjusted my trade routes for this. So we got the olives for Fermium over. This one's a 4-slot one. So of course we can now also put the resin in. Now I'm gonna use the raw materials and send this over, of course, because it makes it easier to just have then the whole artisan stuff over here, right? Whereas we have the raw materials coming in from the other islands. Because here we do have the workforce that we are not using for anything else, right? Whereas here we would need to build up the workforce, which is just much harder, to be honest. So in this case here, we get the resin over now. We are already also producing some coal. And by the way, we are out of storage, so let's upgrade this one here to double my storage. And you know what? I would like to also use now the next charcoal burner somewhere here. Let's just see. This is 96% efficiency. Perfect. I know. Fire safety standards are going through the roof. but it's gonna be worth it. And there's another one, right? Because what I would like to do is I would really like to push these trade routes here now so that we do not need the coal production here anymore. So with that, let's actually work on that. Get rid of the charcoal burner number 1. And this saves me not only space, but island safety, fire hazard safety. We can reduce it this way. I do have another one over here somewhere. There it is. Oh, and the scorpions have been researched. That's great stuff. We can make our ships now even more powerful. Also, we got a bit of a logging industry here. I'm also going to get rid of that. We have, first of all, too much anyway. And second of all, logs is also something that we will probably get in from another island, because it takes a lot of space and is low quality production. And we want to start moving more high quality production to Veneta, and the low quality I want to outsource. Just like in real life, you know, when a city develops, it becomes more apt and it wants to do higher quality stuff, and we're just going to outsource the low quality stuff to cheaper islands overall. The same goes with, yeah, the grain farms, for example, even though for now I'm going to keep them. Now, this is number 1. Number 2 is that we're having a bit of a workforce problem already for the farmers. What's going on? Do we miss something? We're not missing anything. I might not have enough fish now that I think about it. Let's push a few more of my fisheries. This one unfortunately doesn't adjust to the key, but there you go. Let's go ahead with this. Yeah, it's not enough. It's not enough. We need more fish. Let's add 2 more here. And the fish will also be something that we're not going to keep forever, of course, here. I need the fish, otherwise we're running out of people. And these guys here, they don't even have anything to live by right now. Oh, very sad. They need a tavern, they need a marketplace. Where's my tavern? There's my tavern. Let's have this one here right next to this. These attacks are getting a bit annoying, I know. And I'm pushing now more buildings than here. Down, right? And also here. There you go. And then we can have a bunch more on that side. As we're closing in on the smaller artisan district there. But I will need a real city expansion pretty soon. And yeah, for starters, I can move the fields away. It's not that many fields, and it's once again a low quality production together with the... So that's the porridge, right? Let's get all of this over. There was a charcoal burner here, so this is a direct result of us outsourcing already the coal. How do we do this the best way? Let's make the connection from here. And also get me not a house, but a warehouse going. This one we can move a bit. 76% is fine. And with that, we have the production here for now. Do we need more of the porridge? Not entirely sure. Yes, we do. Right, so I might actually just add me 2 more. And then I'm gonna have 2 more here. So that we should be left alone from this problem here for a while. This gives me so much space here. Look at that. The warehouse here we don't need. The service buildings we're gonna move up. And with that, this main road here continues all the way now here, where we're probably gonna make it straight again. It's just easier. Yeah, this is a bit fiddly, but it's working, right? And here we can have then more houses again. Cleaning things up a bit is important. I've been just mindlessly moving things around for a while to make room for my aqueduct, right? But now we can make this a bit cleaner looking here towards that main road there. And then also allow some better buildings again. By the way, this is a great area here for the bigger service buildings that we're gonna need for this whole area. I'm just gonna keep that space available for now. And we're just gonna push then. Yeah, this is a problem. You cannot turn that by 90 degrees. So only 180. So I cannot move a district like this over here and adjust it to the road. Yeah, annoying. But it's the small annoyances that I don't care about so much. This looks strange. That's better. Because the fact is you can still, of course, build it like so, right? Along the diagonal roads. Milestone has been reached. Devotion reached another level. We're not gonna have Ceres here for that much longer though. Because we already unlocked the better god, the better goddess. That I would like to implement here soon. But that's another project again, right? That's something that will take preparation. Changing a goddess. Very good. And there is another one. So now we have the diagonal right here. Oops. Now what I should be able to do, I can kind of like take this one. No, I can't. Okay. Oh, change orientation. Wait a second. Ah, look at that. All right, there is a hotkey for this. Question is, it's not though for the block, right? It's just for the copy function. Okay, doesn't work. Ah, that would have been nice. That would have been glorious. Let's just see. I'm gonna make another triple road. No, this is not a triple road candidate. So I'm just gonna place this one here most likely. There you go. Continue the expansion. Oh no. Ransom demands from our parity. And we're gonna refuse, of course. It's getting a bit nasty, but not nasty enough yet. Also, I would like to go for the next island. Can we afford it? 180,000. Why is this so expensive? It's a small island. I mean, it's a very precious island. Grant you that. Yeah, pay it. There you go. Saliente. We got ourselves. This is very important for several reasons. We do have murex here. We do have sandarek that we're gonna need now soon. And we have minerals here that we don't have anywhere else so far. So minerals are also another very important resource that we're gonna add. Also, it has a lot of space. And I'm sorry, I'm saying a lot of also right now. If I'm getting excited, I can't focus on the words so much. Because the truth is, I'm very, very happy with this game so far. This is not the triple road that I wanted. This is something else. And then we could have this double road there. I like how this actually turns out. So, gonna have the space here. Gonna have the space here. So this might be a little park area. Could we have a full paving here? Ah, yeah, we could make it, right? Pretty cool. This might be something to consider then. And here we just have then our artisans. I would probably... So let's change orientation. That's great, really. And now we could be pushing this one here. It's just not gonna work for one single tile. Gonna move the medicus away. And then we have my soap makers. Probably gonna need a bunch more of them, actually. In the not so distant future. And I would really like to use them here. And I think we can do it. Perfect. As we move towards this area. And then here, yeah. Oh, what is that? A treaty. Again? I don't need no treaties for now. I think it was just a renewing of a trade treaty. Alright, this is coming along. We'll need to move that industry zone again. Superior knowledge. A defensive pact with her. Vow to fight side by side. Let's accept. She likes us, I guess, because we do have that military power improving. Got a lot of ships coming out here right now. And, of course, more defense. Another tower over there.
I would have done the same.
Makes that harbor area now well protected. And do we have... we don't have another building permit for the depots. That's annoying. You cannot spam them. There's the next depot permit that we can push. From the cistern, we're going into the firmer foundation. Allows the placement of harbor buildings in the water, including the shipyards. And then we go for the depot permit over there. Is there another one? No, no building permit. or depots anymore. So a second one we can afford, but that's then it. Yeah, minor monstropolis. What kind of name is that? Ah, totally destroys my ratings again. Negative 3,000 happiness. This is just too abstract, right? What does it really mean? There is, I mean, it's not like the whole city is burning because of that, right? It's just negative 3,400 and we get an uprising in 13 hours perhaps. So, okay, I guess it's not as bad as it looks there right now. Of course, we should tackle the issue with some nice buildings. Over here, by the way, another bathhouse? No, that wouldn't make sense. A theater. Yes, all of these people don't have a theater yet, and that gives you lots of happiness. So this might be something here, just along the main road, that I'm gonna add me over here. There you go. Theater number 3 for my city. Does improve it a bit to have all of this here also now affected by it. And all of these guys here, of course, they don't have a marketplace and a tavern yet. So I might just have the marketplace here in this area and my tavern then also here somewhere for another happiness boost for this whole district. Or even another sanctuary for all of these guys here. But there's a huge overlap with that one now. So that... No, I'm not gonna do that. But a Grammaticus we don't have anywhere here. That's definitely something I would like to add. Because research gets really expensive. Okay, we're gonna work on several artisan districts now. This one here is one of them that I would like to continue now developing. We do have a very good condition here, right? Also, there's a charcoal burner still. Let's get rid of that. Don't need that no longer. And let's also get that spin over there. This gives me a bit of room here to work now, right? We already have that warehouse. I'm probably gonna move it a bit. There you go. Looks cleaner, and we can squeeze in then perhaps a firefighter or so that we still need in this area. Perfect. Now, we do have the amphora production now ready for action. That needs a clay pit still. We already have clay pits here now, obviously, but it's equal. So we do have some more, yes, river slots. This one. How many amphoras do we need? The cool thing about amphoras is also they're going to provide me another boost. I'm going to show you that. So there it is, 3 tons already. Because looking at the amphora now, all the way down here, they provide fire safety for all the buildings that are satisfied with them. So that's really cool. We need 2 clay pits though to make 4. Might actually get me this one over here. And this one has it close by. Where's my warehouse here? There's the warehouse. Very good. Alright, on the other side though, we have then our resin, and then we have the potter. And the potter produces 1. It would boost my income again. But that fire safety hazard, that's just, you know, it decreases fire safety by -2. Once we provide pottery though, we do get +1 fire safety for every building again. So, yeah. I'm not gonna use them too liberally throughout the town, otherwise I'm actually destroying my own boosting there. So I'm trying to get some of those potters now in here. Like 1, 2, 3, and 4. They're all together here. Very good. And with that out of the way, we have finished another good that we're providing now. While we're here, still in tier 2 productions, I would also like to have a look at garum. It's the other thing that we haven't provided yet. It's another optional product, but one that is really nice if they have it. There it is. It provides happiness, right? And income. It's +2 per building, and it counts for tier 2 and tier 3 population. The problem with garum is that it needs mackerel, and mackerel is something that we really don't have anywhere. We don't have it here, don't have it here, don't have it here. There's sturgeon, but we have it on this smaller island that we settled a couple of episodes ago for the marble. And this one actually has the mackerel population. I'm so happy. because the mackerel also only needs, you know, Libertus workforce. So that's once again something where we don't need to add a huge economy to this area. We rather just use what we already have here, and that's smaller tier 1 buildings, and be happy with it. I'm not happy with that road layout though. I'm gonna have this one over here to provide that minor boost. Come on. This looks nasty. There you go. Yeah. And those Liberty, they're very happy with just having some fish. Not having it with the roads today. There you go. We only have one fishery for now. That will certainly not last. Gonna build me some 2 more. And then we're just gonna wait for some workforce to come in. Now, I don't think we have a commute pier. It wouldn't also make much sense, because you never really have that much workforce to begin with. Actually, we have 500 Libertos now that we can upgrade in Veneta. That's glorious. It's not gonna be for now. Let's have a look at my marble trader. So he's getting the marble over, and he's transporting a lot of marble. Alright, but he doesn't need to, because we don't need that much marble. So I'm gonna change one of the marble slots now to my mackerel. There it is. And push this over. I don't need that much marble. We are capping on marble. Totally. Let's upgrade the warehouse here too, to double the island storage for Valerium. And now, since the workforce is coming in, over here, this is a very tight area, but one where we can easily have lots of mackerels. And now we just need the fish. Can we build them on the ocean too? Yes, we can. Like so. Ah, perfect. This gives me some room here. And then I think this is cleaner looking. This is a production of 1 minute. Garum, we need how much right now in Veneta? 2 tons only. Alright. Easily doable. 1, 2, 3, and 4. You know, let's have a bit of a surplus there, as always. Give them a bit of a fire safety. I don't want to have them burning down here. And with that, we got the mackerel production up and running, the fishery. And we're gonna go back to my artisan district now, where we are already pushing some silica. Silica is not good for eating. Over here, we got the salt. These are the ones that I would like to have. And the salt is something that you absolutely need to build along the coast. And what comes out of them is, I think it was 2, right? Yep, 2 per minute. Salt, we have now 10. Actually, we have way too much anyway, but it's a dirt cheap thing, so it's okay. And then we're gonna go here, and now we have the garum. Look at that, this is nasty. 90 seconds? Oh, and Ceres is now exalted when it comes to devotion. That gives me another shrine and another +1 population. This is where actually the population boost comes from. Interesting. All right. And then we have this factory here, and once again we're gonna need a bunch of them. They reduce the happiness of the surrounding area. And I probably will need another warehouse somewhere here. There you go. And let's start building the first 4 to get this production finalized as well. Now this leads to a total production now potential of garum of 3. Just enough really, right? We need actually 1 more now that I think about it. Let's build me 1 more. Treaty. For 5,000, decline and keep fighting. For 5,000, he would actually go with a ceasefire with us. This would, however, make me once again hated by the Emperor. So I'm gonna decline. Because I really don't care about the raiders. They're super weak at the moment. At least when it comes to seafare or warfare on the ocean. Let's actually get another ship over. We got quite the fleet here now. And those patrols are making it much safer for us. Great to see that. I cannot build a medicus here, can I? I can. Very good. Let's push it more in the center. There you go. Keeping those people healthy. Now that's a lot of things coming in already. Let's go back to Saliente again. Because Saliente, now that I think about it, or... No, this one not. But Saliente could be a great farming place. Now we do have the plank requirements. That's the Sandrock Nursery. It's a forest camp. So that actually contradicts each other. Because we need lots of forests for this production. Whereas, of course, farming needs a lot of meadow field. So yeah, I still don't have an island that we could specialize into agriculture. This one here is close. Right, we already have the olive here. My oat production. It is okay. You could make some farming area here. The grain farm I could move over. Yeah. I think that would be an option, a sensible one. The good thing is we have so much construction material production that I can just take the full stacks here, you know, of things and move them, for example, over here now to Saliente. Now that I think about moving things around, let's quickly change again to Albion. Because in Albion, we should have now the weapons in there. They are very good, coming in from the trade. And that means we can now also push some harbor defenses here. Which, of course, I would like to do. Can we have another one in the center? No. Here. Great. That we can start protecting this here against any kind of ships. We're away from invasions at this point, I hope. So that's okay. By the way, yeah, I think... we should do it. Ladies and gents, let's go for tier 3 already in Albion. There you go. We got the nobles in Albion now. Tier 3 these. Lots of new, very strange demands like the bird tongues. What else do we have here? Hand mirrors. And a temple and a bathhouse. Yeah. Beautiful. So it's pretty much the same building as the tier 3 in Latium. Let's push a few more here, but that's probably the end of it then already. And we also have now the concrete production up and running here in Albion potentially. And there's also my marsh draining that we can have to get rid of this marshland here, just in case, right? This, by the way, brings me to my research real quick, because I would like to work towards tier 3 ships, the Queen Kareems that we have. It's over there. And I have an interesting demand, and that is have 500 Romanized and 500 Celtic population at the same time. So we do have the Romanized at the moment. I do not have Celts. So now that we have reached tier 3, you can go ahead and push Celtic residences only, right? So not the Romanized version, but the Celtic version. Should we have both of them on the same island or spread out on the other island? I think I would like to have it spread out. The problem though will be that we're gonna need to provide the same needs twice. And that we have here then the rechoose and the tunics. It's for Colfern. And Colfern is gonna have the Celtic population working here. I like that we can have both of them and you're not locked out of it, out of your playthrough with that. Vineta, knowledge production boost. Oh, very good. +2 plus the specialist, right? The knowledge boost is pretty nice, I guess. So let's get a few more people in here as we now start also developing this island. So that we may add more Celts, or Celtic, natural Celts, we should call them. Those road textures, beautiful when it just rained. It's a looker, for sure. Gonna need, yeah, to move into my next swamp. It's a huge one, by the way. So this is the main swamp path to provide now the next needs here. And we do have also the eels, by the way, that we could provide. Let's have one here. There's also some mining possible that is only reachable via the swamp. Interesting. And here, the sky, beautiful. And I'm just gonna go ahead and get me one of them, because we really just want to push either one. What is more important, health or income? I think I'm gonna go with income on this one. Yeah, the tunics. Oh, wait a second, the tunics don't need swamp. Let's go with the shoes. It's a lot, 140 fields once again. Gee. Just want to get the building, please. Over here. It's really just a lot of fields. So we can still, yeah, perfect, squeeze in another eel grabber over there. And with that, we get the shoes, providing some happiness on top of everything. Having one here and one here for the shoe production. That is now out of the way. That's going to be more than enough, right? I need another eel grabber though. For my population. And then we can already upgrade. By the way, there we have the nobles. They look very good. I love their cloak. There we have the birds. So this is where we need the bird fertility for the small birds. We don't have that here. We do have that nowhere. So I need to settle another island for this production. Okay. And aqueducts are also not possible here. So this is where you have the mountainsides then for their special resources then, or special service buildings that we want to provide. Also, we're completely out of coal here. Wait, we didn't build that one. There it is. Might need yet another one. That's not gonna be possible. Yeah, this island is pretty much used when it comes to coal at least, and forest, so I will need to sell somewhere else. You know what? We still have some fog here. Ah, yeah, there is an island. Anything close by? There you go. Let's scout this area and hope for an island that we can use. There is another island, but it's tiny. Another medium island would be great. Ah. Rob Stark is on it. He's got 3 islands. This is an insult. It would have been a great island, by the way. Tin! I haven't seen tin yet. Okay, let's try the upper side here. Hope there's still one island at least not settled. There's some smaller islands over here with lots of swamp. Too much swamp. But the birds. Okay. Yeah, this could be an option. It has the swamp. It has the small birds. It has seashells. Okay, so this could be definitely an option for us. Let's go back, because we're about to upgrade now. Ah, this would have been great, but there are no birds. Yeah, that's the only option we have. Let's get the ship to this island here and sell it. We should be able to afford it. Okay, there is the upgrade now. And you can now choose here, instead of the Romanized Celts, let's go with the natural Celts. And even if you make a mistake here, you can also just de-promote them again, right? And change this again. But there they are, the Smiths, the next population tier. They have the cheese that we're gonna need. And yeah, with that, that means also we need to provide now, or we need to develop now 2 cities in Albion with completely different demands, right? So they have trousers for demand, torques that we haven't seen yet, beer that we're gonna need. And they also have different service buildings. So this is really cool. I really like this option. It makes the Albion more diverse and more complicated as well, if you want to go the full route. of course, that we want to do here. Yeah, might be an option to have a Celtic district in the capital too. This could also work, would make sense. For now, I would like to push though to have 500 of them, so that we can work towards the Queen Kareem, which is my primary motivation then here, of course. There I did a mistake, so we can demote it again and move for the Celtic path. There you go. Also, they have their own different houses, and they can also be upgraded to tier 3. Down the road. Get some new buildings out of them. And lots of demands. Clown shields and drinking horns. Sounds great. And with them, I would probably not like to go with any kind of statues, right? So we are really just going to use trees, like oaks, that we can work then here, together with some bushes perhaps. Beautiful, and just as beautiful as this game really is, we continue onwards with our natural Celtic city here on our way to the Queen Kareems, the tier 3 warships, as you know. That's a path that we started in the last episode, and this means that I need to upgrade more peeps here to the next tier, and whoop-de-doo, look at that. Unfortunately, it doesn't save that, right? So I always need to, every time I upgrade, put the upgrade mode in, it takes back the Latium one again, right? Even though I want the natural Celts, of course. So I always need to remember this. Unfortunately, there seems to be no workaround for this right now. We are unlocking more exciting things, and that is the drinking horns over here, and also my shields. And I continue with pushing a few more over there. By the way, don't forget, or don't despair, we are gonna have a massive city development in Latium today as well, so I'm not just gonna focus on the Celts. But in this case here, we want to start with that because I really want to get that milestone. I think here we will not be able to build a road. Nope, so that's not something. And yeah, as you can see, we're going with a bit of an alternative layout for this one, right? It can be a bit more chaotic, and that's absolutely fine then. I think here, you know what, let's just go in here like this. I know I'm gonna lose out on a building slot here, but that's okay. And then also here. Now, in this case here, we are looking at 226 smiths, so we need 500 of these guys here. And to push them further, we can also go ahead with the first new production chain that comes with that. That's the cheese making. This one directly pushes the population and the income per building. So that's definitely something I want to have. And I'm guessing, you know, we're not going to need a lot of cheese. Yeah, it's not even a ton at this point. It, however, needs the cattle farms. And the cattle farms do need meadows. So I'm going to have my road all the way here. It's a really funny island. Lots of smaller cliffs. We might even have the cattle farms up here because, yeah, it makes sense to me, right? Oh, actually, no, it needs a marshland. That's new to me. Okay, I thought it was the meadows. So my mistake here. We will need to expand my marshland area. Probably then here right away, where we already saved precious space for these guys. This one's producing 1 per minute. It needs a new construction material on top of everything, and that is now my labor's yard, the wattle and daub. Is it really called like that? Wattle and daub, right? The Romanized Celts, they need tiles, but the natural Celts need the wattle and daub. Alright, so let's get this one going. This needs reed and the mud dryer. The mud dryer, once again, is something that we already use for the tiles. So it's a building that we can safely squeeze in here, right? With the very slow production time. I'm going to have a second one, in fact. And then we will have the reed gatherer that I'm having over there. 140 fields as expected. Once again, totally exaggerated. So let's go ahead and get them going right here. Does it ever stop raining in Albion? I like rainy weather, but this is excessive. Alright, so we got this going, and now I just need the labor's yard. Yeah, and you don't need to have this on the swampland though, but we have so much swampland. We have more swampland than not swampland that I'm considering just pushing it here, honestly, to make things easy for us, right? And we will need 2 of them, so I'm gonna have both of them here together with a path. And this one, well, this one we need to move a bit further outside to remain the 100% again. So this single warehouse here is supplying the whole thing now. Okay, smiths are now available. Thank you very much for this information. We already have the smithies. Unfortunately, I'm also looking at more attacks now here in Albion. So we will need to send in more ships soon. So this is where the population really comes in handy then, that we need with the Queen Kareem. And by the way, also we've unlocked another achievement, and there is something very interesting about the achievements in Pax Romana. And that is that you can get achievement points in the game. So this has been a thing throughout the Anno games, right? I already remember this being in Anno 1404. And in this case here, we got now Latium and Albion. And we can actually purchase something with those achievement points, right? So this is kind of like, it's not a battle pass per se, and it's also not paid. Don't worry about that. It's really all about getting some achievements in here, like place 3 amenities in Latium, for example, that we're pushing now, right? And or have at least 2,700 excess workforce. We already got that. No, we didn't, but I'm working towards that. And if you upgrade one, you get the bronze tier, then you have the silver tier, and then the gold tier. And for every one of them, you get these fame points. And these fame points, well, we can then spend to unlock us new things. Things like new gods. That is really cool, right? So we own them already. Things like a really cool new statue, a medium-sized ornament to grace your cities. Even better, there it is, a woodcutter that you can use now in the meadows, so you're not depending on the forests anymore. They now finally replant the trees. New sigils that we can use for our profile, new pavements like the cobbled mosaic, and also a specialist like Maritime here that is a captain for my ships that is increasing the discovery radius around the ship, boosting its movement speed and so forth. And even better, there's several tiers of these, right? So if we unlock most of the things in one tier, we can advance to the second tier to unlock us more thingies down the road. It's of course a gimmick, right? But it's a nice gimmick, it looks like it, right? We get new skins for the villas, for example. We get new portraits here like Diana, and also Mercury that starts right away as a god. Or here, a new profile color, Roman material pack, okay. More paving, oh, this is cool. Soundtracks, all the way up here. A new skin for my residences, isn't that cool? I think I'm gonna like this one. And the highest tier so far gives me the Triumphal Arc. So yeah, follow me. And we're gonna see this one unlocked through the course of the game. I'm still here in the basic tier, and I think I'm gonna like my Woodland Rebirth now, so I'm gonna unlock me that one. The Specialist is nice, I guess. I want the Fountain, so I'm gonna pay me another 15 fame points. And look at that, we're moving towards tier 2 now. And also, I like the Cobbled Mosaic and this beautiful Statue of the Lion. And now we're in tier 2. I can go ahead and unlock me, for example, that Villa skin here right away. I don't need Valeria, but I do like this Eternal Fountain that we can use in the cities there once again. And also a new type of tree and a skin for my flagship. Gonna unlock me that to immediately go to tier 3 already. Fantastic. And this one, a medium-sized ornament, I would like to use because we're gonna need this one here soon. And the same thing you can do then in Albion. You're starting in tier 2, tier 1 again, right? And here once again we have the new types of ornaments. A material package, we have a new skin for my buildings that we can use, and allows the placement of the City Watch building types in the marshlands now as well. So also here lots of interesting things. Unlocks the mysterious goddess of horses, Epona. Alright, I think I'm gonna like this one. Let's get Epona into this game and have a look at her. Religion, let's check it out. Where is Epona? There she is now as a god available. And she is boosting the production of anything animal related.
You have made many discoveries that
Very cool stuff. I like it. They really definitely improved on that system based from the previous games.
If you want.
The Hall of Fame. Now, in this case, we do still wait for some more building materials, so I don't need to linger. I'm gonna settle on the next island, in fact, if we can afford this. 40,000. I'm gonna grab it while we can, because there will be a time soon when there's no more islands available. This one's important to us because it has the herbs fertility and the small birds. We don't have small birds anywhere else, and we're gonna need it for another production chain then soon. The problem though is, as we can see now, that we are really running out of suitable islands. dye plant is super rare. Like, I have seen only 2 islands in the whole Celtic region that have it, and unfortunately, Lycia Ma has one of them. This might be a problem for us in the future. Now, we're still in the early game, and I'm already feeling a bit overwhelmed with so many things that we need to do right now. I would like to push a few more people now here in Verulamium to the next tier. So we do have these guys here right now, right? And I would like to have a bunch more here in the center, so that we unlock a few more buildings down the road. Also, these just look fantastic. And look at that, the new fountains. None of them would fit in. This one's too big. I can't believe it. Even that new tree that we unlocked is the biggest tree so far, and even that we cannot just squeeze in. There's a fountain missing, like in Anno 1800, for a 9-tile area, unfortunately. So we're just gonna use the tree here with some smaller fountains. The Virgin Mary. She doesn't work there. It's not Mary, of course. She wasn't there yet. Statue fountain. So I'm just gonna use my tree with the flowers for now, with the Albion ornaments. So the Albion tree, of course. Next, finally, we do have some building materials. So I would like to really work on that cheese production of ours. And for that, I will need to build now another warehouse somewhere over here. We're already pretty far away from this warehouse there. That's fine. And then we're gonna have another planking area here with our beef now, the ox. And the ox, I already know this from the beta version or the alpha version, needs a lot of space. There you go. That's just one of them, right? With 1 ton production now. And this leads then to the dairy that we can use once again in the city. And this one, you need to have 2, right? To just produce 1 ton. So we can have one now here and another one here. And they're both going to produce me my cheese now. And with that, we have now twice as much as what we need. So I would also like to go ahead and upgrade a few more, to make this as close as possible, because this should hopefully be enough then to push those people here to 500. By the way, here we still have our logging camp that we can move over there, and the second one over here. By the way, look at that. It's already working, right? So we already get the 100% in the meadows, because they're just gonna replant now those trees. That is great. I didn't know that we were going for this again. It's very good. This is not counting for every game, by the way, so my tip that you should work with the forest is already outdated. Because now, forever, we don't need that anymore. Got some sexy space over here again, thanks to not having any lumber camps anymore. So I can use this one to also get the remainder space here. There you go. Getting affected by the market still. That's great stuff. And there it is. The smiths are pouring in, thanks to cheese being now in the stock. 350 we're gonna reach with that, at least. As with the Roman Celts, also the national Celts have their own service buildings. So this is really cool, right? They really went the extra route here and give me extra buildings for the different tiers that we have. And with that we have the recreation ground, a central spot that we can use here. This gives me 1 happiness, health and prestige for the whole area here. And makes even Rob Stark very happy. Public service building. And let's just check it out. There it is. Right, and with that the public service buildings here would already be fulfilled as well. Plus it's looking really sweet.
Do you ever wonder where all this stuff goes?
Fantastic. Now we can still add some ornaments around that. I would really like to go with the grass style here, the muddy grass, because I think this just fits better. We don't have any paving here, any paving option so far. And then we can just plaster this one with some Albion trees, Albionic pine here. Some natural trees in between. Oops, that is an olive tree. The Albionic oak is what I would like. And probably then some bushes. And we got the lush shrub in between. There you go. Time to upgrade a bit more. In this case, I would like to go ahead and first of all downgrade again to get me my natural calcs. Oh god. Despotism has been reached. Okay. Let's have the upgrades here and here. And then we're out of workforce again. Gotta be careful there not to upgrading too many. Oh, and we get a gift. Thank you very much. 12,000. We could very well use this. By the way, there's the new tree that we also unlocked. I like the style of this, so let's have this one here somewhere. It's a beautiful one.
Love a horse on market, eh? Turn them out so fine.
And with that, we have finally researched, or well, reached the next milestone. That is now here. Have 500 Romanized and 500 Celtic in the population. Gives me now access to the Queen Kareem that I would like to research immediately. Gonna take me 22 minutes. And that's the next type of worship that we can add. There's even more interesting tech down here when I screen down. That's, for example, the gambling house. This adds a whole new building to the game that is also a new need for tier 3 residences. The gambling house probably has its own bonuses coming with it then. For now, let's work towards it though by getting me another Officium permit over there. We have unlocked Epona, so we have access now to the Fabula Togatai. And this one here increases the range of my theaters by 20%. Alright, and with all of that, let's go back to Latium now, to Veneta, to a glorious city with the best parameters in the world. It's not safe for anywhere else on this planet. And yeah, we continue. I mean, the city's still looking fine. We have the occasional districts being destroyed, like this one here, that we need to repair. But outside of that, it's not looking so bad. I was considering switching my god or my goddess to someone else, but the thing is with Ceres that she not only boosts my agricultural output, like for example my olive oil production, my bread production, so these are two very valuable things, and soon also my wine production. Nope, she also gives me a tier 3 bonus here already, the Confariatio, right? And this one here pushes my population by +3. Leading to a whole bunch of new people, and I've tried it to get rid of her and my workforce would totally collapse when I do that. So I rather not switch my goddess. For now, Ceres it is. Over here we do have the new districts and my artisan district over here.
I have a few.
And it's also here that I would like to add my next fortifications that we definitely need, and that's my towers, because this is a very important area to me at this point. And the attacks are getting more frequent, so let's add 3 more towers here. I wonder if we can increase the harbor area. That would be great, because right now it's a very tiny space, right? Also over here it is where I would like to add now my armorer. That is a new building, so I'm gonna add this one, and as you can see we do have still a bit of space. Yeah, reducing the fire safety of everybody surrounding us, that's okay. Let's build 2 of them. We do already have the leather and the iron production rolling. It's not going to be enough though, as I can already see we need more iron mining. We do have the iron mining here though, so let's find us another, please, another mountain slot. Do we have one? We have exactly 1 more mountain slot all the way up here in Veneta, so yeah, also the mining will be outsourced soon to other districts, to other islands. Alright, coal is also another problem I can see. But at least this one should be working now. I'm gonna push this one a bit further by adding, yeah, another pig farm. And we could also work on another salt mine over here. Let's make the connection. And let's push this road all the way over there. Right. This one, let's upgrade. Get the salt. Now I just need another tanner. This one's producing 1 minute. So in fact, I might want to have 2 of them right away. Which is fine, because yeah, 1 pig farm and 1 salt pond is accommodating 2 tanneries. So that we also start with the armor production. And by the way, there was also a milestone attached to these, right? That we need to unlock us more tech then down the road. To produce, I think it was 50 tons for the armor. Now, of course, we want to also continue working towards tier 4 population, which will then unlock us monuments. And in that case, we have a lot of work ahead of us. We have a lot of needs ahead of us. And the major question is right now, what need do we want to focus on first? And the first one here is the tabula, because this one has 2 important bonuses, income and knowledge. So 2 things that are really aim for right now. And these need the sandraks now and the apiary, so honeycombs. Now, we don't have that here, but the new island that we just settled has it. That is the sandarak over there. So we need to start developing this one. We already have building materials. What a coincidence, having this one close by. And let's get started on a smaller village once again. The cool thing is, we just need farmers here, right? These two only need farmers. The processing, of course, we're gonna do then again in Vineta. The Queen Cream was researched, and as you can see, I'm not gonna bore you again with the building the same tier 1 city. So we also got the workforce now coming in Saliente, as it's called. I think this is a fantastic name. And let's go back to Vineta, because I would like to have a look at my Queen Kareem. The Legio 3 we have now available as the first ship regarding this tier. So we can have the trade ships here now. They have 6 cargo slots. And then we have the warships here with 3 cargo slots, but of course then also some firepower. Let's have a quick look at that. It's already fully developed now with the archers. And the ship Scorpion. Medium-ranged combat. Most versatile weapon. So I'm gonna push this one in. Oh, I see. We can only have, yeah, 3 modules for this, right? So let's go with the Scorpio actually as my preferred weapon here. In fact, I'm gonna push 3 Scorpions right away. Also, the ship mast for faster maneuvering could be important, or the ship oars. So here I can only go with 1. I think this is okay. Very expensive. 24 tons of weapons we need for 1. And let's start the construction of our very first tier 3 warship. Looking forward to this. In the meantime, I continue now with Saliente. So over here we have now 2 whole new production buildings that I want to add. The first one is now my plank production. So the Sandrak nursery, this needs the Sandrak fertility. And it's a field by the look of it. Let's just see where we can add it the best way. By the way, this island is just fantastic, right? It has also the Murex snail, and it has the sturgeon, and it has minerals. This is a golden island for me, right? There's so many advanced tier materials here that we can use that it feels like cheating almost. Let's go ahead and just see. We need 120 fields of that. This is just really funny, right? This is a tree nursery facility that needs fields. And I'm trying to squeeze them in here. I think this is fine. By the way, we have a production of 3, and the tabulus needs 2. Could it be any more complicated? Vineta, tabula, 1 ton right now. So 2 should be fine. Let's calculate with 4. So I'm gonna need a bunch more of these. Let's have them over here. Right, and then I might add a bunch more here. Then we need the honeycomb. These actually produce 45 seconds, at least that's something. And it needs meadows. So, area without any trees. Let's push them here. 1, 2, 3, 4. This should already be enough. There you go. All of this just needs, yeah, actually it needs tiles and reinforced concrete, right? So these are very expensive industries. Let's build the first, I want to have a surplus production, right? So let's go with 3 here right away. And here, of course, we're pushing more. 6.
Fields stretching all the way to the horizon, swaying in the wind.
The new trade route is going to be Cassandra. She's going to work on this. And Cassandra, you're going to go between Saliente and Vineta now. And we're going to push, of course, what we're producing here now. That's honeycombs. And that's my Sandrak. It has 4 slots. It's a very short trade route. So I don't think I'm going to need more than 1 slot. We can keep the other slots available for what else we're going to need. And I'm going to move this, of course, to Latium. Off it goes again on this fine day. With that out of the way, I just need the tabulous workshop now. And yeah, we're gonna need a bunch of them. And as you can see, it gives me also a learning boost of the surrounding area. So I'm gonna enjoy this one. Let's have one here. Let's have one here. By the shipyard. Gonna have another one over here. There's the warehouse. Perfect. And I'm pushing definitely another one here in the middle of it. In my artisan district. This should be a nice potential tabular production now. Yep, twice as what we need right now. And in that case, gives me my bonuses. We got the tiles. Let's also have some more paving upgrades in Veneta. The reinforced concrete. Got a very nice production there, by the way. To make this city even more glamorous. By the way, I just can't get enough how detailed these buildings look. It really is something. Next, we're going to look at Firmium again. I'm checking the goddess that we have, and that's Ceres, which is great. The goddess of farming that we've already established here. Firmium also has lots of workforce. I would like to do something. I would like to start moving now some of my farms over there. And that is especially farms that do not need any fertility. So that's the hemp, and that's my oat over there. And I'm actually just going to go ahead and copy me this block, because this is then just the demand that we have right now for these guys. And look what happens. The fields, unfortunately, do not get over. Can I move them? Island wide. This was already not possible in Anno. No, you cannot just move them as well. So we'll actually need to build them up from the ground. We already have the oat farms and the hemp farms over there. But we're gonna need way more, because we're now supplying not only then the population of Firmium, but also, of course, the population of Veneta. So let's just push these hemp farms here. There you go. This looks clean. And then I'm gonna need also these oat farms here. And we're gonna need a bunch of them once again. So let's move. Oh. A resin factory that does not have access. A resin tapper. So the resins we need to move to the forest again. Other than that, we're losing the production. And then we have this space available again that we can use to copy me more of these oat farms here. And I'm considering actually also moving the artisan buildings then over here. So the crafting buildings of porridge, for example, as is this one here, right? Can we squeeze another one in here? This is definitely possible. Gonna make it like so. And then we have the field here. Did I say definitely possible? Already regretting this, as we need to move a bunch of things. There you go. This is already full. Also gonna establish me a new trade route between Firmium and Veneta now. Here we can use now another one of my trade ships that we have. So we got a bunch of them available right now. And the Amazon, that's a flagship. Trireme Knight Mara. Where are you? Where's that ship? I have no idea. I'm gonna take it, and we're gonna put actually the porridge and the tunics into its own production here. And just to make this clear here, so we're having this production now that, yeah, you know what, for the spinners it's actually tricky, right? The thing is, I want to keep I would lose the knowledge boost out of that, so I'm gonna get rid of that again, and I'm just gonna get the hemp over, right? The porridge we can take finished, but the hemp I'm gonna take in raw materials, because I'm gonna keep the spinners spinning. Otherwise, I'm gonna lose my knowledge boost. Let's wait a bit for this to work. And now there is also the thing that I've forgotten, and that is that we still don't have the coal, right? So we got 300 coal waiting in Firmium, whereas in Veneta, we're lacking it. So now we are also starting to transport the coal finally over. That is a mistake on my part.
Rise with the stars and sleep in the straw, and no one will want to take your place.
Ransom demand. I'm gonna refuse this, otherwise we're once again risking reputation with the Emperor. It might also be worth a look at my overall diplomacy right now. So up here we got Calidus. And can I meet him? No, I cannot meet him directly, right? So he meets us. That's how it goes here. On the other hand, though, we have then our opponents and also the pirates here. And we can also see their power in comparison to ours. So, for example, right now, Sarah, she's stronger naval-wise. And oh my goodness, she's got a defensive power of 82,000, whereas we get only 13,000. So I think we're gonna need to do something here. We, however, have a bigger economic power. At least that's something. How's it looking with Rob Stark? He's looking at a very, very weak naval power, but he's got an army power. And Licia Ma, she has no naval power at all, which is also interesting. And she has basically no economy at this point. So she will be probably my first target. Also, she has some very good islands that we could snag. And there it is, a tier 5 warship in all its glory.
Construction of a ship has finished.
The most powerful ship I know so far in this game. Doesn't mean that it's the highest. But it's probably the equivalent to the ship of the line in Anno 800. And it's a bit bigger, of course, than the previous one. And of course we can now squeeze in way more Scorpions, so I can't wait to see this in action. It's also time for me to add some civilian trade ships then. So these are not gonna have any defenses at all, but they're gonna focus then on speed and maneuverability. Of course some basic defense, can I add this one? Yeah, some basic defense. Oh, wait a second. You actually have no other choice, right? Because, oh, okay, I could have more cargo slots or more defenses. Yeah. Let's have no defense for this type. Let's build me 2, because I'm gonna need them for the future trade routes of our Anno 117 Pax Romana playthrough, and episode 10 should be a special episode. Well, because it's a nice number. And in this case here, we're looking at this district up here that it is going to change finally. It is a prominent area. It is very highly located up here, elevated, and it should also have a building appropriate for its location, for its elevation. First of all, I'm gonna move the villa. We're not gonna move it entirely away because I really do like my prestige bonus and I don't want to give it up completely. So I'm gonna have my villa over here for now, right? And I will need to make a nice connection over there though to keep my workforce. Just look at the workforce changes, right? It's crazy. Because we do have some nice bonuses here. And the villa, look at that. Crazy, right? The buildings really need a villa to work. And gonna have a nice connection there to keep it working. And I'm probably also gonna make a connection here to keep it working for this district. And we're probably gonna make another bridge then over here to keep this working into the city, right? To maximize its tiny yields that we have for now. Let's get rid of all of this here. And the villa has, as far as I know, a garrison working, right? And this is where I would like to have a look at first right now. Because we still don't have an army, right? We still don't have anything. What's going on? Trade treaty, yes. Why are you bothering me all? Ceasefire offer, no. And you have something. Representatives of your city's collegia, the guilds, gather at your villa to debate. Farmers and artisans claim that reduced taxes will lead to higher production in goods and foods. The priests and tutors who receive the most tax revenue claim that the gods and academic knowledge are responsible for successful production. What should we do? We could pay a lot of money for both activities. We get 150 belief, knowledge, and 20% trade revenue bonus. Let's do this for 20,000. But it's in Colfrain, it's not in our capital. Alright. By the way, 3,000 negative happiness. Seems like a crazy number, right? It's not that much I can do about it for now. Then I would like to have a look at this area. Now, this area is kind of like, has been reserved for the villa. And we're probably gonna stick to this, right? But for now, we can also add something else to this area. And that is our first recruitment center. My training grounds for a proper military. And we do have the military factions. We already have the armor and the weapon production. And now we can go ahead and get the barracks going. So I'm probably starting with them over here. And then also the siege workshop. Oh, by the way, this gives me also the legionic researches. Then we have the siege workshops. And then we also have our Equitum campus for the horses. Now this one still needs horses though, right? And I have a feeling where we're gonna get the horses from. The horse breeder? No, in fact, the horse breeder doesn't need anything except a bit of space to get the horses going. So let's actually have a horse breeder up here right now. That's it. In fact, this is really all that it takes. I was fully expecting now to have this one working in Albion, right? Because in Albion we do have the horse fertility. There you go. 2 horse breeders producing now, oh yeah, okay, 1 ton in total of horses. Alright, and then we can have a look at our workshops now. So we got the siege workshops for the siege engines. And then we got the barracks for our forces. So here we got the slingers, the archers, the auxiliary, the legionnaires, and the gladiators. What I can see right now on their helmet. So let's start with 2 archers and get them over here. With this we're starting now some trading. This consumes workforce, by the way. So we need to have lots of that in stock. Now, what this also will need, of course, is a bit of a defense. Because, yeah, we want to, of course, continue retraining troops. So I'm gonna place me a smaller barricade over here. That we can then push all the way towards the mountain there. Right? This area with its own smaller defensive building them. Just in case. And I'm not expecting any invasion right now, of course. Next, I want to go with the legionaries. These actually have a huge research ahead of them. So that is the simultaneous repairs of ships that we unlock with that. Next is the garrison auxiliary, another +1 available. Then we have the armor protection for cavalry troops. And then we can unlock the legionaries. So this is going to take some time, right? I also want to finish the theater before that. And then over here we would have the Praetorians. This is though a tier 4 unit. That is going to take a bit more time. We need to house patricians for that first. Onwards to the big change. And that's of course in this area now. And that's going to be my Forum Romanum that I want to push in this area. That's going to be tricky. Let's delete these tier 1 houses. I don't need them. I definitely want to upgrade buildings close by as well. Because I certainly don't want to have farmers living close to the Forum Romanum. So this area we got to make sure is up for the task. These 2 here, let's also just move some other tier 2 buildings up there. Right, and I think, yeah, we could even go and get tier 3 workers in here too. Definitely would like to do this. And then patricians down the road. This gives me some room here where we can move our fire station, our police station, my spinner, and a fire well. And this warehouse here? I don't think we need that, right? Gonna move it down here, actually. It's a bit further away. Another ransom demand. Dude, I'm not paying you any ransom. How many more times do you want to ask? He needs money, it seems. Okay, let's also go ahead and upgrade this road here. Make everything clear. And then, ladies and gents, the beautiful Forum Romanum. Costs me quite a bit, 35,000. It has a population, income, and prestige bonus. So, kind of like a nice replacement to the villa. And it has a huge range. Look at that. It's taking in the whole city, basically. The city that counts. It is a massive building. And it's a building, once again, that we cannot put central to a 3-layered road. This is just, I love it. It's like it's a meme at this point in this game. Even though this looks close to it, but it's not there. So I think I'm gonna like a location like this, right? Because who says that we need to have it central? And I would really like to place it somehow like this, overlooking then the whole city. We need to have some decorations, of course, surrounding that. And unfortunately, based on my assumption, based on my experience, it needs to absolutely have a road connection, right? The normal ground pattern mosaic does not add a road connection. This is a shame, because we need to add now the road texture to this building nonetheless. And I'm probably gonna have it here, and then also one coming here from this center. So I'm trying to make this one now work. I mean, if I just have this one as a road connection, we would lose this area then, right? Oh, by the way, the archers are ready. My first standing army that we have now. And of course, we're gonna add way more now, right? The auxiliary forces.
One of
and
your
then
cities is
the
at risk
legionaries
of great
at some
fire.
point. The equestrian cavalry needs more horses. Would love to get them in then too. It gets even more aggravating for me at least, and that's that not any of the tier 3 ornaments we can actually align with the Forum Romanum. So we do have the Columna Annorum, right? And look at that, there's just this tiny offset on the left side once again. It goes the same thing with the Eternal Fountain, a tiny offset. And it goes through all of that, right? You cannot adjust a single ornament, not even the 2 tiles, can be placed centrally to it. I don't know why it's like this. This was a huge criticism on my part in Anno 1800, and it remains, right? So you cannot just align them to it. Nah, super annoying. Okay, so I think location-wise this looks right, because we can also just nicely align it here with the crossing that we have there, and then onwards towards the theater. We might actually change the theater so that it also looks towards the forum, but nah, I don't need to go that far, right? Let's build the whole bunch though. Over here. Now it's a glorious building nonetheless, right? It's beautiful. It has its own plaza actually integrated, so it doesn't really make completely sense to have another plaza right in front of it. But this is Rome. Allure belongs to it. I would also really like to use these big statues there, columns, because look at them. They tell a story. That's just really cool, right? And all the way down there, there's then people marveling at that. Now, the question is, it's all about range. Right now, I'm getting a lot of in from the city, right? It also has its water connection already, thanks to having the cistern over here, which is providing the water bonus to it, right? So this is in range, perfect. And it provides another prestige, income boost, and also population boost. So we're growing further just because of this single building here. We're reaching this point here right now. So if I place now a road all the way here, do we extend the range? We don't. So it's not necessary, right? It's really not necessary to add this road here. Gonna add some more ornaments and also a paving. But this paving here, I don't know if this is final. I might need to want to turn this to something else. Got this one, or just the normal one, you know? I actually like the normal one. It looks the cleanest. Also, it fits more to the paving of the forum itself. So I think I'm just gonna go with this. Yeah, much better. Then we're just gonna add some more of these beautiful braziers that we have.
A new unit has been recruited.
Oh, by the way, this we need to check out. There's my first infantry coming out that we can have a look at now. And yeah, you can also have them in a camp, right? In an infantry camp. Let's make this one here actually, and also get them into a camp over here, and these guys over here. So you can already see that they're gonna need a lot of space, these units that we're adding here now. And this camp here, they're resting, they are saving their stamina, their defense, and we can then just put them once again forward if we take them. And by the way, can I just freely move them to another island?
Home is far.
Moving. It seems like they board a ship automatically. No. So they need their own ship so that we can actually transport them, which of course makes sense. It's gonna be quite a tough challenge to move large forces between islands. Something I would definitely like to do here is having a bit of a border, so we can use the walls. These add actually also benches. And add them all around here. Question is, where do we stop with these? So I'm gonna have this one here for now. Oh, the Emperor, we need to do this. Emperor Gnaeus Firmus Calidus summons you privately. My spies report an upcoming gathering in your province between my rivals and sympathetic military leaders. The Emperor lowers his voice. To keep the peace, I suggest a sacrifice to Jupiter. Perhaps the drowning of these enemies of Rome and the destruction of their ships would please him. Agree to assassinate the conspirators. There is no... I can't see what the mission will be at this point. Let's try it out. Alright. Jupiter and I both are well served by such a pious governor. Oh, there's no follow-up mission. Nice. We do get our bonus immediately, it seems. Let's add some more decorations. Another eternal fountain over there. And another one here.
A new unit has been recruited.
Boy, these trees seem tiny in comparison to the buildings. And a nice statue here in the front. People are really going for it. I think I'm gonna like this one. We're gonna unlock more ornaments, of course, and we can add them as well. But for now, we have this nice grand place up here on the hills of Veneta. Yeah, that changes the city a bit. And in that case, let's also have a look at from the first-person mode.
Ship is under attack.
I hope that's us, or at least, I think it's the Emperor. But one day, it could be our face up there.
Ship is under attack.
My heart's blazing.
I'd not say it's gone especially well, Harry.
We probably should also continue with upgrading some more houses close by. Especially here. So we do have now paved roads everywhere. This one here still not paved properly. And this one. And then I would also like to continue upgrading those houses to tier 3. Obviously. And these here, let's move them away. Instead of those probably. So that we may then also add some tier 3 buildings up here. Or I'm just gonna place them like so. And then we should be able to actually upgrade them again very soon, because they haven't received the full service potential yet. Here, these guys. Oh, very good. Also, that boost of the theater has been activated now, thanks to the research. Greatly boosting now the theater range to these guys here as well now. So 20% boosting for the theater, and for this one on the other side, we're also getting all of these here in now. Very good. That is a huge increase, by the way. So these buildings here were barely touched by it. Doesn't change that much, though. My island happiness continues to dwindle. I really like how the forum here is also attached with the, or aligned with the waterfall there. So I think this is the right alignment that we should go for. Beautiful buildings, really. Of course, this is a bit out of place now. I think we still need to provide the market though. Now we have a market here. I'm gonna delete this one. I think nothing changes, right? Public service is still fulfilled for these guys because we have a market close by. So that's okay. Then we have our grain mill. You know, I also would like to move this to another location. So we have, yeah, no more space. We need to get this one from somewhere else. Most likely. This road here we don't need. And then we have the tabulus, that's fine. The olive press, that's fine actually. And we might upgrade the warehouse that it looks a bit representative. Yeah. I will still need to move this somewhere else, because I want to have more city blocks here. Moving it down here actually works out. It still reaches it, right? Albeit it's a bit far away. For grain mill, that's not ideal. But it's only farmer workforce, right? Plebs. This could be tricky, honestly, as we do not have enough river slots available. I might need to move the clay mills, the clay pits at some point, away from here. And let's continue with, yeah, another higher density area. Let's actually keep a bit of space in between so that we can add some ornaments then in here. A trimmed hedge, just like that. Doesn't look so bad. All of this also upgraded. And I think the whole inner city is now upgraded to better roads. And we got lots of Libertus workforce that we can upgrade now. These guys here. On the other side, these guys here. Ah, this is turning into a real big city there. And then we got also more tier 3 here in the inner city once again. And especially also here at the entrance, of course. Next, I'm looking at my income of porridge, of course, and of hemp. So yeah, both of them are going up. That means I don't need these hemp farms anymore. So let's get rid of that altogether. And we do have still some woodcutters here. I'm not gonna get rid of all of them just yet. So let's move them up there. As we can now regrow the forests, we do not lose a lot of efficiency. So there's now the trees coming around it. Once again, just a temporary spot, because this is just a lovely location for something more beautiful later on. And yeah, there's the warehouse, and look at the space that we've just got back again. So that we may add more city development. Let's squeeze one more warehouse in here. Sawmill, and that's it. We have too much wood anyway. That's the main road coming in from over there, right? That continues now here. So we open up a whole new spot for Vineta. This is then the border to the artisan district for now, because, you know, you always need to have artisans close by as well, of course. And we're just gonna make some bigger roads here, and this one actually we could take away again. Now, having the theater already here, the marketplace here, we also have the Grammaticus. I think a sanctuary is another building that we should still provide to this area. So let's get me another sanctuary building somewhere here. Provides a bit of a happiness boost there. And we also need to consider, once again, the aqueduct. So we have this area here already, right, that we could use for the aqueduct then to... Oh, a new milestone for the island. Ah, the next prestige here. By the way, there we get another population boost. So if we push this far enough. And we also get the next 10% productivity boost to my farming. Yeah. Some of them are profiting from that, like my olive production. And then we just continue once again with more houses. What's gonna be important is the cistern that we need to calculate in already, because, you know, there's a lot of people here and the fire safety takes absolute priority. So we have the potential aqueduct coming out here then, right? Or we just expand this one. But this one, there's already a lot. Look at that, right? So there's already a lot of buildings that draw the water out of this one. So we will need to use that aqueduct source here. That means it's coming out here. Right, we could actually use this area here already for it. There you go. Right, and then we just continue with the aqueduct going all the way down there. Very good. And then make a crossing here, most likely, to the other side, into my industry zone. The industry zone will also need its water. So, yeah, it'll need to enter somewhere here for this area. That means we have a bit of room here for some more service buildings. And then, of course, more city development or city districts, city blocks. Density blocks like these. Makes sense. And also here, a bunch more houses. Probably with some courtyards again.
There are signs of public unrest.
Public unrest in my city? Never. I do not believe that. Oh no. We reached the growing Monstropolis. This is a title I really don't like, Monstropolis. Is that even a name? And once again, we're getting these massive penalties in. Like, every single building was built so far. I still don't know really where I could improve on my parameters. I thought with the aqueduct it would be solved like it was in the beta, but yeah. Gonna keep this area here. I think this is a nice spot for something. Whoops. Like so. Just along the riverbank, and here we could have then this road that continues along the banks. Right, all the way here. Oops, not like that, but like this. Perfect. As we go down then here. And here, there's probably then room for a bridge. Nice. So let's add some service buildings. There's already the police station, right? So having this one here, of course, makes a difference, but not much. And also the fire station definitely required somewhere here to boost them up again as well. Medicus we already have. And then I could still go for some more statues. I think this one adds something, yeah. I still have some permits on these. But really, the changes are so minor that I don't even need to bother with it. You just have to look at this. So, for example, from needs, we're getting around 1,500 plus on the health. From area of effects, we're getting way more. From buildings, a reduction, that's minor, right? That's like 200, 300. And from other sources, all the way on the lower bottom, city status, negative 9,300. Island health. I'm not entirely sure this is really balanced. We'll just see. Perhaps there's another building coming up that proves me wrong. We're providing all the optional goods as well at this point. All the service buildings are built. So, yeah. I'm really not sure where we can improve these parameters further. Probably with the Colosseum then. By the way, here we're reaching the end of this main road. So this just leads then into this area. And here we're probably going to have something then again that aligns then nicely with this area, right? So this is also once again something in work in progress. Once we unlock tier 4, there's a whole bunch of new buildings coming in then. The horses are here, so let's go ahead and get me the first cavalry units on the move. And I would also like to get me a siege unit going. By the way, we got the tier 3 warship here. That's nice. And now we also got the first tier 3 cargo ships. These guys here. A bit faster, obviously, because they have extra sails. So that's something we can use. And we can use them now for large quantities of goods being traded between Albion and Latium, for example. I would like to continue and build me some more warships, though. So 3 more we can actually afford. And I just love that we do not need any influence anymore on ships. So there's basically no limit except workforce, probably. We could work on another good already. That's food, and that's the cheese. How much cheese do we actually need right now for a city of that size? 2 tons. So probably I should calculate around 4 tons to play this one safe. And let's head back to Albion. Now, of course, Colfarn is gonna be my primary source of cheese. The problem here will be workforce for sure, right? So, first of all, there's unrest. We can't place them. Oh, we still cannot place them in the marshlands. Pretty sure there's an attack for that. Gives me access then. Here. Let's get this one out. And then also some police forces. And, oh yeah, gonna need... Actually, we have a very high happiness, so I'm not gonna bother with another police. Alright, we got lots of timber though, so I can really, really go crazy on those roads in the swampland. All the way here. And here I would like to continue then building now my proper cheese production, which we have here. This needs more waiters though, so we'll also need to add them.
I like to chuck my own spears.
They have everything in though, so it's really not a problem with production. Rather with houses.
Your people are ailing.
So the natural Celts grow into a proper city. What is that?
Guys looking after the
Oh, that's my
land.
dairy. Nice. Definitely we will need an industry zone for all of these. There's a mountain slot. Let's keep this available right now. And up here. Oh yeah, great stuff. This fit. And then we can have a bunch more here. Of course, this will just totally whack my production and consumption rates here. As long as I get my... Oh, also we've reached the next city status with it. Major Imperial City. And with that, the fire safety comes up. Oh no, please don't. Don't do this to me. Let's also have a quick look at my knowledge tech, because I'm pretty sure over here I've seen it. Allows the placement of the city watch building within the marshlands. That's another tech that I'm gonna queue in. Gonna need this here for sure. Okay, with the workforce rolling in, we can now work on the ox farms and the cheese. And as you can see, one ox farm provides 2 dairies. We need 4 of them to get Veneta covered. And the cool thing is, yeah, this can work for me. Right. Let's keep a bit of space here available for the city watch. And make it like so. Right, and with that we got the cows rolling. Endless numbers of cows. And then we need the dairies. And for this, yeah, the city itself won't do anymore. So we can have another one here for the happiness boost. But then I will certainly need a proper smaller industry. Let's have it on the other side here. Got a nice beach there. It'll grow together anyway, right? And these produce only 0.5 every minute. So we're gonna need a bunch of them, right? So this is, oops, only the beginning. I'm gonna add me also a fire station to this area. So I will need a whole additional block here. And workforce wise, this is fine. So I'm happy to see that. And with this, we have a total cheese production of 6 tons. We consume 1, so we have 5 tons available as a buffer. Colfairn is. Do we have a trade route with Colfairn already? Nope, not with Latium. So Colfairn is gonna be now my next global trade. Veneta to Colfairn. Here we would want to choose the right waypoint again. And in Albion, it's leaving right away. Perfect. There's nothing we need to fear here. And I'm gonna use my latest tech, the Queen Kareem, right? Because it's a long distance, so the volume will go up, and it's certainly not going to be the only good that we're trading here, right? And by the way, I'm going to set a minimum stock of cheese again, because you definitely don't want to run out of it. Let's make 10 only though. Very good. With that, we have solved already the next good on our way to tier 4 now. The cheese. The wine would be something I really want to go for. This is interesting though. The wine actually has a penalty of knowledge to my population, right? If I add it. And then we just need the toga, and then we would already be set up with the next. Fighting Syracuse here once again. With a problem. He's got Queen Kareems now. And look at the damage they can take and the damage they're doing. So this one here is destroying my ship over there without taking that much damage itself. A problem for us. I'm sending already my own Queen Kareems after it, hopefully to do some damage. Not this one, this is a trader. This one and this one. Right here we have the Scorpions on board, and I would like to see them in action to get all of this going. And since the pirate is getting stronger and stronger, I would like to build me also a couple more warships. We need more ropes and we need more weapons for all of this. I think weapons should be fine. The ropes just need the hems. We do have the rope production over here. It's the long building. Oh yeah, right. Let's go ahead and get me 2 more rope builders here. Since ship production is only going to increase from now on, right? And there he is. Perhaps he's trying to take down one of my ships. And we are pushing in now with those, right? This one here could actually retreat for repairing and also loot some of that flotsam. Just see where this one goes. By the way, we could have a look at the pirates' base, right? Does he have a base here? We haven't discovered it yet. I would still love to see my Queen Kareems in action, so let's just go in. There you go. Oh, they stop actually when they directly attack, so you need to have them attacking passively.
His ship is under attack.
Holy cow! What is that? What kind of ship is this? It's not taking that much damage. There's 4 ships firing on it. 2 of them are tier 4 or tier 3 warships. It's incredible. Is this kind of like a captain's ship or something, or a flagship of the pirate? Doesn't stand a chance. It's already slowed down now. Slowed down, right? So it's going down. But this is a lot of damage. There it's going down. Oh, who's helping me here? Another enemy. It's a pirate from the quest. This one here. The pirate had 41 tiles on board. It's good to know. And let's just continue this and take down this quest ship here. So this is the number 2, right? Oh, nice! Get a reputation boost out of this one. And now we get the Stuff of Legends. Prepare to escort Lycia's silk convoys and meet her at the rendezvous point. The shipment will arrive shortly. For this one, then we got the taxing task. That is in Albion though. Nice, that was a quest that we finished here for the destruction of 2 pirate ships. And we got the 10 reputation bonus with the Emperor. Now, next, going back to our glorious city here. Back to our forum that we finished in the last episode. And now what I would like to do is, first of all, upgrade these houses and then focus on tier 3 productions once again. We have now finished most of the food stuff. Cheese should be coming in soon. Wine is something I would like to fix. And here we do have the Toger and the Brooches. Now the Toger we can actually start right away. The Brooches we actually already have as well. I think we don't have the surplus production though for it, right? So for the Toger, it's a tricky one. Let's have a quick look at it, because we need 2 completely different things for the Toger. The first one is the flax. The flax we would have in Veneta, but I'm already reducing the amount of farms, and we're probably going to need a pretty huge industry zone over there at some point. So I'm not going to put any more fields here. Where do we have flax? It's not here. It's not here. It's not here. It's not here, right? It's here. This small island here is the only other island I found with flax on it. So it seems to be a rather rare thing to have. We just need the flax fields, the farms, with the farmers on board. I don't need to have the processing here as usual. That means I'm gonna push a bit more production over here, right? A bit more population, not production. And yeah, just increasing now the size of this town to get me my workers, and these guys, they're gonna work then the farms.
Ship is under attack.
This reminds me of Anno Extreme. What is going on? Why is he everywhere? Like seriously? We just destroyed him over there, and there's another ship already. It's not a very strong one. This is getting annoying. Let's get them over there and protect it. I don't see any other pirate on the map though, so hopefully there's no attack anytime soon now. Alright, so that's the flax. Probably gonna have this one then over here, right? And what are we gonna need for that? Check out my demand of Togers in Veneta. And that demand is sitting around 3 tons right now. And that means for the weaver... Oh, okay, we need... I'm calculating 6, so I need 9 at least. 9 flax plantations. That's a lot. Let's try and make it work here. That would be this one, and it needs 140 fields, yes. So let's try to make it twice on each side. That's not gonna be... That's enough.
A ship is under attack.
So with that, we should be able now to squeeze in a bunch here. That's 4. 5, 6, 7, 8. I need one more. 9. Here, can we make a road over that? Ah, this would be nice. Right, because this one just needs the fields over here then. And then we just finish those here over there. Oh, this one's full. This one's full? Who suffered? No one suffered. Yep, let's upgrade this warehouse. And let's build us 9 flax plantations. What? The flax farms actually cost me reinforced concrete. That's interesting. I mean, we have it, which is great. But I did not expect that high cost for these flax farms. Beautiful they are. As everything in this game, really. Except perhaps the third person mode. Ah, that is fantastic. Bring me my wine. And let me have a quick reading session here. They need a lot of workforce. So we'll need to have a bunch more houses here. And probably also here. Should be fine though now that we've built them. And pretty sure the fish should be fine. It is fine. We don't need anything else really. Right? I mean, there's the tunics for the spinners, but that was just there for the upgrading, which we also don't need anymore. So this is fine for now. That is Valerium. We should have a trade rod from Valerium. There it is, the uncut marble. The ship is gone. How very lucky. I can put the... Oh, I don't have a ship for that. My flagship. Let's put my flagship on it. Flagship has the marble, the mackerel, and now also the flax. Where's my flax? There it is. This ship though takes a bit of time to get here. Let's hope that we finish some more trade ships, honestly. This is a bit of a problem to me. It's not that easy to read which ship has the warship status now and which is a trade ship. Look at that. These are the two, right? One is a trade ship and the other one is a warship. At a first glance, can you see it? Like, okay, we got the scorpions here, right? On that side. And there we do not have scorpions. This is not so good, right? There should be some better distinction of the two. Right now, it's super hard for me to read this. They even have the same details everywhere, right? This one has barrels on board, this one has barrels on board. The only thing is really that they're soldiers, but you can't see that so quickly. They're different skin we can use. Not that I know of. So that definitely needs some more clarification. I'm gonna actually get rid of my flagship there again. And we just built my Queen Kareem, my next one. So there's the flagship now doing the job because I really don't have any other ship for the moment available. We're just not that fast. And even if I have a second docks, it would still be capped with the sailors, the sails that we make. So in this case, that's just a bit. We need some time anyway to prepare the other resource, which is the snailery. And the snailery is over here, right? Because here we do have the Murex snail production. This also just needs farmers, I'm happy to report. And this one's producing also once again only 1.5 minutes. So I need 9 of them. Okay, I quickly need to check my numbers here again. Is this right? 3 togas already. 3 togas per minute. So I need to calculate 6 because we're gonna have some more upgrades soon. Yes, it's 9. Okay, there we have 8. At least that's working. They're gonna push it now to my warehouse. By the way, of course, we can still then also use items in the future. But that's the beginning here. So these 8 produce now 3. Get even worse than that. No. They need to ramp up production first. I still also need another one somewhere else. Somewhere else. Here. And we need more tiles again for this. So that is another thing. I don't have any trade ships. I'm gonna use a warship. And my fleet over here continues protecting now my territory. Oh, by the way, there was some coal on board. Do we need coal? Yeah, we actually need coal. Which means that we're not producing enough coal. No, what again? Look at that. That stupid ship. Hasn't traded coal in the last time because we aborted it, right? The trade route. We resumed it, but now it's returning to its place of origins. Alright. So that is a full cycle that we've lost. Now, Saliente has a civilian ship with more slots available. So here we can now put the Murex snails. There it is. In. As the next good. So this is working, right? Now we just need the processing stuff again for all of this. So I would really like to tackle now this area. We do have the oat farms here. Now we certainly don't need that anymore. We have the porridge here, right? But there's the oat production and I think in Thermium, yes, we have the 27 tons. So we don't need that anymore. Let's get rid of it. Poof, poof, and poof. This production has been completely outsourced. Saves me also quite a lot of workforce. There's the main road. I probably would like to have then another bigger road going this way. That goes then into my artisan district, right? So we have then one continuous main road throughout the whole city, through the center to the outer harbor area. That's what I like to see. So a big connection between the islands with major roads. So these are avenues for some of those asking you. And yes, that makes sense because every city has avenues and main roads. And this is also a way to structure your city, obviously. But I get these comments quite often. So there it is. At this point, I think they're just spawning right there. He's also got a catapult. It's impossible. Let's have these guys here in patrol again. From here to here. Short patrol, because I want to keep them together. And then I'm going to make a second smaller patrol up here in the north. It's these guys. They're patrolling here to here. Right? We need to have some presence here now. The pirate is just spawning there. I don't even see them on the map, you know. He's just right there.
Waiting for your decree.
There you go. Shoot him back. We don't have catapults on the ships yet. Pretty sure there's a research for that. Off he goes. They're taking a lot of damage, these pirates. Okay, so I really want to work on that district here, though. We got the clay pit just there, right? So this should be possible, right? Yeah, it's possible, right? This is okay. This is absolutely fine. So there's a main road going over there. In here. Let's get rid of that. All of this, in fact. Gonna move this a bit further up. This one's connected. Then I'm actually gonna copy it to keep the same width, right, of the roads. And this one, look at that. It goes, ah, no, at the very end. Okay, and here we do have then another harbor area, right? That we have then for trade ships and whatnot later down the road, as always. But that gives me a lot of room now to build me some beautiful, bigger artisan areas. This one goes over. This one goes over here. And there we have it. I might also prepare already an officium for this, because I'm pretty sure we're going to need it at some point. There we have it. Has a nice radius, and this is going to house then some specialists, right? So I'm going to have it right here in the center. I might actually have it just along the main road. I think this might make even more sense. There you go. Then we have the warehouses. I will have one here and one here. And we definitely also want to have some services. So a police station, a fire station. Might also have them right here where we have the warehouse and the Medici, because it's also affecting, as we know now, the industry zone. All right. And now we can start with our toga production here. That is now those 3 buildings here. So, you know, I'm calculating now this here with 6 in mind. That means we need, for example, 12 weavers. Can you believe that? I can't believe it. 12. Oh, nice. They're looking in the other direction. And at least the Officium has a pretty huge radius. So we're gonna be able to squeeze them all in, right? Oh, no. I'm always scared when I reach a new city level. In Anno 1800, I was always happy to reach it. In this game, I'm not happy to reach a new city level. This is not good game design, I think, right? It's not a good game design that you get punished every time you upgrade your city, that you get punished like this. Doesn't make sense to me. This is fine. This should be reached. This will probably not be reached, and we're gonna readjust. Depends. That's the first ones. And then we have the dye works. Yeah, surprise, surprise. 12 of them. Oof. Let's move the first farms. I have no space. Gonna move this here. Actually, this is getting them with happiness. 180 fields, that's fine. If we built this here... No, did not really do anything. Okay, but I got that space here that I want. And I also don't want to have this lumber camp here anymore. Gonna move it all the way to this end here. He's just gonna replant some forests. So the lower tier is moving away from the city more and more as the higher tier moves in. This is such a big building that I'm not entirely sure at the moment where I'm placing it. Ha! There it is. Okay, 12. 9. 12. 1, 2, 3, 4. There you go. This is just the intermediate stage, right? So bear in mind, we're only still at tier 3 industry. Alright. Yeah, that's the toga now. And of these, we only need 6. And you know what? They're also boosting the performance. So this is once again a building you want to have in the city. And not something that you want to waste your industry zone with. Of course, it should be important to have one of these right here, because this is where we have the high quality buildings. So, I
tried to stay calm.
they're all important.
It's the only way to get things
There is a
done.
tiny area though, this one. Oh my, wait a second, this is why we have that. That's perfect. We can move them here. There you go. Can we upgrade? We can upgrade. Perfect. So now we have also tier 3 by the forum. And can I squeeze one in here? Perfect. There you go. Get the first toga manufacturer here in the city. Gonna move this. Okay. Also, we get the auxiliary increase, the license. That's great. And yeah, that's +2 on the coin. And we want to have a bunch of them now through the city. Another one here. Another one here. That's now 3. Then certainly another one here somewhere. Instead of the bakery, let's get rid of the bakery there. That's just increasing my fire risk by quite a bit. Gonna have the toga manufacturing there. That's 4, 5, and 6. Is that us? No, we are minor. Ah, decreased again. Very good. The thing is, we reach the next level, we get a massive penalty, and I think in that moment we lose some people again, so that we switch between the 2 city status there right now, all the time. This definitely needs some work. Alright, I'm not gonna build all of them though, right? Because, let's face it, that's too much, right? So we wanna place it with 12, so we are gonna build 6 of that. And 6 of these. There you go. To get the basics going. Let's upgrade that one too. Alright. So now we just wait for the raw materials to come in. And the toga production is up and running. We halved our balance with that. I happily continue with some upgrades. Here. Here. population, and also here. So we're now moving beyond the aqueduct here. And since I have enough reinforced concrete, let's also continue upgrading that main road through the center. So that that beautiful theater also gets its own pavement now. Paved road, that is. And then here. Alright. We don't have time. Let's go to Albion. So here I can see that the cheese is now on its way, right? This is working. It's almost full though. So I'm gonna place another slot of cheese in. So that this one doesn't cap. And what we should be doing is upgrading that warehouse, of course, to get even more storage in. Perhaps it was actually limited by the storage. But the cheese is working. Let's have a look at the brooches that we have over there. Because in Verulamium, our capital, have a bit of an issue there with the workforce. So we will need to add a bunch more houses. And we're actually... Oh no, this is fine. There's a shoe weaver. The shoe weaver makes everybody happy. And then again here. But I think I'm gonna need another marketplace than up here at some point. And there's also a monument coming up here. I can see this already, but for now, that's not possible. By the way, and this is also cool, we got lots of mountainsides in Albion, and they have iron, so we could use this, right? Iron is something we lack in Latium quite a bit. We're coming to the boundaries of what you can do with iron in Latium. Whereas here, that's not the case. So many beautiful trees. I'm inclined to keep this one here. Because that's some high density there of trees. Okay. Should be enough. What's going on with my workforce here? Something is wrong. I guess we have a ruin somewhere along the lines. It's coal, primarily, that is missing again. I'm afraid to say, don't have that much coal left. As the coal needs the forest area. So I will probably... Oh, wait a second. What we can do? Yes, we can reforest with the woodcutter now, right? We can take this one, place it there, and it will then generate a forest for us. That's pretty neat. And this area, I want to swamp. I want to drain. I want to swamp. I want to drain the swamp. Over here. Something that needs a lot of tiles. And this is a new tag for me. So we'll just see how that works out now. A marsh slot. Alright. Ah, look at that. Here. Enables the draining of Albion swampy marshes to create solid arable land. Check this out. Let's build it here. And there we have the drainage channel. That we now need to... Ah, alright. I'm gonna paint this one over there. All the way here. And now this is starting to work. Okay. Oh, that's the maximum. 75 is the maximum. Oh, look at that. Speechless how gorgeous this looks. The poor animals though. No one warned them. And with that we have it gone. The question is, do we need to keep it now? Yes. Okay, this needs to be active at all times so that the swamp is gone for good, right? You can even build a little bridge over that. Super cute. Oh, okay, this one disappears because it's now a normal road that you have then here. And yeah, this is now normal building space for us. That's really cool. Alright, especially on islands like this where you have just way too much swamp, it's a very good alternative. For example, to, yeah, get some more.
Construction of a ship has finished.
Charcoal burners out. So I'm gonna regrow me some forests here. And then we can actually use it like over here. right? To just get me another charcoal burner going with 100% efficiency right away. Honestly, I love this. There is a tag though, right? There was a tag for the charcoal burners. There it is. They can use metals now too. So it works for both of them. Let's queue this one in. Very good. So we don't need to reforce that manually all the time. Okay, here we still need to wait. The cool thing is they grow the forest and don't even need a connection, right? It's just growing. So what I can see is that we have now enough coal, almost, and way more silver than what we need. Another festival in Verulamium, income and prestige boost, plus a random specialist for 8,000. Gonna do this. We get the Iron Grade Ironist. Perhaps we can use him somehow right away. Happiness in range boost. Alright. Rob Stark wants a non-aggression pact. Gonna go ahead with him, because he's not my target right now. My main target is probably Licia Ma. Yeah, I know she's the weakest, but she's got very good islands that we probably will need. I usually don't like to beat the weakest, but in this case we probably will have to. Okay, gonna make me my road over there. And we get the next mountain slot then here and here, so we can continue draining this one here. Good. And let's also get the next charcoal burner going here. Very good. And this should now lead to a surplus. It is. And now we have that production up for the brooches. And we are producing 4 brooches, 3 in surplus. And in Veneta we need 2. Very good. We have the next production finished with that. I don't have a trade route for this yet. This one here? Oh, it was empty so far. Very good. It's working. Nothing against a good fight. He with the catapults. Still the same ship. Let's get rid of him. Really don't like those pesky pirates. Alright. The Toga is in, giving me population and prestige boost. Yeah, those people love us, right? And the cheese should all been in. There is the cheese. Another population, income and prestige boost. And we can see this. 2,500 made up all the costs again. That is coming in now, pushing us to 15,000 people. And to new levels of unhappiness. Loan request. I'm gonna accept this one not. Okay. He's asking for a loan and he wants 106,000. We would get back 122,000. We do have 130,000. This would give me a permanent income for the next hour of 2,000. I think that's worth it. Yeah, I'm gonna give it to him. We're dropping pretty hard, but my balance goes up even further. We get a reputation boost, and I don't need the money for now, because we are focusing now on the next production. That is then wine. To get my money back, right? It takes a full hour, so yeah, an hour is gone quickly. Also, we built more ships, especially more trade ships. There's another 2 coming out now. To have, yeah, one specific good being produced here, and that's the Toga. And the Toga is now coming along just fine. We already have a nice production for this one here, and what we can see, somewhere down there it is, we have the Toga fulfilled. It's giving me a population and a prestige boost. I'm now working on the brooches for the silver. Oh, look at that, also we're out of soap. And very important, I want to work on fine glass, because this is another massive income boost. And before we are continuing with anything else, some of you have been pointing this out, rightfully so. Yes, I deleted my fishing hut here, but I should actually keep one available here, right? Because the income boost from that is quite significant, especially since there is a lot of high tier people living in that, and both of them together lead to a combined additional income of 500 per minute, which is insane for just 2 fisheries, really. So I'm just gonna have them here again to get me that juicy bonus out of it. Now let's also have a quick look at my ships. So yeah, looking at the soldiers, this is a warship, this is a warship. We got a few of them, and this is one. This, however, is my latest trader that we're also gonna need pretty soon for what's to come. Are we producing anything else? We are producing 2 more warships. That's important because war is about to happen. What is also about to happen is, yeah, some more boosting, some more developments in Saliente. Got some building materials over here for the next things that we have planned here. So number 1 is the... where do we have it? That is the minerals that we want, the mineral crusher as they're called. However, once again, we need to have a tier 2 population here. We need to have a much bigger town in general, as we already lack the basic workforce for the farmers. So I would like to, yeah, get me a few more here and here. And I'm probably gonna have another marketplace over there as well somewhere. And this is a really straight town, right? So very organized. We do not allow for that many mistakes here, as we do need, yeah, workforce. We got 340 planks available. That's a beautiful number. We need some more marble, in fact, for what's to come. So that's the first time I think we're using marble. Look at that, it's piling up. As I'm progressing a bit slow there. At this point I should have probably reached tier 4. But because of some certain embargo conditions, I'm only allowed to show this to you later. So we can already prepare as well as possible for tier 4, right? Because tier 4 is going to introduce, yeah, a lot of things. Okay, got another quest from Diana. Is that right? Yeah, Diana. She wants to do something. Ancillary Justice. Destroy circus ships to find Diana's missing servant. Over there we have the ships. Over here I have my ships. And I think we should be able to do this. So let's just combine my fleet into one massive one. Very good. We do have a bunch more down here. These guys will now take over the patrol then in this area, because I definitely do need to have some protection at all times. Alright, festival. This is the quest. We also have the Stuff of Legends. So this is also, I think this is the Emperor questline that we had. Escort a Pentaconter. The thing is, I have no idea where they are. And then we have the taxing task. This is something we can already fulfill, honestly. But the Procurator, that is in Albion. It's not something I'm gonna do right now. Yeah, those quest targets are rather quick. There is a couple of them on the map right now. Poses a problem for us, of course, as I cannot just split my ships everywhere. But I'm going to send those 3 to the quest target. And we should be having another one over there. There it is, that we can hunt down, right? It's only just 1 ship each. And this one's attacking my trade ship. How dare it is. Now, for Saliente, we do need to have either my Pileus or my spinners going here. Next research, very good. And in this case here, I'm probably going with the spinner again because of that knowledge boost that we just get out of that every single time. And let's go ahead and get me number 1. We could use Fermium again to transport some surplus over, but I think I'd rather just go with that, right? So that... oh, we're under attack. I cannot build while I'm under attack. That's interesting. Construction area under attack. But... my my harbor is way stronger than this ship, right? And should go down now. There you go. And perhaps there is something that we have to loot. Nope, there was not the servant that we're looking for. In fact, there is another ship. So there's a bunch of those ships around here. There is the next one that we want to take care of, and one of them will have then the missing person. Also, we haven't really found Syracuse yet. I really wonder where he is on this map. Okay, down it is. There seems to be something now. Ah, Phoebus, Diana, and Scylla. We have found someone, and we need to bring that one back. There's still one more. And also, my next horsemen are coming out over here. How quaint. Finally, we can build again. Let's go ahead and just push my spinner here and one here. Get me a nice bonus out of that whole city. And that's already it, right? You just need to really provide one of them to have the upgrade. We got 80 workforce, so I'm gonna build me a few more just so that we have a nice surplus that we can work with then at the end of the day. And there it is. This should be enough for everything now. So fish a bit more. Oh, actually it's not. I'm surprised at that. So we'll also... Yeah, let's also use it here. So we can boost these guys. Get the road over. And another warehouse. Let's keep it a bit chaotic there. I don't care. But I will also need one more here. With that we have the 1 minute to 1 minute. And this one we can actually just have right here. I do miss, gotta be honest, the workforce boosting, right? 50%. I do miss that easy boost. Indeed, we have found a new island all the way down here. And that's there. So I'm expecting another island to pop up in the most southern possible location. And there's also then once again one of these quest ships here. And there's the next one that we've sunk, also giving me some loot. Oh, wait a second. Let's have a look where we already have the missing person. Ah, that was just some timber. Alright, by now I'm expecting that we can upgrade these houses. And indeed, there he is. Oh, wow. Let's just quickly get out of reach again as my ships are under fire immediately. By the way, there is another one here that we just sank. There was no loot again. There is Syracuse. So we found him. And his island looks very similar to Anharl's island. Or yeah. And I guess all the way up here he's having lavish feasts and celebrations. And yeah, we can. I'm totally expecting this. Once again start trading with him at some point to get weapons and stuff like that. And specialists that specifically enhance your combat skills. It's a really cool one. And when you're looking closer, there's the defenses, right? There's one. Ballistas most likely, or mostly, right? Then we have 1, 2 here, 3 here, 4 here, 5 here. Ooh, that could be 6. You should not enter here, I guess. Yeah, this will be a tough nut, honestly, because actually look at that. Now that I just realized it, it's like a tower defense one, right? There's an entrance and there's the entrance, and then we have to follow the path all the way through here to the harbor defense. Very interesting. This is super hard to crack, definitely. And he's actually got the ceasefire offer here with the pirate. But for now, I really don't want to go lower on the Emperor. We have 14, and since this makes settling on islands cheaper, I would like to keep this one active for now. The good reputation, right? Now, there's the upgrade. Let's just see, 2732 should be fine for what we have in store. And that is now primarily this production here. So we're starting with the mineral quarry that we have. And oh, the glassblower is very slow. So this is definitely an artisan district building again. But how much glass do we need? 1 ton right now. So I think it's safe to just have the number 4 in our mind right now. So for 4 we need, yeah, 3 quarries, right? To work this. And I think this area here looks rather well for that. In the middle we have them. No, actually let's have the warehouses for each one of them. Because there's no need on saving 3 timber for a warehouse, right? They're not as expensive anymore as they used to be. And I'm just gonna have my roads then here, close to the hemp farm. And then here. And this one goes then down here. And I think we're starting with 2. Even 2 might be too much already, but what the heck. We can do it. And start the mineral production, thanks to this island having the mineral deposit. Now, this one, gorgeous. As always. Beautiful stuff there. Yeah, digging out of the earth there. Should we have the mineral crusher on this island too? I think we should, because it's reducing the health, and I certainly don't want to have this one attributed to me. We will need a few more though. So let's go ahead and upgrade these guys, as I do need the workforce. And here. There you go. 49 sounds lovely for the mineral crusher. And I think 3 we now need to accommodate. So they've used some very interesting odd numbers, right, for the calculations. That was easier before. But it's 3. And with that we need the 3 mineral crushers, which, by the way, of course, is too much. So I think I'm going to calculate with 2 right now. So I'm going to have them probably here right away with a road just behind my hemp farms. Because don't forget, we are not gonna need that much, right? So this is... Can we make a road here? We can. That's just great, because now we have 4 in this tiny corner. Oops, that was the mine. It took the mine. That's annoying. Right, and that's already... Those 2 are already way more than what we need right now. Beautiful once again. Here we are processing now the mineral in all different kind of colors. It doesn't need anything else, right? It just needs the pigments coming out of that. The minerals, processing them into pigments. Next we have the glass smelter. This will need coal, so I'm gonna need me a charcoal burner for sure. Gonna have this one over there. And then we just need the sand refinery. And here once again we need to go with 3 if we want to supply the whole town of Veneta. So do we have another beach area? No, we don't. This is a big problem. So 1, 2 and 3. Okay. But don't forget, we are also going to need more fish again. Yeah, this is okay. With this we can work. Okay, so we get them working. Materials are fine. But what I can see is that the glass smelter already needs tier 3 population. So I'm not going to bother with them on this island. We rather just take the silica. Because, you know, it's still space that we save with that. And let's build 2. To get me my silica in that we need. The 3 tons here, right? So we get 3 tons of that. 3 tons of that. Yeah, let's just make it even. And make 3 tons here now. There you go. Now we just need a trade route. I really do not have that many ships anymore. We just finished another Queen Kareem warship and another Queen Kareem warship here. Now I would like to work on some smaller ships again. We don't need to have the biggest ships all the time. Especially since for these trade routes, smaller ships just do fine as well. We got 140k. How much do you sell me one of these? 13,000. That's a lot of money for small ships. These are smaller warships. Yeah, they're not worth it, right? We need to produce our own ships. I can use this smaller Pentaconta that we still have for this next trade route. And we're just gonna probably have then 2 ships on it. Saliente to Veneta. It's actually very close. And... yeah, civilian ship. And we're gonna push then in here the... pigments and also my... silica. Where's my silica? It's not here. Agricultural goods? No. Intermediate goods. Where's the raw silica? There it is. Looks like sand. And we're gonna push it in. I'm gonna have a second ship then here to speed this up. But with the pigments and the silica coming on, we should be golden. Ship is on the way. Now we just need the buildings. And I would like to try and use my industry here. So this is all toga. And now we have then the sand here. The coal is not very abundant, so we will need to strengthen this one. And then we just have our glass smelters. And they, oh god, they need a river slot. Are you kidding me? We do not have the river slots anymore. I have 2 here, but that would increase the fire risk of all the buildings in the surrounding area. And they're very slow. Where is my commuter pier? I really don't want to upgrade them to tier 3. But here we have the slots. What we can do is we can move the lower tiers, the clay pits that we have. And what do we have up here? That's also clay, right? Clay pit, clay pit. All right, we can move the clay pits over to Saliente because here we do have lots of river slots. So I think this might be the most sensible thing that we can do here. And we should have the workforce for that. Clay pit. 4. That's absolutely fine. Let's push 2. You know what? Let's push 3. Because we can. But, of course, for all of this, we're gonna need another trade route. Again, with more ships. Alright. Let's get rid of them right now. Because, you know, it doesn't matter if clay comes in a bit delayed. I don't care. And now we can have the glass smelter number 1. And number 2 here. But that's still not enough because they're very slow with the production. These are only tier 3 production chains. That's the incredible thing. I'm very afraid of what tier 4 looks like because We are really running low on space here everywhere at this point. I still need to fortify my bread as well, so I'm just going to push these guys now. And instead of this clay pit, I'm also going to have me a flour mill here. Because that's just the only thing that I can do here right now. Okay, and yeah. Let's get rid of this one and have me my third glass smelter in this area. However, I will need to really strengthen the whole area's fire defenses because of that. So, I guess a well here. We don't have a well here at the moment. That's great. Gives me actually some room to work with. Okay, number 1. And number 2 and number 3 we're gonna activate later then. So that's the glass smelters. This leads now to a potential production of glass of 1.5, I think it is, right? And with that we can start our glass blowers. They're producing only 0.5, so I will need a lot of them. They actually increase the prestige rating of the area. Gonna make me a road here, and we just will start with 4 of them to have them. I could have them close to the city, right, for the prestige bonus, but once again, the penalty is just way higher than what I can afford. So I'm not gonna do that. And yeah, let's start with 2. This is what we can afford to get me my next production chain finished. Upgrading some more buildings to tier 3 is possible here. As of course we want to continue pushing the whole inner city, and with that we have now 600 equitas available, but the plebs, they're lacking a bit again. We could upgrade these guys here or just continue with my... Okay, higher coverage of the aqueduct system has improved diplomatic relationships with the Saura. Alright, she likes that we're using water. Yeah, here I would like to go ahead and get me my next district going. It's a bit tight now as we are moving into this area, but we're gonna overhaul that area again soon as well. Let's have the main road, yeah, probably ending here. I mean, there's something bigger coming than over there, so this area can still develop nicely. What I would like to do, right, having one here and this one, and let's have a road here and a road here. And then we can have some more blocks. Probably, yeah, probably like this. Should be an interesting block. There you go. Using different shapes now. I think this one has a connection. No, it does not have a connection. There you go. Much better. And then we can have... I think I'm gonna keep a bit of a distance there with these guys. And we're already positive again on the workforce. Of course, we'll need to upgrade a bunch of them. Where should we do this, by the way? Here, I guess. Along the main road. Right, so that we get the plebs in. And the plebs, yeah, the plebs are not looking so good right now. Some of their goods are running low. That is something I want to fix, of course. I just also noticed constantly that we are way too low on the civilian ship count. So we've just finished this one now. And the thing is, you know, we got a lot of trade routes, like also the cheese here. That's just not enough one ship for such a long trade route, right? That's the 5, that's the Queen Kareem. I think we just finished, though, a normal trireme. So I'm going to stick with the trireme for, the Queen Kareems for this one. Here, we do have the olive. And this one's wrong. Here we need to make this vice versa, of course, because in Berolanium we want to pick them up, right? Got a lot of them already. There's 2 ships on this. I might actually increase the volume of that so that it's coming in sooner. And then we got the silica minerals trade route with the small ship, and this is where I'm gonna add now another major one. This one, right? Because I want to transport more between the 2 islands then as well down the road. And that is probably the coal, as we're gonna need more of that as well. But it might be something else. I'm just gonna wait on that a bit longer. But it was, of course, the clay, right? That we need to get over there still. So that's the other ship doing it now. One ship is going to be overloaded or not able to transport all of it, but that's okay. Next we have this one, 2 more trade ships coming out. By the way, production of the fine glass is now in full swing, right? So all 3 of them are working, getting the fine glass in, and I hope that we do have then a surplus coming in for this good. Not yet. Oh, it's tight. We need to build another one. Can't believe it. I will, in fact, need to get the next glass smelter now going. With that, we're getting above 1000 fire risk again. But I don't care. Honestly, the city is not burning down, right? Because of that, so... Okay, actually, I had in mind that I'm settling on this island here because it has grapes. It's the only other island I've found that has really grapes with a lot of space. Like here we do have lavender, which is really rare. And this one here is with the grapes. But... 500,000, and that is already with a very good repetition with the Emperor. Alright. Let's go for the smaller one, because the smaller one at least has the lavender fertility. Going back to Saliente, because here we can push a few more houses in this area. And these are gonna have the honorable task of being a sheep herder, because I'm going to get my next industries away from Vineta, which is the sheep production. So I'm gonna have the fishing wool here, and only the sheep production. By the way, there's a ransom demand. I'm gonna 80,000. No. I'm gonna not move the whole thing, because the Pileus Felter, they actually give me an income boost again that we still want to distribute throughout the town, right? We have a very good income right now, and that is what I can utilize here. So it's really just the sheep farms that we need, right? And I'm hoping that we can take this beautiful layout and just move it over here. And in Ferumium, no, sorry, it was here. Because in Saliente, we don't have a lot of space, and the most important goods that we already have here are minerals, right? Minerals and beach space. So this gives me an opportunity of actually using the little space we have for some sheep herding, right? It's not an expensive industry, and we should be able to squeeze us in a few of them here along the way to, yeah, produce wool. Right, I'm gonna have another one here, and probably then my warehouses here in the center. There you go, together with some firewood here to keep it all organized and clean. I think we can still squeeze in a few more. You need a lot of wool. Don't forget, we also need it for sail making, right? And we are producing in Vineta right now 18 tons is my production. My demand is only 10 tons though, right? And each one of them has, as far as I remember, a 2 ratio, right? So this is really easy, because these 4 here already produce me 8 tons. And now we're looking at 16 tons already in production of wool. So I'm gonna have me a surplus, of course, with those, and that's it, right? That's all the wool that I'm ever gonna need. We already have now the updated trade route here with the 4 slots. So I'm just gonna make this one better with adding now the sheep to it. And that's it. So one ship is gonna transport all of that. Now that I think about it, the next ship coming out here will be dedicated to this trade route already. We're full on sheep anyway, so let's delete them and get us some workforce back as well. Not only space, but workforce. There's then also the thing with the pig farms. This is my next target, right? Because the pig farms, that's something we really don't need a lot. So these are all the pig farms we have right now. Moving them away to Saliente is a very viable strategy for us. And I'm probably going to use this space for it. So Saliente really is important for us. Very good. I like that. We have the soap coming out of that. We need only 8 tons of pigs in Vineta, so that's here already 6 tons, and that's now a whopping 12 tons. I could have them pushed also probably here or here, another one here. To get me a surplus in, right? Let's build the warehouses. I just need a few more, a bit more workforce, of course, to make up for it. And I just hope that we have enough fish out of all of that. It's a bit tight with the fish. The spinners are still making a nice surplus. So having another one, you know what, we can already also have the fish here, right, along this side. Let's hope that we can at least squeeze in 2. 1 and 2. Very good. I like that. With that, we have the population. With that, we have the agricultural goods roaming. With that, once again, we do not have enough ships. Let's get rid of the sheepies on this one. Keep the clay. And I'm just going to implement a whole new trade route for this, right? Because it's just that much. So we now have then hopefully our new ship. There it is. Ipso facto. What a really cool name. And ipso facto is now going to transport the sheep and the pigs. Let's get this one done. Got a lot of trade routes now. 9. And with that, we open up 15 fame points. Thank you very much for this. I enjoy that. Now, I'm also enjoying getting rid of the pig farms because they give me a massive island health penalty. So we get just 300 back again. Also the space, of course. And yeah, I'm just going to keep the processing industry now. That we're probably pushing then over there. What is this small island costing me here? 112,000 would be affordable for the next island. The cool thing is it has the lavender. And that is really just something we need. So I'm going to build me that. I'm gonna afford this, right? We have already the planks. And I just now need my lavender here, which just needs farmers. But we're gonna need a lot of lavender fields. I'm just gonna place them here down and hope that with a bunch of farmers we can have a lot of... Oh, there you go. A lot of lavender coming in here, right? And I'm gonna keep this tight, sorry, because honestly, it's a tight island. Should be able though to squeeze in Pop and Marketplace here to give them some happiness, some purpose in life. And that's it, right? This should be enough for a bunch of lavender farms. Let's get the water gone. And now we just need another trade ship again. And we're also gonna need more space here really soon, I'm afraid to say. Let's queue in the next one. So the lavender fields we can get rid of soon. And we got so much space here now. Ready for more city. More city and more... No, actually more city. Straight out more city. Because the artisan district here will just grow once we get rid of the lavender fields. That's the target here. We also don't need them anymore, by the way. Let's get rid of them. Right, gives me back some workforce again for the hemp farms. This island, by the way, no rivers, right? So I will also need to look at more rivers now from here on forth, and that's Firmium. That is my next target for, yeah, clay, especially, that we're gonna transport over, but also probably some flour processing. Lovely, the procurator in Albion has some more ships because I'm just gonna buy them now. 15,000. That's another very good trade ship. The problem is that these trade routes are very slow, like really slow. It takes a long time for one of these ships to make a full cycle, right? And Vineta, I'm just gonna check this here once again because the brooches are still not coming over, right? So those ships take way too long for my taste. The cheese at least makes a good turn back and forth between the two, right? So there's 150 cheese coming in again on the trade route. I like these animations, by the way. The fact remains, I'm gonna keep the... Also the... I mean the renderer, you know, the renderer gives me -2 happiness and -2 fire island-wide. That is just a massive penalty for each renderer. I'm considering, yeah, going to push them to Firmium. It's the only thing that makes sense here to me. This is gonna be fun. 12 lavender fields. Together with their warehouses. This makes probably Timia the happiest island in this game so far. Now, that's also just exactly how much Liberty's workforce we have for all of them, right? There's no fire hazard on this island yet because it's too low developed. And with that, we have now, yeah, another trade route that we need to fill with a ship. So I'm gonna go, since this is only gonna be one good for a long time. I mean, there would be minerals here and oyster. I have no idea what we need oyster for at this point. But, I mean, yeah, this is a warship. This is a warship. They're just selling warships, all of them. Annoying. So I will need a smaller trade ship somehow. Yeah, we got the Nanshi Vow. Let's also build me really a smaller trade ship then. And we do have one. This one, right? Yeah, this one. The ABS. The ABS is gonna leave that trade route here now. And in fact... So you can see, yeah, I'm fiddling around here, right? Nanshi Vow is gonna be on this one here now. And then we just have a new trade route established now between Timia and Vineta. And that's now the ABS. There it is. That just gets the lavender over. Doesn't need anything else than this, right? And with that, the port is not looking too busy yet. I mean, there is 2 ships now waiting. So we will need to push something here. I think we haven't finished the research on that yet. That would be the next target. And yeah, then only wine remains. But I think we can ignore wine. And yeah, I think we can ignore wine if we want to go for the next tier now. So far so good. That was a lot of development again in this area especially, where we have space available for more city development. I can now get rid of these guys here, right? Saves me the workforce again. I just love that transition. And also this. Lots of workforce back again. And lots of new space here for the next artisans. And I'm gonna reserve this one here for the tier 4 industries that we're gonna need, right? That's a lot of space we can use. This one here is gonna be more city. And I think it's really time now to push for, yeah, tier 4. Or a bit more Albion. Gonna decide on that in the next episode. I hope you enjoyed this one, as we're about to enter endgame. Stay tuned. Greetings everyone, hello and welcome back once again to Anno Pax Romana. Very good of you to join and join me in strolling through the city of ancient Rome. And we don't have that much time to enjoy the scenery, as we have a lot of things to discuss at this very moment. One of them is diplomacy. For diplomacy, I would like to show you something, and that is the Emperor, and that is Calidus right over here. And yeah, some of you have been pointing this out rightfully so already. And we can reduce the settlement cost. So as we've noticed, we need to pay $500,000 now to settle on the next bigger island. And what we can see here is if we get high enough with the Emperor, so 100 is the max, we're at 15 right now. And with the first milestone here, we would reduce the island settlement cost by 25%. Also, this affects the traders, by the way. This is really interesting. We can reroll items at traders and we get 15% better prices for goods. And this just goes up, right? The next step would be then halving the settlement cost. This is pretty massive. And then the top one here, where we pay a bargain, but I don't know if you can actually reach that number there. But I think those 2 middle grounds here would be a very nice point to have a look at. Now, I'm not entirely sure how many things give us reputation at this point with the Emperor. It might also be some normal quests that we find, right, with the representatives, like Diana, for example. Some of them might give us also imperial reputation. So we are still having this quest, which is really taking forever because we need to destroy a lot of those ships, right? Destroy the circus ships, and right now there is none on the map, which is strange. So right now I cannot do anything. I think we destroyed one somewhere, but there was no quest item. So we still need to continue and get this one further away. Island under siege, what does this mean? It's not my island, hopefully. No, it's not my island, so there's nothing here. It's just this one here probably was under attack or something like that. Next, we need to look at research, and that is in my tree of economy over here. We do have a bunch of things that I would like to go ahead with now, in the despotism tree, and that is the trade pier, finally, right? Peer-to-peer trading. This is a new harbor building that we can build them. That gives me access to more docks where ships can, you know, trade. And then we have also the K Street. So we don't even have any buildings right now that make me build a proper harbor area. So this is a first step towards this. This is also increasing. This increases my harbor range. Hooray! I definitely want to go ahead with this one as well. And then we have the warehouse upgrades and the trading post upgrade. Let's go for the trading post upgrade before that. So we can queue this one up, right? To upgrade my trading post to the next tier. once again increasing my island storage then. So these are very important tasks, and it's gonna take us quite some time to finish all of that. But it's on its way. We can once again boost it by building a few more Grammaticus. We do have 3 rolling the city right now. This area here definitely would need one once we upgrade. And I think over here we do have some tier 2 already. Getting this one in would boost my, yep, there it is. And let's just see how much learning we get out of that. Yeah, some 200 additional learning. Finally, by the way, our silver is in the jewelry. And in this case, let's just check it out, the bonus that we're getting out of this one again. So there it is now, fully satisfied. Income boost and belief boost, right? Belief boost is something I really don't care about at this point, but the income boost is nice as we're struggling with that a bit. Also, just look at that. This is just a detail I love. It's the clouds once again, right? The real rendered clouds. So the sun is hidden right now. There it is, the sun, right? And there are some clouds coming by at this point, and you can see the shadow coming down on the city. So some parts of the city are still in sunshine and the others are in the shadow. Look at that. This is just really cool. I love this.
Construction of a ship has finished.
Back to Saliente, we need to have some additional city development. I'm gonna push another marketplace up here. And yeah, it's getting into a really big town, Saliente. Unfortunately, I should say, because this is all space we could use for industry. And I'm just gonna make this tight because I have no idea how much more population we are gonna need in all of that. Ceasefire offer. Once again, I'm not gonna do this. I would love to get some reputation out of this for the Emperor, please. Right, so it's coming in again and again, and I'm not getting any reward out of it. My next smaller Pentaconta has been finished. We can add this one now to my Lavender trade route, right? So we want to stabilize all of this. And then we have the cheese one here, where I would also like to get the next trading ship in, a trireme. So we got the quinquereme and the trireme here now, which is okay, because there's going to be lots of volume that we want to trade here. Okay, so with that out of the way, I think it's safe to now continue developing this area. And that is that we move them with the soap reinforcing, right? So we got an industry zone here that I don't want to have to be an industry zone. I want to move this over here. So once again, we have now the logging industry. And we do have, though, a logging industry working in most other islands, right? So in Firmium, for example, we're also capped with logs. So what I would like to do is I would like to get me a new trade route between Firmium, Saliente and Veneta. And this one is picking up now. We're gonna use... we're out of ships again. We just built one. I would like to have a logging trade route. Can we purchase a ship real quick? These are not traders. Nope, we need to build more ships. It's just incredible. Yeah, another civilian cargo slot. 4. And there's also a lot of ships here waiting now, which of course is hurting my economy. If they're waiting too long, wasting time. And we're full on pigs, that's also good, because this means we can push more now for the soap, right? So we have the renderers over there. And then we have our soap production. That is giving me the health boost. It's not, I mean, we're getting a more health penalty out of this, so it's useless doing this in the city, right? We're doing this here where they're not being affected. I mean, you know, my war Queen Kareem actually has 3 slots, which would be fine. So I could take one of them. It's a trade ship that can then protect itself. Why not, right? So we get Firmium, and I'm just gonna put in one of my Queen Kareems here. Calliope, Nicosia, there it is. It's right there. And this one is now transporting logs to Veneta, right? With those back and forth here. So it's docking at both of them because both of them have a logging industry, and getting this one over then. And with that, we do not need to have this logging industry here anymore, which takes a lot of space. So now I'm happy to report that we can get rid of it. And I'm just gonna get flat out rid of all of them. We're also capped on timber, so I really don't need it for a long time. gives me once again more space that we can now use to push more industry over here. And yeah, the first order of business would be then to get my renderers over. And once again, also, I would like to make it so that we... an officium, right? Where we can, oh yeah, have more boosting. But as you can see, there's an overlap from this one. I cannot overlap at all. So I'm gonna place it here. And we probably will be able to get another one here, just in case. There you go. With that out of the way, we can now build them. That's 8 here. And then I was also going to make 8 here. So the ratio here is 1:1, right? Where this whole thing can work. And I can now get rid of these guys. Okay, and then we also have our leather production. I'm also going to get a medicus over there to increase the health of this area. So every industry zone now by default also has then firefighters and also has the medicus and the custodia. Oh, by the way, there is one. So the custodia we can move over here. And this one I'm moving in here. Finally, Saliente is also recovering with the workforce, and those ships are having more goods in again as well. So we're looking at almost an equal workforce now. This should actually regrow here because we have some rights, or we had some rights, they're now gone. There's still a bit over here, but once completely gone, this should then stabilize. There it is, peer-to-peer trading. I've been waiting for this, and yeah, we can now go ahead. By the way, do we have another... We have another depot slot. Very good. So, in fact, we can add this one now. The problem is I'm still having no harbor area, right? So, it's still very little area that we have available. But I can still go ahead and get me my next depot or my next trading pier. And for now, it needs a direct beach connection or coastal connection. So, I'm just going to have this over here. And this one I can now move over there, right? Unfortunately, they cannot overlap, so I'm gonna move this one a bit further over still to have more room now in this area. With the trading pier. Alright, trading pier and additional access for points of arriving ships. Very good. And what is that? Seaport specification. Alright, we can specify more out of this one later down the road, but that's way later. Next, we are focusing on the bread production because the demand, in fact, is rather low for bread. Considering all the other things that we have, bread is something that's just sticking around to 4, right? Also, the garum here, by the way, is something we can touch on as well. But the 4 with the bread I would like to tackle because it requires river slots. And I do not want to have these grain mills here plastered through my city. I think this doesn't fit. Also, we do not have any more river slots available for further expansion. So what we can do is we can move this one, for example, to Firmium. Because in Firmium, we have lots of space still left, even though it doesn't really look like it. We have workforce that we can further boost. So I would like to go ahead and, yeah, get me my next blocks of housing going over here. To get me in some farmers. And also what we have in Firmium, lots of river slots. Look at that. Very good. This is something where we can use the clay production as well, right? That we can then boost in Firmium probably. The cool thing is, Firmium has advanced to tier 2 as well, so it can also profit from a bread production with more workforce, as bread is giving you a huge bonus of that. So the total amount of 5 bread, I would easily like to push up to 8. That means we do need, I only need 8 wheat farms. It's not that much when you look at all of the rest of the things, right? So 8 of them is something we should easily be able to provide. Makes this very strange shape up there. And since we want to copy this one, I want to keep this one as tight as possible. Right, well, already 6 we have, and then I'm going to copy those 2 over. And with that, we would have a nice surplus already rolling for us that we can then use with the grain mill. So this is the limiting factor, really, the grain mill, because it needs the river slots. And for the 8, we need 4 of them, in fact, right? Which is then a lot, if you think about that. Having those slots here now consumed. But that's the great thing about this island here. And I will need another bridge over here. Perhaps we can make this one into a nice bridge. Thank you very much. And then I'm going to have my road over here. And then this one has, yeah, probably gonna make it a bit tighter here. Should be fine. And then we need the bakeries, and yeah, they have once again this fire thingy going with them. But yeah, I'm probably gonna have at least 1 or 2. There's my tiles, and let's just check it out. We can affect a whole bunch here, and the fire risk is not that bad at the moment in Firmium. We don't even have firefighters in some areas, so it might be worth it doing this now. There you go, right? So we have basically no fire risk at the moment, and that gives me the opportunity of adding then some bakeries to, yeah, push my income a bit. So here we don't need 8 bakeries. This is once again something that might hurt us. Let's just start, and let's not overdo it, because actually we can finish all of them. They don't require that much workforce. Same goes with the mills. They actually require then tier 2 flaps, right? So the production is now up and running, and now we need 8 of them, and I would like to use at least 2. We'll just see how many we could squeeze in. There's 1, and then we are gonna have a second one, yeah, here, instead of this, so we can move them. Alright, and then I do need 6 here. And yeah, definitely a firefighter for these guys. And should I dare? I'm not going to build all of them though, because that requires workforce. Let's build a few and then wait for the bread to come in, because this will give me a nice population boost for all of my tier 2 residences here. And since we have some stuff left, oh, okay, the tunics are running low. Not anymore, they don't. Very good. Firmium should have a nice explosion out of that. And of course, yeah, how it is, we do need another... By the way, you're not trading. Now we need to have another trade ship again. I hope we have one. Yeah, we got the Gladiatrix, as it's called, to implement us the next trade rod. And that is now, of course, Brad with the Gladiatrix. Among other things, of course. But we're starting with this. Got quite a few trade routes now roaming here in Latium. Finally, we, by the way, found Phoebe, and we can now deliver her to Diana to finally finish this quest. This was a long one. In Firmium, the bread production is now in full swing, so we got really 10 tons of bread that we're producing. And only 1 is being needed. And in Neta, we really just need 4. So this is just incredible that we actually don't need that much bread. And with that out of the way, we will now be able then to, yeah, get rid of some of those productions here. I might even get rid of the bakeries to some extent, because I really don't like the fire risk they're introducing. All of this so we can finally continue expanding Vineta now, once again, with another district. Now, this is kind of like the end of the main road that we have here, so I would like to get something in here, right? But only up to this point, I think. So we'll just see whatever we're gonna see there, right? That means, or I have it here and I have more city here. I think this makes more sense. Yeah, let's have the main road going up here, right? And that means that in this area we can then push more. By the way, also my aqueduct, yeah, we can get this one into the area too. Does it also, this is a question, does the well affect, yeah, it affects the normal residences as well, tier 1, right? Not only the higher residences that we have here, but also tier 1. So it might make sense to build the aqueduct now into this district here. And this is something where I need to get rid of some buildings here, because I was not quite straightforward there. And this is also looking not so nice. We'd like to fix this. So we're gonna have the aqueduct going up like this to the... Oh, that's not possible. Invalid crossing. Can we have it like so? Yes, okay. That's better. And this fits. And then we have it here along the road again. This aqueduct going along here. And we we'll be able then... Can we make it up? Oh, we can make it up. Is that right? That's interesting. I think, yep, the whole thing goes up then, right? If we try to make it like that work. Construction area block. So this is the wonky part. I need to get rid of the road for now. Then we're gonna build the well here. Somewhere. Probably like so. Just along the road. That will affect all of them. And this aqueduct goes then up here. Which is possible, but also, once again, look at that. Why is it not allowing me to build it right here? Right? It's snapping to both of the other directions. That's super strange. That's really weird. Alright, let's have it like so. And then now it's working. Right, and then we have it going along here, my predefined area, right? Where I already reserved some space. Yeah. Okay, it's working. We get the cistern now in this area. And I can have, hopefully, another road here again. There you go. Now the road works. And then we have the road here. Going through that again. It works. There is, by the way, here the mountainside that we could also use for another well. But that's that. Request from the Emperor. Yes, yes, yes. Donate an impressive sum. Okay, so that's +8. We will definitely unlock the first tier with him then, right? So we push towards 22, but at the cost of 100,000 denarii. So is that making up for the islands? Well, at least for one island it won't, but if we settle on 1 or 2 more islands, then it's probably going to work out. So let's actually go ahead and do this, right? Gain the impressive reputation boost here, up to 22 now. And with that we get the supporter. At least I think, because it's not really visible here. I also cannot see the Emperor here. I can see all of them, but not the Emperor. What's going on? So we're at 22 with the Emperor. That's not enough, I guess, right? Because this is 25, 50. No. Is that 30? It also doesn't state that here, right? This seems like it needs work polishing. Because right now I cannot tell what we have and what we don't. If I click on him, I also cannot see it. So that's that, I guess. Alright, Diana shows her gratitude with the quest. Unfortunately, no reputation boost, but 30,000 denarii is actually nice. Makes up for some of the costs that we had. The port gets busy. Now we can have 2 ships here docking. Great to see. Speeds up my trading tremendously. The Stuff of Legends, that's something we can also do now, right? So that's with Alicia Ma. Oh, that's in Albion, alright. I would like to transfer some of my warships over anyway, because we have way too many warships in the region. So those 3 down here, we're gonna transfer them now to Albion. And in Albion... Yeah, let's just transfer them to Albion. The game will tell me when they arrive. And then we can use them for some quests over there. Got another quest here. A number of my associates were lost at sea recently. I fear Keizo seeks to enrich himself by clapping our fellows in chains. I call upon your aid to rescue them. And another one here. Some of them might be having good rewards. So we're gonna use this once again with my ships. So I've got my 3 ships here. Let's meet the target. And let's play it safe. Get 5 warships in here right away. So there we need to negotiate. We need to pay or we refuse to pay. That's what I would like to do. And I hope that we can now... Your ships have a low chance of survival. What? Oh, we need to send a ship in here. That's crazy. It's nothing we can do right now. Okay, so once again a quest we'll need to have on hold. We continue with a very important building, latrines. There is one of them. Increases the health, but also of course gives public relief. Let's have this one here. And I'm probably gonna have now a bunch of them once again through my city. And it's just great that we can use once again these tiny slots that we have everywhere. We also get another 15 fame points for placing 3 amenities in Latium. So that was another achievement. And there is a bit of space. I mean, it barely costs me anything. We can really plaster this one to further reduce my, well, not so great looking stats. In a new area, I'm just going to continue then with some service buildings. We already have the sanctuary over there that is just working out fantastically for this whole area, so I'm probably not going to have another one here. And by the way, we do get the bonuses here then, so we can see that we can have another shrine then, and the next productivity bonus is imminent. Wait a second, is that? Because we're at the cap of belief, so I think we actually need to add then another sanctuary to increase the cap here. And we can also go ahead with the shrines that we have. There it is. So I can still build 2 more. They give me the population and health boost, right? So you definitely want to maximize this further. There's a lot more micromanagement going on than in previous games. So you need to really stay on your toes there with the service buildings, the smaller ones. This whole area really deserves a shrine. I'm not entirely sure where we place it though, because I don't want to destroy the blocks that we have. And this is the tricky part about this game, that you need so many service buildings and industrial buildings for the bonuses. I mean, this doesn't really fit in here, right? This olive press there, it really doesn't. I might get rid of the health boost here, move it somewhere else. You know, we get the health boost somewhere else then. Yeah, I could actually have it. No, I don't want to. I'm gonna have it here, in fact. Let's move the peasants away. And then I can have my olive press over there, right? We're still affecting most of the people here now. That is fine. And we have a bit of room here for the shrine, which also gives me a nice population boost. That is something I would like to have. And on top of that, we have a bit of space for something else. I'm considering even adding just some more normal houses there, right? Around the shrine. It's entirely possible to make this a bit denser. Yeah, let's have one here and one here. So this is kind of like a block then. And then we have the shrine in the center. We still have room for one more cistern that I would like to get in here somewhere. Right, so just at the end of this, we can have it. And for this, I just need to get my aqueduct now all the way then over there. At least that's what I'm trying. Why is this not possible? That's just getting on my nerves here right now. I don't want to delete every single road I have in the way all the time, right? Because now I can build the road again, but why can I not just keep it there? And then we move it over there. Of course, here I need to once again delete the roads, because it really doesn't want to go over the roads at all. Okay, very nice. And here's then one more cistern. We can have, of course, a few more service buildings then that require water at some point, right? Is this working? Yes, this is working. Like one aqueduct source, look at what it actually does, right? So this is close to the maximum now. We can even push it a bit further, which we'll need here, I think, at some point. And we might even push it a bit further down here. But this is looking really well. So that's another full district here, plus industry zone that we are boosting with that. Okay, so I'm also ailing because I need to fix my roads again. Okay, this is not working then. And while we're here, let's also continue with the upgrade of the road here. This is pretty massive upgrade. 90 tons of reinforced concrete, all the way now stretching into this area. And let's just finish real quick that district here with some more houses. And by the way, let's also have these roads here upgraded, so I can copy this whole thing without feeling too bad about it. Not gonna be so easy, because those roads do not wanna merge with the dirt roads, it seems. There it is possible now. Okay. I think I would have been faster now if I built it myself. This is massive. Harbor area increase. Yeah, it's there. It's not much, but we could squeeze in a couple more buildings now. So I'm pretty sure there's going to be more harbor expansions, right? We could have now, so this is all new here, right? Where the towers were, that was the previous edge. And now we have this whole area here available for more space, for more production that we can squeeze in here. And with that, we are already at trading post improvement, right? So we are working on that queue. Let's just have some higher density block here. Right, this is where the main road will end then for good now. And here we're gonna have them, you know, another major building. Something we could add. Last but not least, we continue with the upgrades. We can have a lot of tier 1 to tier 2s, so especially here in this area, right? And also here towards then our monuments. This should still be possible, yeah, because tier 1 is still moving in. So far so good. And now, ladies and gentlemen, in the next episode, finally we're gonna upgrade to tier 4 at the very beginning of the next episode, so you can also not wait too long for this. And with that, we're gonna unlock a whole bunch of new buildings and production chains that gonna blow your mind. And I hope you enjoyed this one. Anno Pax Romana. Stay tuned. Greetings everyone, hello and welcome back to Anno Pax Romana 2. Probably, oh, I'm rubbing my hands right now. I hope you can hear this, because today the embargo was finally lifted. And that means we can elevate the city, we can elevate it to tier 4. And of course, well, of course we want to do this right away. Now, yeah, the inner block makes the most sense. We can upgrade all of them. And just happily, I would like to do this. A bit of marble it costs me. And poof, there it is, to our glorious tier 4 residences. And another thing that I've noticed right away is, yes, there's gonna be a new street texture coming in as well that we can unlock really soon now. There's actually 3 street textures for the Roman city. That is new. And that's a street texture that will fit then a bit more closely to these houses here, as opposed to the equitas that we have over here that have a bit of a different ground texture. Now, that's only the beginning. I would like to go ahead and poof these guys here up as well, and then probably also these guys here. This will already cost me quite a bit of workforce, but I hope we should be fine with that. Look at that. These are some really, really beautiful houses. And that just looks so majestic. Fantastic. Warm colors, warm textures, beautiful Roman buildings. And I'm just so happy that they chose the Roman period, because I don't think we've ever seen a city builder resembling Rome like this game does at this point. It just looks so good. It's incredible. Really fantastic stuff. And of course, with these new guys, we have a whole bunch of new demands, but also new buildings that we'll be able to get in now. That just looks really good. I would love to walk around here a bit longer, but of course we cannot afford this so much, as we want to push now for whatever they're offering me. So first of all, just run some demand. I'm gonna refuse, and then let's have a look at them. Patrician it is. Patrician residents, and oh my god, look at that, what they have in store here. They need wine, they need the oysters with caviar now. This actually has a huge health boost. They also have the bird tongue. That is the one that we get in Albion. That has though a happiness reduction. And then we got the wine here that has a happiness increase again. For the service buildings, we got a bunch more now. We got the library and the temple. Gonna look at that soon. A few more clothes. I would primarily... Oh, this is nice. Cloaks gives you happiness and health boost. that sounds great for something that we're gonna need soon. And this one here is 5 income, the launchers and the hand mirrors. On top of that, we get this whole new category down here, the culture, that gives me the standing lyris for belief and knowledge, and the chariots. Holy cow, the chariots has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 bars that it fulfills. Alright, and we'll just see what happens at the end when we fulfill all of that. Probably a huge celebration for us. We get another building material, the mosaic. That is something we probably want to activate soon. And of course we got these new production chains now here. Some of them will be in Albion, some of them here in Latium. And there it is also our monument, our very first one, and the amphitheater. That's the foundation for this one. 75,000 it costs me, some wood and concrete, and we could actually afford this already. And I think why not? I mean, this is why I reserved this area here. So I would like to go ahead and move my buildings around so that we have some space here for that. Of course, I will probably also need to develop this whole area, because you can't have a monument like that with peasant houses surrounding it, right? So we will need to upgrade. We will need to upgrade the roads here. And I'm probably, wait for it, there's the aqueduct, because there's no mountainside here, right? And let's just check it out how big it is. Yeah, it's pretty massive. I will not be able to squeeze it in like so. This could work. I could also have it here or here. Really would like to have it right here. So this is where we want to have it. So I will need to move a bunch of things here around. These are production buildings, the olive presses with the health boost, right? So I will actually need to get this one back in here, because I want to use that health boost on more houses. As some of you have been pointing out, we have a very big problem. The problem also is that we have a lot of people. So I think we've grown quite a bit or too fast. But there is a cool thing actually. You can look at governance tab over there, and you can actually have then an overview over all your health boosts and happiness boosts and fire boosts, but also their penalties. And look at that. Like, my whole industry doesn't really make anything up, right? The biggest issue here is the city status, 6,400. The next one is then my 12 soap makers that we have with 115. So really, my industry is not a problem here. You can also see the same thing with the happiness, right? The 12 soap makers only make up to almost 200 negative happiness, but the city status makes 12,000. So unless there is an item or unless there is a tag that makes this penalty go away or reduce it, I really can't see that many solutions to the problem we have. Because the more people I get in right now, the higher that penalty grows, right? So it's just inevitable to me to get this right. You can also see the same thing. Now, what's the biggest boost for health right now? It's the public services. It's also the goods that we provide, like fashion, household, and the Libertus residences. So it's still, you know, we're providing everything they have right now. So wine is the one that I'm not providing, for example. That will certainly not make a big difference, right? But outside of that, we're providing all the goods, and my city is plastered with service buildings at this point. For example, we got the theater from one end to the city all the way to the other. So all of that is there, right? Especially the happiness, negative 5,000 almost. I really have no idea how we can push this down further at this point. Alright, let's go ahead and stop with the babbling and the bobbling, and make this a bit more efficient. I'm actually not scared of removing a few buildings, because as we've pointed out, we have too many, right? So it's fine if I delete a few buildings, just so that we can get more services in. It's probably the safest thing we can do. Let's get the latrina down there and move another building, because I really want to start with the monument now, right? That's my most important focus that I have. Let's get one of the olive presses here, because this at least provides a nice health boost to the region. And then we have this one. Over here. We can affect a few of them. Okay, after cleaning a few things up, there's still... What is that? A tavern. Oh, nice. That tavern is actually not needed here, as far as I can see. That tavern is needed... Oh, all the way down here, there might be... used for tavern. So let's just delete buildings again freely to get me that happiness boost for these guys. Barely noticeable though, as we manage. All right. Ah, that looks great. No idea in which direction looks right now. Could probably have it then like so. Or like so. Yeah, this makes the most sense to me right now. There you go. Because there's the camp that has the pathway down there, right? So to me, that kind of like looks right. This unlocks the chariots now, all right? And it has 4 phases. Let's check it out. The next phase that we start now, so the first phase we finished already, and the second phase now needs timber, concrete, and ropes. We have all of that, plus 400 farmers. That is something we will not have, I have a feeling. So let's expand. First of all, this can be a city, right? Close. But it's gonna be definitely city space that we upgrade over time. Because the goal is really to not have farmers close to the amphitheater. Here, no idea. Here we could also make it like so. Like, let's have the road all around that. And then I could have more houses there. Or, this is an area. Or more here. But you see again, right? We need a lot of additional houses now. This increases my city level soon. And we get the next huge penalty. At least fire safety is absolutely fine right now. I'm happy to report. So with the current workforce that we have, it's gonna take us 35 minutes to finish this next phase, though it looks a bit empty right now. Not that many people roaming the monument. By the way, should look nice from down here. Let's have a look. Can we walk up there? Nah. I could look down. But that's about it. Alright, so this one continues. We definitely need to check out our workforce now. So one thing that of course we have at this point, what we should have is, there it is, we're full on wheat. And how's my flour looking? We're full on flour. That's of course because these things are coming in now from Firmium, right? So here we have our production and the trade route getting this over. So that also means that we do not need those wheat farms anymore. Let's do this right away, because this saves me a lot of workforce, and on top of that, space that we can use for more expansion. So let's have a road over there. And yeah, actually I don't think we need anything else here. We do have our service buildings here, all 3 of them. One thing that we need is an aqueduct, right? A well. That is something I will need to provide. That great fire, it never happened so far. Shouldn't say that out loud. The Anno gods do not like that. Let's have it here. This is something, I haven't found a hotkey for this yet. Should be able to... I cannot snap it onto the main road, unfortunately. So I'm not gonna copy the roads, right? We're rather just gonna copy this block here. I'm not able to build this one. Do you see that? Not able to build it on the right next to the road. But if I take it like this, it's working out. Alright, let's make it like so. And then I'm probably, because I really want to use that road that we have there. I don't believe those signs of public unrest. And probably here. As we do really want more workforce. And by the way, here we could have another service block. Gonna need them. I'm just gonna get this over. And where should we have the well? Let's check it out. Yeah, because the radius is not as big as I wanted it to be. So if I have one, it actually should be right here, right? We could move it, right? I could move this one a bit to make room. And with that, we would have then the well available here for this whole district. You know what? We could change the bath with the Grammaticus. Because the Grammaticus is something that we could probably really nicely squeeze into that area here. Along that road. Yes! Like so. Much better. Because now we have this central area here for the well. And it's probably the last cistern that I would like to have then, right? Because, yeah, we could even make it 2. Ah, trading post improvement. That's something I would like to do right away. That we have here. We can build it to tier 3 trading post. Once again, increasing also massively our island-wide storage. Now, I figured this is a much better area for the cistern, right? So we're close again to our sanctuary. And here, we should be able to squeeze this in. There you go. Having it like so. Oh, that's not possible. Ah, there it is. And then we merge it here. Yeah, the road. I know. There you go. Perfect. And with that, we have this area now covered as well. Once again, another boost here. We are almost equal now on island safety. Health is still a bit of an issue, but not that much anymore. And I can have another one then going into this area. Fantastic. The only thing now that we can still do here is adding more houses. Can you have a road? Yeah, you can. That's really cool. You can have a road just for this one tiny building. So it has its own entrance then here. That's really cool. Okay, so I will need to plan this also right away. Otherwise, we're not having that much room anymore in the future. So the latrines, let's move it down there. Also together with that happiness boost here. And then I just take the aqueduct here again. Right? Can we move it over the mountain? Ah, that would have been nice. This could also be better. You know, like, visually it works. There's space here, but it just doesn't let me do it. But this works. Just getting rid of that street over there is fine. And then we move it over here. Make the connection from the cistern. Okay. That's okay. Now we have it on the back, and there's my cistern for this whole area then. Can we make a road over there? Yeah. Like so would work out. And with that, let's build all of them. 51 tons that we have, and that's a lot of workforce coming in again. Now we have the market over there. I will probably need to have another smaller market somewhere here. We could use this chaotic area there, because I think the market doesn't need that much space. And for happiness sakes, also a tavern right here. And as you can see, we've reached the next level, and that leads to another 2,000 unhappiness, so we're at 6,000 now. Just because I expanded a bit my city district. I can't change anything about that. So much unhappiness. At least fire, I mean, it's at negative 1,200 now, but at least there's nothing really happening, you know, like, if it's that negative, I've never seen a giant uprising so far, and I've never seen a great inferno so far, so despite this being very red up there, I think it's not such a big deal. Let's build the aqueduct. All the way here. into that cistern. So this one's now affected, and that immediately resolves the fire problem again that we had in this area. Now the next thing that's gonna be a bit more fun is my specialists now. So I do have a bunch of specialists in that should be very interesting for what we have planned. I cannot unload them. Come on. There you go. This one? You cannot unload the specialists. Only in the menu. And let's get the military ship again away and the trireme. I think we've lost the ship somewhere. So we'll replace it. There it is. And you're going for this. What's the pirates doing? So the pirate is roaming around right now. We do have a lot of ships though against him. What I need, in fact, are more trade ships. So I'm gonna, especially here the civilian too. Let's have 3 in the queue. Workforce is now fine. So the work resumes. In 6 minutes we finish that monument. And we do have still a bunch more equites that we can level up. I would also like to do this, to be honest. So these guys here. So this whole area there, really. Also along the forum here. Let's have them upgraded. And then also here along the main road. And with that, we have reached the next level. And also unlocked, I think, the next phase for our monument. I just love chasing the pirate. My ships are really fast, actually, when you want it to be. So this looks cool. It feels way faster, the warfare, than in 1800. So those ships are really, really nicely fast. Weapons and sails, thank you for that. And I'm gonna keep my ships, my special forces available, so we can intercept. Now, the specialist. That's another thing I wanted to quickly go for, and that's where we need the officium that we have over here. Because some of those specialists have really nice traits. And right now, I would like to push my plebs. So we have them here, primarily. So it makes sense to me to have an officium in here. Probably could look like so. That looks cleaner, I think. And this one has a specialist now that is for the plebeians, boosting the workforce by 30%. All of them. And that was enough to push me positive now. Very nice. Because the radius is really good for these buildings. Right? And also, we get all residences in range get another 0.6 happiness. Flat out like that. And of course, I would like to use this one as well. Even though this wasn't really... didn't really feel that. It's 46 happiness. It actually shows you this. There's a bunch more, like iron mines gave me knowledge in the area, and residences in range gain 0.6 knowledge. So this might be something that we could also take for another residence somewhere. Yeah, this looks quite nice here. Now it's a busy construction site. You even got the occasional soldiers making sure that morale stays up. And yeah, it's actually finished already. Let's continue. Phase completed. Aha. Some of you might be having now a guess how it looks at the end of it. Pretty sure. There's my aqueduct, so we're close to it. And let's have the... I think we have unlocked it. Yes, we have unlocked phase 3 already. And with that, we get now the concrete, tiles, marble. We have lots of that. And the ropes again. Let's unlock this one. And we resume construction. This will take now plebs as my next workforce. And my farmers are back positive again, which is very much needed because we need the farmers for shipbuilding, right? You need to staff those ships. So all of those ships cost you farmers. We can also have an overlay here showing me that we are using 800 farmers right now on ships. Yeah, and this number just goes up. And I think it's tied to the city they're being built on, the island. So it might actually make sense to produce ships on another island too, to use the lower tier workforces, as we do not have a commute pier or anything like that. Okay, so since we're using marble, I have a feeling that the next construction material will be mosaic. So in this case here, that's the mineral quarry now that we have the mineral crusher. It also needs clay, and it needs then just the tessera works. The tessera work, fire safety, gives me though some prestige. That is probably pretty great. And the clay pits then. Now the clay pits, we do already have a bunch of them here in Firmium now working as well. And I would just like to go ahead and continue with that. The tessera works need 0.5 per minute. So one of them provides for 4 of them already. If we want to produce 4 per minute. So 1 is fine. Let's also give this one a warehouse somewhere here. And another thing, by the way, never realized how steep it is here. Crazy, those poor farmers. And then we need the minerals. We're already having the quarries in Saliente together with the crusher. So we're already getting most of that in. But don't forget, this is for the toga that we're producing. For the glass, right? And we really need to check out how many glasses we produce. So let's have a look at Vineta for the glass. So my production is at 2, my demand is already at 2. That's not so great. And we're producing 3, so I do need a bit more here. Probably, yeah, 4 in fact, which leads me to all of the mountain sites that we probably have. Let's go ahead and build me one. Gonna have me another warehouse then here. Let's go up to that. Luckily, we have a lot of mountain sites. There is another one already that we prepared, and a third one over here. Okay. Getting this one done. Now we just need the mineral crusher. This one, fortunately, does not require coal or anything like that. Would have been my ending. Okay, so I'm just gonna go ahead with those 3. It's not gonna be too much. Oh yeah, my demand. I could build... No, it's almost equal. I'm gonna keep it like that to have this one equal. We just need a few more plebs. Look at that city that we have here already. And I might need a few more houses down there. That's already enough, right? And the workforce for the plebs. Porridge is something we could give them easily to push my population a bit. Town of that size is so easy to keep happy. Just a few more police stations and that's it. Now the good thing is we're already getting the minerals over to Vineta, so I don't need to do that much more. We have then, this is a nonsense trade route. We have then an Infirmium trade route that gets the bread over, and by the way, it's not enough. So we'll need to get me another bread in here. And also now we're gonna take the clay with us that we're producing Fermium. I could also have... Yeah, probably one more here. Clay. And then we get the clay over too from here. Would make sense. But let's keep it like that for now, as we already have now Fermium and we have the workforce here. So that's fine. And with that we only now need... Yeah. The tessera works, and I'm gonna have them all the way here. And funnily enough, they employ patricians. Okay, so patricians work in these refineries now, it seems, producing mosaic for us. Where though? Yeah, I guess here. They're producing with 2, so I need 4, right? And 4 should be fine then. I'm gonna have me a block somewhere here. And of course it doesn't fit. I'm gonna have me that block here. Because I really want to make this fit into one of these. Then we're gonna take this one, move it as far down there as possible. Because there we already have then a warehouse. I'm gonna have me another one here. And I can see that we're probably gonna need... No, actually we don't. Nope. It's all fine. Let's build all 4 of them. And get me the mosaic production online. The next construction material. Finally, we have enough workforce again to be able to upgrade. And of course, we want to do this right here. A few more plebs over there. And then also my farmers to plebs as well. And let's do this right now where we have the amphitheater. And then also here. And probably on that side. We don't have any here at all yet, so might be good to start changing this now. Now, of course, it wouldn't be fun if there's not a new service building that brings my sweat out. And one of them is the library. The silence is only broken by the rustling of papyrus and the scratching of quills. And this one here increases the knowledge of the area by +7, the prestige by +3, and it reduces the fire safety by +2. So once again, By the way, does this affect all the buildings? Some of them are affected and some of them are not. I think only the patricians are affected by the penalty, which wouldn't be so bad. Now, we need a proper location for this. It's huge. This building is really big. The radius though is also nice, right? So over there, we would get most of the developed city in. So I'm not going to have this one in the center this time around. I'd rather move my plebs around a bit. And in this case here, it's those guys here that I'm going to move over there for now. And let's just check it out. I probably will need to get rid of these guys and of these guys. So we can have them over there. There you go. By the way, the temple that we have is even bigger. We'll just see where we put this one. I have already an idea. And there's our library. Once again, a beautiful building. And yeah. Okay, 700 increased fire safety penalty. Damn. I didn't believe it. But it also gives me a massive boost to my island knowledge. So we can finish research now faster. And by the way, we finished the warehouse improvement. Next, the gambling house is tempting. Let's actually start researching on this. 20 minutes it takes. And over there we have then the marble roads, the next marble texture, or the next road texture we can use. An ornamental road that gives also small amounts of prestige and allows for faster transportation of goods. Also, it extends the reach of buildings. That's interesting, and I want to go for this. We also unlock a shrine permit on the way to that, which is fantastic. We're locking the Aqueduct Campus, Opponent's Hoofbeat, okay, belief in an area boost, and then the Marble Street. I'm very excited about that. Fantastic. And there's our, my goodness, is it beautiful? It is. Right over here, in the center of things. Probably we'll have this road here expanding all around. And here we will be able then to have another aqueduct into that area. We certainly will need that. Now that I think about it. We still have room for another cistern. Yeah, what more to say? Then I hope you enjoyed this one. We continue onwards in the next episode with our monument construction, probably finish it. And yeah, continue building massive buildings that, yeah, reduce my safety ratings. Stay tuned. Greetings everyone, hello and welcome back once again to Pax Romana. We continue right away with our monument construction right over here. It looks like something is burning. That wouldn't be so new to me, but I think it's just a bit of dust. By the way, this is a gorgeous, detailed monument that we're seeing right now, and the phase 3 is on its way. Let's finish it. Ah, very nice. You could already sit in it now. After all of this. And phase 4 construction begins immediately. Well, not quite there. We do have the mosaics, as I rightfully calculated we're gonna need them. I was not expecting gold though, so that is something we absolutely do not have yet. And we do need tier 3 population for that. We do have the workforce, that's great, but I don't have the gold. Now, interestingly enough, we would have the gold ore deposit in Vineta, so I could just get my ore mining going over here, but all of my my mountain sites have been used now, and most of them with the aqueducts and some of them with the marble that we also have here as a production. So I really cannot use this. We also really do not have a lot of mountain sites in Veneta, unfortunately. So I will need to move to another island, and the only other island that has gold that is in my domain is over here, Valerium. Now, to get the gold production started, we only really need tier 2 plebs working. And that's it, right? And a bit of construction materials that we have. That's the big problem, though. The processing time of that is 4 minutes for one of them. And it's a river slot. It's not a mountainside. Oh, this is new. Okay. Okay, because we do have still some river slots available here as well. 2, to be precise. So I could use both of them together with Valerium. And I think that's going to be a sensible thing to do. We do, however, need to expand this town here a bit further to get this production going. And a request from the Emperor. Deliver 241 tons of horses. What? In 1 hour? Okay. That's quite severe. Can I go back here? No. Once you open that window, you're locked into this, right? I cannot get out of this and just check it. Diana's lighthouse, that is close by. I would have 1 hour. It could work. I'm gonna risk it. I'm gonna risk it because we do have a horse production in Veneta. And let's check it out. We got 400 horses. How very nice. The gods are smiling on us today. Let's get my trade ship, my last trade ship that I have right now, to Veneta. And get the horses to the Emperor. I'm very happy about this. 241 horses. Let's do this. Okay, next we have the tunics. The tunics face a bit of an issue here, but we're full on hemp, so that's okay. So many products. We're gonna have this one down here because there's still a bit of a bonus I can use, and I'm gonna have one over here as well for this, so that we can upgrade a few more to use that workforce. Now, the good thing is that we can see with gold is that it is, of course, the requirement for the jewelry. So we would have all of that then. We have minerals, we have then the gold, and I could also finalize another production then. Does it give me any bonuses? It just increases the fire risk again. This is getting annoying. All of these buildings have penalties. All right. Let's get started on the gold washers. 1, 2, 3, and 4. So at least 1 ton we produce now per minute with those here. And yeah, they only look into one direction, so you cannot change the direction or so. That means I will need to have a warehouse then somewhere here for those guys and for this. There's already a bridge. How very nice. And here, just gonna make that road. And since it's only every 4 minutes, it's okay if the warehouse is a bit further away, you know, because there's not the next product coming out of it immediately. So that's fine. And up here, I still need to have a bridge. And there's another one here as well. Back to my busy harbor in Veneta. Really, there's a lot of traffic here. Let's have the horses. 240. I think we cannot actually load them all in. No, I can load 200 in. But then I'm going to use one of my warships to also transport the rest. I hope it shares it. Right? Should. Delivering the horses, we are using one of the major trade routes on this map. There's so many ships that they're blocking each other. And now we can finally upgrade. Let's do it for these guys here. That we get the workforce in. There you go. And the rest of my plebs, of my farmers, I'm gonna plop me down somewhere here. Should be fine now. Once they also move in. Okay, one more thing we need is a trade route. Unfortunately, that's the shipbuilding. And unfortunately, each ship, that's 9 farmers. Okay, we can still afford this. But it's workforce again that we use. And then we can get the gold over. One more thing that we need to do And yeah, I can't see myself doing this anywhere else other than Veneta, because this needs tier 3, tier 4 population, the goldsmith. And of course it increases the fire risk again of an area. So over here in my industry zone, we still have space. And by the way, yes, I plopped down one of my theaters here in a desperate attempt to increase my happiness. So we got now a theater covering the whole island, right? And every other happiness building is now covered throughout the island. I'm also using all my shrine permits, which is 12. And each one of them gives me also a health boost to the surrounding area. And also all my industry areas have all the service buildings. And I'm still that negative. So for those of you writing in the comments, other YouTubers don't have that problem. Show me one with a population of 19,000 that has this problem not, because I really would like to know how we can push this further down. My hope here right now is the Colosseum. That should provide some nice bonuses once we finish it, right? It counts, it actually goes island-wide, almost. So it will cover the whole city and my whole industry zone. So I'm hoping that there is a massive bonus waiting for me here. Even though, I have to say it again, these parameters, despite being so red, have no real consequences as far as I can see. The whole city is pretty much stable. There is no big plague, no big fire or anything like that, right? So they're meaningless to me at this point. So we'll just see what happens there in the future. Let's have the goldsmith, and I will get it as far away from the city. By the way, here we do have some of my warehouses. And no, that looks nasty. That looks better. There's also my medicus, my police, and my firefighter. Yeah, and I would like to squeeze all of this a bit further up, so that we can move that firefighter in here too, together with the well close by. I also have a tavern here, by the way. Yes, you've seen it, because the tavern apparently also boosts my industry zone, though I don't feel that so much. The taverns only account up to 700 on the positive. The goldsmith has a processing time of 1 minute, so we can theoretically afford 4 of them. And let's just see. There we go. Those 4 will be jolly good. Of course, this also requires more gold again. Something we need to go ahead with. Okay, at this point, my fleet has arrived. And one more thing I would like to check out, and that is the Emperor's reputation. So, this island here now costs me 675,000 if I want to take it over. It's the last island on this map. It's a beauty. It has lots of space. It has lots of very good fertilities, especially grape and sturgeon. And I would like to take this one. 675. Let's finish the quest. Get me that reputation. And let's just see if this changes anything. Nah, it's still the same. Money-wise, this reputation boost did not give me anything. But of course, we probably also haven't reached another level. This one here, right? Because this would here would really reduce the costs. We're at 32 now, so I think at 35 we do get that bonus. Yeah. That's a bummer, because this is just really expensive right now. Okay, let's get my ships back home. And wait for the next Emperor quest. You're a bit locked into that, unfortunately, as I do not have any other way of pushing my reputation with him. Okay, I really want to have a bunch more upgrades here. Just these tiny ones. They're working now at 100%. And now we have a trade ship available that we can use for this gold trade route from Valerium to Veneta. And we're gonna use now... Oh, we still have the horses on it. We haven't unlocked all of them. I could also use one of my military ships. Nah, let's use the wax tried for this one and get me the gold over. It's a long trade route, right? Long distance. So I'm just trying this. Where's my wax giant? He's got the horses on board. Where is my wax giant? He was just here now. Doesn't matter because we have finished another ship in the meantime. Seriously, there he is. Wax giant. What should we do with the horses? Let's unload them. Because I cannot sell them for a lot of money. So I'm just gonna get this over here. Back in Firmium, we do need to expand this little sorry town. Also, we probably should have a look at the parameters. Wood is fine. This is also one of my primary islands for coal production at this point. So it's important that we have all of this working flawlessly. And by the way, yes, there's my villa. I've been giving it over there now. Let's just move it a bit closer. And let's just have this one surrounded, and then go ahead. Major Imperial City. Firmium now, right? Is it Firmium? Yes, it is. Because just 100 people are enough to push for the next level right now. And each one of them, once again, gives me those major penalties. I do not have a lot of service buildings though yet. We need, however, more clay. We do have clay available in the capital. So I'm just gonna get me more over. Even though we might be running out of clay here now. Also, this is really nice. We have the marble road now. So, you know, the paved road is therefore extending the reach of buildings, which is nice. This one here gives me small amounts of prestige on top of that, extending the reach and provides faster transportation. However, it costs me twice as much maintenance per 10 tiles. Okay, so how much do we pay for roads at this point? Infrastructure? Is it infrastructure? That would be 1,800 almost. So let's go ahead and upgrade the main road here, just to check it out. Didn't affect me so much when it comes to income, right? And there we have it, the marble road. Ooh, that hurts the eye if the sun is too bright. Let's just go ahead and have a bunch more here. We do have lots of marble to use at this point. So I would at least like to have the inner city used with it. Especially around my major service buildings like this one here, you can boost your... You know what, let's actually just have all of them here upgraded. Gotta say I'm not the biggest fan of it. We'll just see how we can use the marble rules a bit more. I like the neutral color more than the marble color. It's very bright. Or we just have to get used to it. Let's go ahead and upgrade the whole inner city there. Another 70 tons. We can afford this. And then also here. It's super bright. Stark contrast. We also have lots of plaps that we can theoretically upgrade. But I'm hesitant to do this because this will push us to the next level there again. The gold is in, so let's go ahead and build me at least the first 2 goldsmiths. There it is. Yeah, well protected. And in this case, the gold should be rolling in now soon. Once, of course, there's also a bit more coal. And I think for coal... I mean, the ships are full with coal. There's still my mackerel delivery too. So there's a bit of room left. Let's check it out with this one. And also load some coal in. Do we have a minimum of coal? I think we do. No, we don't. I'm gonna set a minimum of at least 20. So my industry here in Firmium also has its own coal supply then. And more workforce. And regarding coal, We can have them now on the meadows too, of course, because we have that research. So I could have another warehouse up here. And then a bunch more of these charcoal burners. Vast Imperial City? Was this now Firmium? Yes, it was. Okay, so at least this production we can roll. I will need to upgrade another block and another block here. And with the tiles we have now, let's also work on some city services. So for this, I need a bit more room. I'm probably going to move a block or so, like this one. A structure. Okay, that was the pirate here attacking one of my towers, but the tower was stronger. Yeah, at least the Custodia gives me a nice happiness boost for this area that we can use. And then we also have these smaller ones with their small bonuses. But that adds up, right? And also, of course, the fire safety. In those tiny spots that we have available.
One of your cities is at risk of a great fire.
Firmium, yes, we're working on that already. And so the gold is coming into the forum and to the amphitheater. And yeah, now the clock is ticking. 28 minutes left for that final stage. Now, I would like to do something else in the meantime. So far, we do have our clay coming in to Vineta together with the coal. And we do this, of course, to have two things produced here. The first one is the tiles, and the other one is the amphoras for my tier 2 population. So, Garum it's not, but it's down here, the amphora. Very important because this adds fire safety to the area. However, having this production here, the amphora, we do have them somewhere situated. On the island we have 6 right now, there they are. And they also reduce the fire safety by 2 per building, right? So I don't know if this makes the whole thing worse. We can check it out here. And we can see that the amphora production actually reduces fire safety by almost 400, right? Despite, of course, giving the bonus. I think that's at least what it means, because it's a bit confusing to me right now. Because we got the from buildings amphora penalty, that's the negative 12. Considering that each one of them gives me 2, we have 6, so that's the buildings directly, right? But it also shows me that amphora itself gives me 350 negative. I guess that's because of the island-wide fire reduction coming out of them. So it's really confusing to me, honestly. Let's check it out here real quick in the government's area, because here we got the fire safety thingy now going on, right? And we can see that the Potter gives me now 44 negative. So we got 3 different numbers for the same thing, right? It's the nearby Potter, negative 60. Here it shows me negative 44, and here it shows me negative 12 and negative 352. So we got a lot of different numbers for these buildings here. And I can only assume that one is for the buildings directly, one is for the island-wide penalty, one is for the penalty that goes into them being close to these houses there, right? So this is probably what all of these numbers mean. So in this case, we need to get rid of them, right? The same accounts for the tilers, because the tilers show me the same thing. For the buildings themselves, we have a penalty, but we also get the penalty island-wide of 100 almost for having them here. So together, we could reduce the fire safety or increase the fire safety by close to 500 by getting rid of all of that. And I would like to do this. And we're gonna move them to Firmium. Poor Firmium. Firmium has the advantage that it has a big city already, and with that workforce. Though, I need more, as always. Because we're never really satisfied with how many peeps we have. I could have another tavern to further boost my population, so I do need to have another table up there. No, not the ceasefire. By the way, there's a pirate again. So I'm always doing some manual pirate hunting too, because you can loot them. And there's not a lot of pirate ships though. Okay, we probably will need another district for Firmium to make all of this right. The goods that we provide, the porridge and the fish are the most important ones. We're full on that. We're also delivering fish and porridge over to Veneta. So the minimum stock here is fine. And here we need a minimum stock of 20 for the sardines. Otherwise we might be running out of materials ourselves. Yeah. Alright, so up here we do have our charcoal burners. Where should we have that heavy industry? Tileries, because I would also like to have my amphora production here, right? The amphora needs the resin. We already produce resin here. We produce the clay here. So theoretically we have everything here to make this work here, right? We just need a proper industry zone. And a heavy industry zone, that is. Probably gonna have it here in the middle between the farms. We have the road connection. There is firefighter 1. Let's add a firefighter 2 to this. We definitely want to have a well close by. All of this, of course, will not be enough for the penalties that will kick in here. So my total demand of pottery is 5. It's not that much, right? So 6, let's say a production of 7 should be sufficient. And my tile production is sitting at 4 per minute. So in this case, 7 of these. I mean, we could also boost them with some items, of course. But let's have the 7 here. And then we need the tilery production. And here we have 4. And I will probably also say 6. Just to make this one proper. And I'm gonna have another warehouse over here. And we'll just see how we can utilize all of that. The resin production is here already. The clay production is here. We have the coal production. So everything is ready for this. Except probably my workforce. I don't care. I'm just gonna go ahead with it and build all of them now. And then we can see how much we actually need for this and upgrade accordingly. Because my Libertus workforce is already satisfied. So I'm inclined to upgrade a bunch more here in the center towards the villa, right? And the remainder of my required workforce I'm just gonna add now here. And probably also here. Though, I would also, since we have the materials... Oh, one of my ships was destroyed, really? Yes, there is a... What is that? That's a Queen Kareem pirate ship. It looks like it's a quest or so. Perhaps it has something very important on board. A captured liberty. Okay, it's a quest item. Was it this one? Yes. No. It's not. Stuff of Legends? It's also not this. No idea where this quest item is coming from. Tiles, very good. And let's have a look what that is. That was actually quite a few ships. Where can we get this, or where can we deliver this one? Doesn't show me where I get this quest item to. Some weapons, nice. Let's try it out and just deliver it to the next harbor that we have in the surrounding area. Let's also build me another trade ship. And this one's here ready for action. Alright, we do need now a new trade route, of course, or we adjust a trade route that we already have, getting the clay in. So we need the firmium. That's the clay now. So I'm gonna get rid of the clay here. And firmium, there's the coal. We will increase the minimum for that. Firmium, clay, firmium. So for coal, I'm going to increase the minimum stock further to 50. Even though the production is so high right now that we don't need to worry about anything here really. And I will also need to stop the resin delivery now, because we're gonna need the resin ourselves now in that industry zone. And with all of that, I would like to have a new trade route, because the volume just increases for all of these goods. So I'm not just gonna add them to another ship now, right? And we're now adding my latest trade ship between the two islands once again. And this time we're now delivering the tiles the other way around, from Fermium over. We're gonna get the amphora 2 times and make this work. And the amphora, by the way, is coming in here now too. So the population of Fermium also profits from this with a fire safety and population boost. Very good. And with that, we can have a very good workforce. So much so that I probably don't even need to upgrade so many. So I'm just going to downgrade a bunch again, just so that we keep this one ordered. I don't want to expand here too fast. All right. So that's the coal. The olive is already getting over there. We could, by the way, also, yeah, why not have an olive press here? Absolutely fine. And it's probably gonna be right here. Let's move them away. I don't want to delete fully developed buildings. Takes a long time for people to move in again, right? So this is also a nice health boost here to the surrounding area. With a bit of olive.
Make a lot of money selling bread.
For the tiles, another thing, of course, a minimum. Because we always want to have some tiles available for construction in Fermium as well. That's the 40 tiles that we send over. And with all of that now in place, we can now finally do something, and that is deleting them. I'm gonna wait a bit though, because right now we still have clay available and a bit of coal. So let's just keep the double production running for a little while longer to get me all the materials I need. 18 more minutes. We're sitting at 45 out of 60 gold. So these guys here are working, but they're still also lacking a bit more gold. Not coming in fast enough. I might have a gold washer here too, since we can afford it. And as far as I know, or I've seen, there's no penalty to this. So let's just implement it and get me a gold washer here. And yeah, that's by the forum. I don't like that. That's it though. No more riversides available. Okay, we get a quest from the patricians. A messy manuscript that needs repairing. The cover up. As the custodians of the city repository of knowledge, the librarian treasured each scroll as a vessel of ancient wisdom. One ill-fated day, a slip of the hand tore the delicate parchment of a prized manuscript. Surely she can cover up the mistake? Okay, so 10 tons of sheep and 10 tons of wheat to the library. We should have that. Should we not? 10 tons of sheep? No, we don't. I mean, we do have a trade route with the sheep. So there's 100 tons of sheep coming in at this very moment. And I'm just going to send the wheat with one of my traders there to finish this quest. Another item that I probably should get, and this one here is a specialist once again, and residences in range gain fire safety. Only 1.2 though. So also, I'm of course trying to use specialists, right, to push my parameters, but the numbers are very low. So in this case, 1.2 for the residents in range, that probably won't give me that much, right, overall. But of course, it's worth to use them as well. Unfortunately, we do not get the marble street as an ornament, by the way. So I would have loved this one here to be able to upgrade this area with marble. But you can have the mosaic, right? And you can have this mosaic here, but that's it. And both of them, I mean, this one kind of like fits, but it's way too overboarded for an area like this. So this will have to do for now. For the specialist, I'm gonna go ahead with another Officium building right here in the center of my city. We might actually move it like so that we can also add some ornaments left and right. Could probably go with these. Oh, that's too big. That's too big. That statue is way too big. Not that I have that much. Let's have this one as an entrance. I want to have a proper ground texture. That's the oak. And let's check it out. Because here we can now get the specialist in with the fire safety 1.2. And that gave me not even 50. Thank you very much. I mean, the radius is quite nice though. And then a bit of happiness in addition. Yeah, give me 100. Okay, research-wise, we finished the last queue, so we have now the Marble Street all the way up here that we unlocked. Next, we can go now to Garum or Beer Demand or, yeah, response time for the Medici. Let's go ahead with this. And also the Vigiles, so that we do have a faster fighting of that. And the Governor Villa grants me 200 prestige island-wide in addition. Let's go ahead with this. Okay, the scholars of Verulamium wish to invite a famous Greek teacher and intellectual to lecture elite students. A basic one. Knowledge 200. We could afford the best one. Becoming her patron gives me 500 knowledge on Verulamium. And for 4 hours, yeah, 20,000 is not that much. Gonna take this one. Gives me lots of learning that we can use. Okay, I think we can finish the quest. There it is. Do you have a nice reward for us? She's grateful. She's grateful. Now we need to wait for the next hour. It's a quest line. Alright. Gotta check it out what that is. So far so good. Workforce wise we're stable. Parameters I don't care. And so far the city is looking not that bad. In the next episode, yeah, we're probably gonna finish the monument right over there to have a new beautiful landmark building then for Veneta. And Pax Romana, stay tuned. Greetings everyone, hello and welcome back to Anno Pax, to our monument construction right here. Yeah, we're coming along just nicely and we will definitely finish it in this episode. 13 minutes left, but we're missing something right now. Gold is actually finished, but as we can see, mosaics are a bit of a problem. We still need more, or actually half of them, 300 in total. That's a lot of mosaic. We are also out of them. Mosaic we are producing in Veneta. Over here, 4 we have, and this leads to a total production of, well, 2 tons per minute, which is not really that much. So I'm gonna ramp this one up with another 2 that I would like to have then in this area. So I'm gonna move these guys over. So at least we have now 3 tons that we produce. That's quite a bit more. Also, we're gonna need mosaics for a bunch of other productions and bigger buildings like the temple. And in that case, what we can see though is the clay is the problem here. We do have the clay though coming in from Saliente over there, right? So this is where clay is being delivered, 27 tons. However, we do have a bit of a clay surplus in Firmium, so I can also use this to get some clay, and I'm using my wood trade route to get a bit of additional of that in for the moment, right? Coal is looking fantastic. I'm super happy to report. And just overall, yeah, we have a bit of workforce that we can upgrade. And I would like to do this finally again after all the reinforcing of things. Let's go ahead and upgrade my people to tier 4, especially here once again in the town center. That's these guys here. And then also from the lower tier to tier 3 to my Equites. There we also have a bunch more buildings. Actually, yeah, close to the Colosseum, I can see us upgrading a bit. And then close to my forum over here as well. This costs me marble, but we have enough marble since the amphitheater is not consuming that anymore. And another block here. Yeah. And then probably a bunch more lower upgrades here. There you go. Looks better. Yeah, this is a city coming along. I like it. Not so sure about the marble roads though, that we upgraded in the last episode. One thing we can do though is, of course, we can use now the middle lane of the triple roads to finally add some ornaments to this. And I haven't really done this yet. This definitely makes it less bright. Let's keep the main road here intact though. This one here intact. Right, all the way up here to my forum. But with that, we do have a bunch of options now. For example, some statues here. Or, yeah, you know, fire risk is not so bad. We could also have more torches and braziers throughout the city. Why not? But I think I'd rather go with statues, as, yeah, you had a lot of these in Roman cities. Overlooking the population. Numus, this looks really cool. All the different types that we have. Here we can use King Numa. So these are all different statues we're using. And up here, the statue of a lion looking towards the forum then. And in between, that's the tricky one. We don't have the enclosed greenery. I would love that. So we are going with those 3 rows there in the center. Even though I think this has not been used in any Roman city. Right, but it definitely makes the whole thing look a bit more ordered. And we'd still need to go with a pavement though for this. And I'm gonna go with the darker tiles that we have available. Bit of a contrast to the marble. And yeah, I would also like to continue with this then along the forum here. And that's it then anyway, right? As we have no more triple roads then anywhere there. Valerium again. But it definitely adds a nice breaking point there. We could also do this here, by the way, now that I think about it. And also here. There you go. Oh, happy to report that Mosaic is coming in. Here and here. And let's also upgrade these roads here to the next paving. We still have dirt roads there, after all. Hatches are something that we can use. Look at that! Nice, we do have hatches. Looks a bit better now. I mean, not that there is any cars or something, so you don't need them for security reasons. And then we can have... In fact, I would like to go with those braziers here to lighten up the roads during nighttime. Harmonia we can use. Yeah, this is a great location for Harmonia. Unfortunately, we don't have any fountains with just 1 tile. Would have been great. But I like this also. And it's fine to have some kind of greenery there in between. Bit of protection from the sun. Starting to like the marble a bit more. By the way, now we can finally get rid of our industry here. So that's the tileries especially, right? And also now my pottery production that we have. And yeah, that reduced my fire safety by 300 for those, 400 and 200 for those. So that's 500 less island fire safety that we have now. Yeah. It's a bit of an improvement, and overall also of course we save a bit of workforce here, and we open up more room, more space that we can use. Like this whole area now. Our librarian has a new task for us. Okay, she tried to repair it, it seems. And the city's repository of knowledge, the librarian treasured each scroll as a vessel of ancient script. The librarian failed miserably at creating a believable reproduction of the manuscript. One of Valeria of Diana's skilled scribes, though, may be able to reproduce it. Okay, so we gave her the materials in the last episode. She failed, and now we need to get some specialists from Diana or Valeria. Now, I really don't want to wait for the Emperor that long, and the next quest could take ages. We do have 840,000 denarii available right now. Settling here cost me 675,000. That's a ridiculous amount of money, but I do have it, and I can't think of any other way of using it right now. So, yeah, we can claim this island finally, Lorarium, and get ourselves a nice new production island for Veneta. Something nice for the research is the Portitores that we're gonna do now. Upkeep cost reduction of 10% for all my warehouses, plus also the workforce needed is reduced by 20%. That's pretty great considering how many warehouses we have at this point. And all the way down here we do have then the right to repair, so my firefighters can repair ruined buildings. This is a great quality of life feature that I would like to get, because with so many islands we always have ruins somewhere and we always have firefighters everywhere. And they will now repair that automatically for us. Alright, Valeria. Do you have something for me? Nothing happens. She's not giving me anything. Is she? Her entry just disappeared like that. So I guess she's not interested in helping me out. Let's move down here to Diana. One thing that we can do again is building another bathhouse. So we do have a bathhouse over here right now for this whole area. Look at the range. It's beautiful. But this whole area does not have one yet. Also, we have the aqueduct over there. So this makes a bit of sense. The problem really is that it's such a massive building. Like, if we take all of this in, it would be great, of course, for my city parameters. But holy moly. We could have it like so, at the end of the main road there. I think I like this idea. Also, we get the industry zone in. So I think here, this makes the most sense to me. So just where this triple road ends, we can push in or we can build a nice, beautiful bathhouse. I will need to move a bunch of things around though. Just now we have a balance of workforce. That hurts me a bit, because we need to probably destroy a few of them. Let's have my olive press down here, so we can still get in a lot of people here. And then I will probably need to start moving these guys, or I'm just building them somewhere else. I already have a location for that, and that's of course here, close to the amphitheater, where I would like to have a bunch more blocks of houses that we can use. And these guys here do have the bathhouse close by though, right? So they're affected by it. So that's a nice replacement for these houses. And then we have that market. We're probably going to move the market here, because we already have also a market here. My latrine is... Okay, we are close. Jeez, it's really such a huge building. There's the aqueduct. So we definitely want to build it so that it looks towards the aqueduct, like so, right? That means these guys here still need to go. This one here I have to move a bit further up. Alright, Diana considers, by the way, so this just went in here. She offers a personal tutor. Is it gonna cost me something? And ready to travel at Diana's lighthouse. Let's have a look at that. Also gonna refuse my ransom there again. Pick him up. There he is. And let's get him back home, where he might restore that scripture in the library. Fantastic. Alright, this one here, we still need to move. Okay, now we probably can squeeze it in. Let's check it out. Somewhere here. I'm just gonna have this as a blueprint so far. This one adds then health and fire safety to the region. And of course, it'll need a proper connection to my aqueduct. Let's just see that we can make the roads. To around that, there's the main road coming in. That's the aqueducts road. And I will probably also get rid of these here to move my tavern. Yeah. Gonna build this one. The bathhouse. And there it is. We don't need the aqueduct, of course, because we got the cistern providing the water for it. Health and fire risk. Fire risk down to 1.5 and health down to 1.7. A bathhouse should actually also provide some happiness. Okay, what is that? That is a tiny artisan building. Gonna move this up here so we can still add more houses in here. And there's a warehouse. Do we need that warehouse here? I don't think so. We have a warehouse here that we can also just safely upgrade to make sure that we have all of that. And with that, well, we have a bit more space here. Ah, these ransom demands. No, 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 no. Okay, and we also have lots of concrete, so I would like to go ahead and upgrade these roads here now too. Which conveniently also increases, of course, the range of all the service buildings in the area. So you have a very tangible reason to upgrade whenever you can. By the way, this also counts for the other side of the city. So let's have here a massive upgrade just around the major service buildings. And then also this whole area here that we can upgrade. Costs me a bit, in fact. So we can feel it a bit. But it's still absolutely manageable. And look at how my parameters change. Especially the fire safety. It's beautiful to see that we're below 4 digits. Or 3 digits. Okay, also my specialist is in. Let's deliver him. And manuscript The Golden Apps. A lusty bit of poetry suddenly about someone very high up. Okay. And the scribe is packed. The merchant can't be found at Diana's Harbor, but there's been talk of a merchant catching bad luck. Oh, the quest is over, yeah. We got this item. We can use it. And do get a poem to read. By the way, just look what happens here. We have a positive health right now. And almost positive island fire safety. Yeah, upgrading the roads made a major difference. So I would like to really quickly have a look at that again. The dirt road and the upgraded road. Extending the reach of buildings, that's the only upside it gives me. Because I thought perhaps they're cleaner, you know, and would add to more health with this. But they're not. So it's just really the extension of all the service buildings that provides this additional bonus. Also upgrading the bridges, of course, is important. And we get some stone bridges out of this. The Colosseum is coming along. Only 23 mosaic are missing. One thing that we'll need to do is also reinforcing our togas, because this is a bit in an imbalance now. So, well, actually it wouldn't if they produce fully. Why are they not producing though? Because we do have enough snails, we do have enough flax. We got our production here. We haven't boosted them yet. Oh, by the way, there's also the fire safety specialist again for the region. So I would like to use him here because he's for the residences. That was another 100 fire safety. Very good. And I would really like to know what the problem here is though, because right now we're missing it. So the full production is not there. Oh, I see. Did I miscalculate? We do not have enough weavers? 3 more weavers over here. And I will also need my dye works. 1 and 2. Because the togas we have right now, they consume every 1 minute and they have every 2 minutes. Yep. This was slightly unbalanced. I would also continue with a bunch more upgrades, especially here. We do have plenty of plebs along the main road. Around my library. Over there. And we got 300 Libertus available. Or Liberty. And I would like to upgrade a few more here. Also down here. Not too many though, because we would also need some more 4 ships. A bunch more here probably. And around the Colosseum, they would need to have at least a market or a tavern. I can probably squeeze one of them in. Like the tavern here would be fantastic. There you go. So that we can upgrade them. And on that side, let's have these guys. Great. And then we have a bunch more tier 2 that we can upgrade to tier 3. Especially here in the town center with the remainder of my concrete. And ladies and gents, I think we heard the message. There it is. The last phase of the amphitheater has been finished. And there it is. In all its glory. 2 things happened right away when we got this one now done. The first one is that we get super amazing traits. That is like 3 population. Oh my god. Look at that workforce. And also the happiness plus 3. Pushing me by 2,000 happiness down the road. So we are at 2,000 negative now only. I was hoping for a bit more, honestly. We can also see that the Colosseum probably should be a bit more in the center. But outside of that, it's a glorious building. And the prestige is nice too. On top of that, we upgraded the city right away by another level. I think this is where the penalty came in again. And this is why we're negative 2,000. Despite having a massive boost out of the amphitheater, we are now a major monstropolis. What a name. And yeah, that gave me the penalty there as well, right? As we breached 18,000. That was negative 15.8 happiness now. Doesn't matter. I'm super happy that we finished this monument here. It's gorgeous. Let the games begin, I'd say. You can even also feel the scale down on the road, right? So only if we're really in the first person mode, we can feel the scale of this game, how big and massive everything is. As we're now all around this. And yeah, what we should do is of course decorate it a bit and also have a look at this one, because now we can start gladiator games. I think, okay, we would have all of them available. We have the rewards. We need to provide bread, wine and porridge for this one. Weapons and iron. For this one, it's also more of everything else. So I probably would start with the local gladiator games. We do not have wine at the moment, right? Weapons and iron, though, we have. And bread and porridge we also have. 25,000 it costs me. Also a bit of patrician workforce. And 20 minutes of time it has. And we can see then that this provides a productivity bonus by 50% to bread and wine, to weapons. Okay, all the theaters provide additional happiness, knowledge and prestige. This is nice. Okay, that's all different rewards. This one here provides me, for example, trade revenue increased by 25%. These guys here, but that's a lot of resources. Let's start small. Let's start small. And we do need bread and iron for this. So we do have our iron production over here. And we do have our weapon production, armor production here too. I would like to pause this to save up a bit on the weapon, on the iron. And once this is finished, we can then resume work again. Since we have so much workforce now, it's also safe to upgrade more Libertus. I mean, this is really a lot. I really don't want to check out my consumption. It shouldn't increase that much though, right? Let's check it out real quick. No, it did not. In fact, we still have perfectly fine stats here. It's just the population in the buildings themselves that were boosted. But yeah, this changes quite a few things, honestly, because we can upgrade. We can go crazy on the upgrades now. So really only with that monument you can push the city further than what I thought was possible, because in my mind city development was already finished almost entirely when it comes to population, right? Because we are capping soon, but this is a lot and gives me a lot more options. Let's keep some 500 available though for the future. When looking at the building, I can't see really a main entrance, rather there are small entrances all around that. So I think when it comes to its orientation, this looks fine. I would like to keep a bit of a bigger area available right in front of it, like here. And the cool thing is, with usually most of the buildings, it comes with its own ornaments. So to me, it doesn't make that much sense to add even more ornaments around that, right? We just have the entry around that, and the ornaments are included already. Fantastic looking building, really, very detailed. Another thing I would like to do is this area here. So we have the villa there, but the villa only provides 1 prestige around the area, and that's it, right? So it's really useless to me at this point here. For example, the Colosseum here provides 7 prestige citywide, so that's just a different beast. I would like to move the villa now where it makes the most sense, and that's of course in this area. We do have the horse breeders here at the moment, so I'm probably gonna move them to another island entirely, because yeah, we don't really need them. And very important to me here is that in this military camp that we have, that I'm moving, come on, like this should have been possible. Gonna have my warehouse here. There's the main road now, going through that, and then probably all the way up here to my villa. The villa needs to be connected though, because if you don't connect it, look at that, the city does not function anymore, right? That's pretty crazy. So it's like deleting the main building, more or less, renders the whole island useless. The villa comes with its own wall, so I'm not gonna build another wall around that. We have the wall here already, that we, by the way, should upgrade to a stone wall at some point. And we do have that upgrade somewhere here in the research. There it is, the stone wall. Let's queue this one in. Takes 1 minute to finish. Okay, so the villa is here, and this gives me now a bit of space over here so that we can add another beautiful building to the city. And that is a new one, the temple. And the temple I would once again like to have here. It gives me bonuses that I'm not really super happy about, like population and belief, okay, right? But we don't really need those anymore. So I'm trying. How should we do this the best possible way? Could go like this though. That's not gonna work out. Oh, there it is. By the way, let's do this real quick. So we should be able now to upgrade that one. Oh, 66 tons of reinforced concrete. That's a lot. But then we can upgrade this one. At least this one should be possible. There it is. Better protection. Because if the villa falls, the game is over. It should not fall. This needs to look a bit more clean. But the location is pretty much fixed because, you know, we do have the aqueduct in the back of it. Oh yeah, nice. This works. Let's build it for now. Can we? Oh, concrete. And the games are running? There are the gladiators. We got the slaves. Or criminals. And the fighting begins. Actually, the criminals, they just talk. The gladiators are fighting. So these are the small games that we have now. Oh, it looks like they revolt, attacking the guards. What is going on in here? The criminals broke loose and are now attacking the guards while the gladiators fight over there. Guess that's the normal Roman games for you. And let's check it out here real quick. That's the local games. Yeah, gives me now bread chain and wine chain productivity boost 50%. We don't have, well, we actually have bread. And takes now 2 hours to finish. We have the materials, so let's build that temple. Right over here. And by the way, with the games, we have a positive happiness. I can't believe it. We have a positive island-wide happiness. I did not expect to see that day. But this is only possible because of the event now, right? So we always need to have an event running for this to work out. What a beautiful building that temple is as well. That we have now right here. Oh, I lack the materials to build my road. Okay, we need to wait a bit for this one here. Oh, what a beautiful game, right? I guess so. I hope you enjoyed this one. May the games continue. Stay tuned. Hello everyone, how very good of you to join, and welcome back to Pax Romana, to a city that has changed dramatically in the last couple of episodes, and a city that of course continues to change. First of all, we do have that glorious beautiful temple up there now as well, beside our Colosseum, that is providing a nice population boost. Interestingly enough, for this temple, we also have the goddess then Ceres here, that we can see, and this one with its nice belief boost is pushing Ceres to new levels, right? And with that, we are about to reach the next devotion level over here with the 90% productivity bonus we get for anything food related. So at least the olive production, the porridge and the bread that we still have on the island are profiting from this. So in this case here, that's fine. I'm still very hesitant of changing Ceres, because if we change her, we do lose a massive population bonus, and population is everything to me. I rather have population than learning, or than, let's say, productivity boost for any other industry, right? Population is everything. We are pushing towards 30,000 here, and I would like to, well, keep that. And why do we want to keep that? Well, for increasing, for example, the size of our army. Now, one thing that we have to do here is researching a new troop that I haven't done so far. And it is, of course, the legionaries, the classical Roman soldiers. As proper Romans, we ought to have proper Roman troops. And those are the ones. It only takes a minute to finish this research here. Another interesting thing is cover positions for archers, so we can have archers in a special stance that increases their durability, especially against other projectiles. And oh, there it is, that was really fast. And another thing I would like to push is over here, the Praetorians, the elite riders, the cavalry. For these guys here though, we do need to have the Pro Domo, the encampment errands, which reduces the maintenance cost while troops are encamped, and then this unit here. This will probably take me a couple of minutes there again. Yeah, I think actually 90 minutes in total. So that's something to keep in mind. Now, where can we train the legionaries, or what do we need for them? Nothing else. Weapons and armor. We do have both of them available at this time. So let's queue us in a few. Also, they cost me 6 farmers. Oh, and 44 plebs each. So they're quite expensive when it comes to that. But of course, we want to have a bunch of them. So let's train them. Anything else? My archers, we don't really need more of them. There's the cover position for my archers. The other thing we need is more warships. where we can then transport troops with, right? So that's something to keep in mind. Okay, all the way over there. Where's my fleet? There we have at least 3. Going for this pirate here. The pirate is really, he's just harassing me, right? With 1 or 2 ships. But he's very passive, so he's not doing that much. Another thing I would really like to tackle is we have such a nice area here now with happiness, health, right? It's at least positive. So fire safety is the last thing that we still should look at somehow. Even though at this point we could check it out. What is reducing my fire safety by so much? Except of course my city status, right? But the soap makers, for example, is 123. The renderers, so if I move the soap production somewhere else, we would save a lot of that already. And of course, we could do this. In Saliente, we have the pigs. So this is also where we do have then the pig delivery route, as far as I know. So if we move this, or if we get the industry here, we could save workforce and we could save fire risk. Of course, it will not be super nice for Saliente itself. But since Saliente is not the capital, I don't care. It's all about the capital. Let's get my ship over here, because we're gonna need some building materials, especially my tiles, and perhaps also some concrete. And by the way, about concrete, yes, we will probably need to get this production up somehow as well. Since right now, yeah, we have 6 already. The limestone quarry, that's really tagged. The sand... not much more I can do, unfortunately. I can build 1 more. I think that we have at least equality with the limestone. Not quite there. Yeah, but you know, fire safety actually resolves itself there, right? So this is fine when it comes to city safety. While we train troops and while we research new troops... Oh, the amphitheater needs our attention, the mysterious Murmillo. Today you meet a new gladiator, Chief Glinder and his sponsor Flavia Horatia, the second richest patrician. As you add Glinder to the list, you notice that a mysterious Murmillo called Favillus has also signed up, who will announce as the top act of your next games. Okay, we could go with Chief Glindir. Gaining a favor of someone so insanely rich and influential could help in the long run. Or the audience loves fresh blood. This would reduce the island-wide happiness for all patricians though. Ooh, that's pretty harsh. Let's go with the positive one here. Even though I think, of course, if we pay something, it might pay off long-term wise. No idea. Also, there it is. My legionaries. The first ones. Fantastic. They're gonna hopefully change the warfare for us a bit once we start using them. Alright, but of course I want to go into Albion now again, because here we also have a bit of work to do. I've neglected my little Verulamium for a while now, and this is about to change. The first order of business would be to drain the swamp over here. By the way, what is that? Lots of ruins. I think we should get the firefighter out here somewhere so that he helps. We do have some production, right, and some farms. And then we have all of this area here that we can now drain. So there is a drainage site over there. And then we can just use this now to start doing this. So let's just see. Very good. All the way to this point, that's the maximum we can go with 1. This one's here getting unusable in the process, so we will need to move it. The eels. Might have them a bit further down here. In fact. There you go. Look at that. It's so beautiful. Can't believe it. There you go. And this is actually the maximum we can use this for here, right? So this is now at 74 out of 75. I would probably need... Oh, there's no more sites here. There's another site. And that's it. So I probably will not be able to drain the whole thing. What's going on with you? That's another eel fisher. There you go. But we can still go ahead now and, yeah, expand my town a bit. That I would like to do. This is interesting. Can we make... Yeah, you can make this. Just a tiny bridge for this building there. Alright. We do have the market. Oh, the market is really far away. So we will need to have another market here in the swamp region. So that we can add a bunch more buildings then as well to this area. Fantastic. Yeah, this city here is not looking so good when it comes to fire risk. And then we could have more here. And another block here. Very good. Just a nice expansion with one canal, right? We could also move a bit more down here. And this makes the whole city a bit broader, right? It was very narrow, just this area here. And now we have this whole area over there as well, ready for expansion. Okay, and then we have a bunch more here. This space was still empty. Increase also that density here a bit. Very nice. And then we have a bit more room here to work with. Yep, that was a good expansion. Of course, we can also upgrade more houses. We should be doing this as we have lots of waiters now. And especially here then. Prodomo, the next research, on our way to the cavalry. And then here, have this whole row still upgraded. That's a lot of upgrades. I love the feeling of this town, by the way, so in the Celtic region. We should really maintain a few more trees, though, as I think that's really important. Oh, that's way too bright, though. That's a stout tree. I'm missing something like a mixed tree painter, you know, so where we can put them in, because right now I need to switch it manually. It's a bit annoying. Especially here also along the final road before the swamp begins. Having a bunch more trees can't hurt. Let's also add some more service buildings, like another Grammaticus, so that we can have more learning coming out of this. Right now we are sitting at 22.3 and now it's 22.5. That's another 500 just out of this one. And then I would also like to go for more tier 3 houses to unlock us more buildings, because we still have a bunch of buildings available for them that we haven't touched yet. And there it is, as we have, for example, also the theater and now the gambling house. The gambling house provides an income and population boost, funnily enough population, but happiness is reduced. So yeah, having this one, we could only do probably right beside a theater. Wigs are something new out of horsehair. And also the toga again that we can import from Latium. Now let's check it out real quick what we need. The aqueduct is also now available. So this is something we need, the cistern. And in this case here we need more concrete though now. So we can use the concrete also here, which is fantastic, I think. So you can produce all of the building materials that you need on the same island. Let's just see. Yeah, probably here. This one's producing once again 2. So I would like to have 2 as a maximum, probably all the way up here, together with a warehouse hidden from the world. Right, no one sees that up there. And then in my little industry zone that we have over there, we can have our concrete mixers. I still need to have the sand refinery as well. So we do have this one already for the cockles. I don't have more beaches though. This one. Ah, very good. You can actually make them though in the water. So we could try and have them a bit further outside. One here. Okay, this one's not, because it's blocking that one then. Okay. This one allows me to have at least 3. Together with a warehouse over there. Working the sand and the limestone. And now I just need my concrete mixers. And I will probably have then 4 of them here. Gotta say, it's hard for me to decide which area I like more, Latium or Albion. Albion is way wetter, of course, but the lighting is just so gorgeous here. Whereas Latium is just warm and beautiful. Albion really has this rough side to it. That is also very nice to look at. Both of them have their advantages. Yeah, what should I say after all this time? We still haven't built the government villa as well in Verulamium. So in this case here, I mean, it's not really required. If you don't build it, nothing really happens in this case. I wonder if you can actually take over the island then. Strange. Now, in this case, let's have this one at the end of my main road, of course. All the way up here. Together with probably also a gate. So that we can properly protect this area then as well. Oh, by the way, I'm very low on wood because we built so much. And here. Righto. Should I move it further up? I think we could also just take the whole thing and move it a bit further up. Over here. I think that would look better. Alright, another request. And, I mean, we do not need to settle anywhere anymore, but I'm still gonna go ahead with it, of course. Once again, I was not able to check how much concrete we actually have, so we might be off here quite a bit. We got 200 tons. Okay, yeah. 300 tons I can easily muster right now. So for the 400 I need to wait a bit longer, but I think we can actually do this. And then we need to deliver it to Diana's Harbor. All the way down here. By the way, interesting to know, you can actually get some concrete back when we upgrade to marble roads. So that gives me some 4 tons again. That's really cool. Another 3 tons over there. And I think I should also be going upgrading these here. Another 6 tons. And then this whole area there. It's another 23 tons coming in. Beautiful. But we continue in Verulamium. I would like to finish now that wall at least before we build ourselves the villa here. And city-wise, I think also the plague here is gone. Fantastic. That we can move a few things around. Also my production buildings that we have there. And we definitely will need to have a look at this area here, because next, the nobles, I would like to provide them with the theater, the baths, and the temple. All of that is really, really massive. By the way, now that I've noticed it, where's the theater? The cistern is actually a requirement here. That is new. And the theater also is the requirement here. The reinforced concrete is... Oh, I'm always saying reinforced concrete. It's a bit of a habit. What I'm gonna do is the spinner. Gonna move this here to my other weaver, because honestly, a bit of more knowledge at this point, I don't care. By the way, interesting also when I look at the needs, they really want a bardic hearth, the Roman Celts. Okay, so this gives population happiness boost as well. So I wouldn't mind, of course, but it's still a bit of a surprise to me that they would like this. But it's only those here, right? This district doesn't have it because we have the bath up here as well. For those guys. Timber is in. Let's finish the villa right up there. So this is more like, it's still a Roman villa, of course, but yeah, with Celtic vibes to it, like the trees, the bushes, and also the people sitting around here. They're not as fat as the Roman version. Got a few specialists ready already that we can use, especially here for the residences. Gatherers and soap chain in range, okay. And I would like to continue also with expanding my houses a bit further up here to the north. I think here we might have some services again. Here. Oh, wait a second. We have the market there already. Also leveled up Verolamium with that, and we can see this, of course, as usual, at my parameters. A Phenom. Recreation ground. That's nice. Probably would like to have this here for this whole area. And then I will definitely also keep a bit of a distance there to the villa. Like so. Yeah. Oh, wow. Sarah? Did Sarah attack me just now? We're not at war with Sarah. No, we're not. We're actually having a defensive pact with her. So I guess she killed a pirate that was attacking me. Also going to move a bit of industry away, so that we have this area available for more development. This looks now pretty nasty, now that we do not have an industry here anymore. Alright, 112. Could probably finish it all. I think we also got a bit more wood coming in here. Thank you very much. That I should be able to build all of them. Let's also get the theater going right here in the center. So this will affect the whole city with a lot of happiness, learning, and prestige. It's not the bathhouse. The bathhouse could pose its own challenge down the road. We'll just see where I'm gonna have it. Probably here. I mean, we would waste a lot of potential, but the range will be so huge that it probably doesn't really matter. Also, the cistern, as we know, is an actual demand. And I was not expecting this, right? So for the cistern, we're gonna need to model this one around a bit. Like, yes, we do have a lot of workforce. So I can and will get rid of this area here because this is where the aqueduct comes down. We only have the mountainsides here to work with. There's also another one down here. This is actually a really good one, as we could feed the city in this area. And this comes down. There's the room. This goes in here to that area. So I'm probably gonna delete those guys, get the medic down, and then we have room here for a cistern for this whole district, right? Very good. And then we could have another one here. This could be just check it out. Do have a bit of an industry here. Can I move this fire station? If I have them here, this could work out for this whole side. Or is it too close? Having it like this would work because we can affect this area here for the potential bath, or I'm having the bath here, right? Either way, both of them will be then affected by that cistern, and I'm probably gonna have it like so. Let's move these buildings rather than deleting them, right? Goes in here, and then we could have a cistern just here. The cool thing is they have the same size as a normal house, so you can make this work. All right, now let's have the cistern up, the aqueduct source, and this we draw then all the way down. Reinforced concrete, tiles, and wood. We should have all of that available. So let's just see how far we can go with that. Here we have the connection now. And here we continue further down to the south. Of course. There you go. Can we make the road there? Ah, okay. The road will need to be like so, which is still fine. And with that, we can build it, I think. Let's build the source. Very good. Cistern number 1 is working now. And number 2 is working now too for this area, drastically reducing my health and fire risk. And also provides another bonus here to get me that health and fire safety in addition, by the way, right? So they complement each other. Because it's its own special need, we're now continuing to lose those risks right now. Fantastic. And with that, this whole northern side is attached. This whole middle side is attached. And for this area, we have that source here that we can use. That's cleaner because we don't have to have this aqueduct going then through the whole city, rather than just this one here. And this one we probably have... can we go upwards? I think we should be able to do this. And then... probably gonna go here through these houses there. Right, and this one... this one will have to move, but where? Probably... instead of these here. Because now I should be able to have it here. Yeah, I mean, this is... it's kind of like okay. It's not ideal though, so I would like to change this again to this area here. Right? That works out, because with this we can still have some houses here then as well. Let's just see how that looks. A zigzag. Or we could make it cleaner looking, I guess, by getting rid of these here, or just moving them. Let's actually have this cleaner looking. I think that's a bit cleaner than before. Less curves. Then we have it here. Yeah, that works out. I think we can finish it. At least all the way to this area here. And for the cistern, we can build it. Nice. And with that, the whole city basically has it now. And also, these tier 3 here do get the bonus. A festival in Saliente. I'm always just paying for the festivals. The price is not so bad and you always get a free specialist. By the way, we really need to finish that Emperor's request. I'm not forgetting that. Nope. Having my Queen Kareems ready for this. 2. 1 trade Queen Kareem and 1 trireme. And we're just gonna plaster this one full now. So that's 250 tons. And that's another 200 tons, so we would have 450 tons now with both of them. And I need to get to Diana all the way down here. I still would have 4 concrete left, but of course it's not the most. And we do have other islands where we have concrete as well. Plus I don't need it right now anyway. Happiness is the primary problem now in Verulamium, so I think it's time to also build that theater. And get the happiness now all the way down there. Perfect. And how the city changed. I still need a lot more concrete though to also start paving the roads. The lighting, it's so gorgeous. And yes, ray tracing makes a huge difference. Probably gonna have a video showing you that. It really makes a difference here, especially with the reflections, the lighting, the shadows. It adds a lot of immersion to this. I like that we have aqueducts now here as well. Hope you enjoyed this one. So far so good. We continue in the next episode. Stay tuned. Finishing another Emperor's request always feels like some pressure taking off my back once again as we satisfy the Emperor. And there it is. And with that, oh, wait a second. Not taking in all. Oh, what? There you go. And with that, we have solved it again. And the Emperor's reputation status changed. And with that, we are now a supporter of Gnaeus Firmus Calidus. This also means now that we have the island settlement cost reduction. It's a bit late to that, honestly. Considering that we mostly did all of them, the Emperor request, right? But that bonus should kick in a bit earlier, honestly. Can reroll items at traders now. Can reroll items from specific niche at traders. We get 15% better prices and 20% better prices for items for all representatives. So that's this one here. Reroll, and we can reroll specialists in that case until we get the right amount of them. They're still very expensive though. Yes, I'm specifically talking about this island here that cost me a fortune and probably a few organs too, but it's ours now. And yeah, being a supporter of the Emperor also comes with its own responsibilities. That means we don't need wine. We haven't gotten wine yet anywhere. And this island here has the grape fertility finally that we need for 2 of my population tiers, and we should also from now on calculate in our Verulamium as well, where the Roman population is growing and they already have a demand of wine as well. So providing all of that will be, I think, quite a challenge, because when I check it out for Veneta, my wine demand is at 5. We got 7 with that, with the Celtic region as well. Providing 7 wine. Oh, honey is also something. That is probably around 6 vintners that we need with that, and with that the workforce. The farms, however, only cost farmers, so that's a great relief for me, because we can already have a specialization here again. That means that this one here is going to be a farmer town, mostly, even though it's so big. We can do a lot of good things here. I'm already starting with the timber that we got from the ship and the tiles, and probably go then up here into this forest area that we can use right away for our first basic industry. Even though we could also just reforest. I know. This is faster though. So once again, a new city is about to enter the market. Speaking about markets, we should have a market somewhere here in the center. And this time around, I'm not gonna go with any triple roads, don't worry. Some of you are incredibly sick of them, it seems. Looks like a spaceship from above. And here, by the way, we have 5 mountain slots, so an aqueduct would be possible here too, if I want to make this one into a bigger city, that is. For the farming, we will definitely need to get to the other side though. So let's just check it out. Can I have a bridge here? And then we go into this area. Now we need a lot of meadow for the bees, for the apiaries that we have. And that's these guys here. They produce also only every 45 seconds. That's a very strange ratio that we have. And by the way, the wine will reduce the knowledge of my people. So if I get the wine in here, it has this penalty of -1 knowledge for every house. Right, so we need to have something that counters that, something that increases my knowledge. Funnily enough, we have that with the standing Lyris that we have over there. So this is the latest production that we unlocked, and look at that. It's quite extensive. It's probably one of the most complex productions we have. And this one needs the gold that we already produce. It needs the sand rack that we already have as well. And it needs the sheep farms that we already have as well. Only the processing buildings we do not have. So these are probably the last buildings I'm going to add to this industry zone here. We just will need to check out how much of that we need. And the standing Lyris is all the way down here, 1 ton right now for a city of that size already. So yeah, probably 2 to 3 maximum is all we need, right? And funnily enough, once again, we can spread them through the city. What we can't spread is the gilder. That's for the ornate wood that we have. So that's 3 of them that we need. This needs the gold and the sand rack. And the stringer, for this we need actually 4 to 5 to make them work. And they reduce the happiness again. So I'm going to have them as far away as possible. And I'm just going to try and squeeze them in here. One more. Come on. It's possible. Wait for it. Let's get the well in here. Move this one up here. And then I can squeeze in another one here. Perfect. Now we got the 4. And I will want to have... No, they don't need to work with each other, right? So they are completely independent. The only thing we should add then here is a warehouse of some sorts. Probably here. Actually, I'm really surprised how easy that one is. The only problem is that we need more sandorak. So we have that in Saliente. Over there are my farms. Because of course we're already using this. So let's add... Ooh, we actually will need 4 in addition to make up at least 4. So we'll just see. It's this area. Then we can have another one here. Oh, and we have the blueprinted versions there. Perfect. That's another one, and that's the last one we can add here. Let's just build all of them because it's safer to have a surplus. This warehouse we could improve, but I'm going to improve this one here instead. And then we need the sheep farms. We also have the sheep production here, but we already have a massive surplus of sheep. We're producing 27 there. 27, we certainly don't need that much in Vineta, but it's close. It's 22, right? So it's not that decisive. Let's actually build 2 more. The trade routes should stay the same. And then we just need to implement the buildings now. That would be the 3 here, and then the 4 of these. Let's make it 5, and let's upgrade my warehouses here too. Then we have the goldsmiths, but we're out of gold. I'm gonna add another one here just to be safe. Very good. And then we need tops 3. We could start with 1 or 2. That would already be enough. And since they have a very good bonus, I'm gonna go with at least some very central ones. So this one here, let's get rid of them. We have enough farmers. Right here. And definitely a bit further in the city, we do have... Let's just check it out. The sandal maker that provides some income. The spinner provides knowledge. That's too valuable to me. What could I get rid of? This one here provides income. This one is the health boost. I would need all of them. Think about it. I don't need that many Medici anymore, right? Because we have a very high island health. There's no reason to push it further up. You get festivals after a while. The Hygiene Festival. But that's about it. So this we can use to... yeah. Make this a bit tighter. Very good. And with that we can squeeze it in now. That I would definitely like to do. To provide that nice happiness boost. While building this. And what to do with that well that we have. Very good. We can still add something else here. Like a shrine or whatnot. This one provides income and prestige for this surrounding area. That might be a building we can squeeze in here once we have it finalized. For now, let's wait. So this one's coming in. And with that, we are producing now 2 of the lira, right? And I will certainly not need more than that for the foreseeable future. As long as I'm not upgrading too many. So that's the knowledge that we get now. That we have to counter the penalty with the wine, right? That's the lira. So the lira provides way more bonuses. It's a really, really nice building. Let's go with the farming in Lorarium that we have over there. So I'm going to have me a warehouse here. We got some 60 farmers already. And of course we want to get a few more in. Gonna keep a bit of a distance here so we can add some shrines and whatnot. I still do greatly miss my commute pier. Okay, and with that out of the way, we can now move over here. Let's keep that beach for later. And then we have the wine here. There you go. And also the meadows, of course. So the apiaries that we have in here. A bit of concrete we need. There it is. The standing lira, by the way, is in. And with that we get the belief, the income and the knowledge boost out of that. And also the culture category is fully satisfied. Okay, let's have the wineries finished. So that's 3, 4, 5, 6. And then continue on the other side as well. And then we still need the apiaries here. Why are they all fat? Working the honey? Snacking a bit too much here. Guess that's the message. And then over here, our wine fields. I would have loved, so this is an idea for the future, that you can actually just build one of them and then expand them with more fields. Because this looks very industrial, you know, like if you have that, but you need that many for a proper production. But I would love, you know, if you have just one in the center and then you have huge fields around that with modules and stuff like that you can add. This would have been a great opportunity for that. To have huge landowners instead of multiple buildings you need to place here. Alright, this one's actually lacking a warehouse close by. We only have 5 production for the grapes, but we have enough for the honeycombs. So I need a bit more. I'm probably gonna copy me this block here. Also upgrading our warehouses. Now we have 8 for both. And now I just need a trade route that connects my Lorarium to Vineta. And I think, yeah, we're gonna use 2 triremes mostly for that, most likely. With the grapes and also with the honeycombs. Let's start with 1. And the second one will follow. Just enough workforce to make it all working here, but for any kind of additional production we will need more people then. In this case we have the sturgeon population on this island and also olives, so another olive production is possible. Now for the wine, everything is now coming in. The only thing that's missing, of course, is once again our production for this. So as said, I would like to have then 1 here, so we will still need to move a couple of things around. The olive production, we have that shrine, so I would really like to get rid of some of those buildings here. We don't need all of them here. And those shrines just look best close to the main road. Having this one here, for example. And this we probably want to turn around so that it fits a bit better into that center. And here we have the watchtower, though I think we already have one here. Yep. I don't need 2 watchtowers close by. Looks like a little garden or something. It's actually a garden. It is a garden. It is something where you can have the wine tasting then. Just behind here. Though, I'm not the biggest fan of these houses in the city, right? I think it doesn't fit that much. I'm still gonna have it now for the bonus, because it's really a nice bonus. And it has a huge radius, so you don't need that many of these here. Probably another one over here. Somewhere. Also gonna use this to clean up some of my areas, like this one here. So we can totally make a nice area here then. Of houses. And then we have that area where we can move some of those productions back in again. Even though this really still doesn't fit in. So I might, in fact, squeeze me in some more residences here. This looks now vastly different. I would love to have another skin for the marketplace. You know, there is nothing here that we can do. We could move the marketplace again. The same goes with the tavern. There is unfortunately no different skin that would make them look a bit more urban. Like right now, this still looks a farmer market, right in the middle of these high tier buildings that we have. I hope there's something coming along the way. And if it's just a mod, I'm also happy about this. By the way, I love the fountain, this one here, because it's right the size that we can squeeze it into one of these courtyards. And I think this looks just nice. And we can take this one and move it into the other courtyards, like this one here. Very good. And yeah, why not? Let's upgrade this block here. And this block here. I would also like to remodel this block here again. This looks way too scattered, so I'm gonna get the residences out. Very good. And with that, we can even add more houses into this area. Gotta be careful now. We're running out of equitas, but we still have lots of flaps that I can also get to the next level. I'm also really not a fan how this looks, especially so close to the forum. And as you can see, we got lots of useless roads in here that you really don't need. Taking away all that space. And once again here, I would like to have my fire station and police station and a few of my artisans closer to the aqueduct where they kind of like merge with it. And open up more space then for more production, more houses that we can add. So here we got once again also an olive press. Of these we have a lot right through the city. And we really don't need that much olive oil and that much health boost. We have too much, right? So I barely lost any health there, getting rid of it entirely. So this is the bonus that we're still getting from all the bigger buildings that we have. I love this transition actually. They've done a nice job on this because the more bigger buildings you have, the fewer smaller buildings you need. And we can really open up some areas again. And then we can squeeze them in here just fine. Make this complete. And with that, we got this whole row here available for more houses again. Also, with getting rid of some of the artisan buildings here, I don't need that warehouse anymore, which is also saving me lots of space again. Come on, make this curved somehow. There you go. Thank you very much. And with that, let's try and get this road along the aqueduct just here. To this road, to this building there, and then also to this one here. So they've got their own little entrances then here around that, and we still have this watchtower that fits in more over there. And yeah, there's also room for another house again. Fantastic. And we just moved a bunch of buildings around now. Lost, of course, a few tiny percentages here, but the overall look is much better than before. Now we just need to upgrade them. Gives me also enough workforce again to upgrade to the higher tiers then, especially. And I think these guys here, yep. Man, this game is beautiful. I'm really digging the art style. Fantastic. Especially now that we can upgrade so many more to the higher tiers than here in the center. Research-wise, we can go for more patrols again, especially for the custodes. So this one just adds more, you know, oh, wow, 15 seconds, then it's finished. And yeah, it's just a faster way of solving riots. Also here, another shrine permit. These are always very good because shrines are just very powerful. There is a new god that we can go for, the Cult of Kernunos. Let's unlock us this one here. Another bonus for Albion, that is the recreation buildings have 20% more range. That's very good. I like this one too. All mines are boosted by aqueducts if they're within range. And also the water supply of the aqueduct basin is increased by another 50% so that we can put more cisterns to it. For these, oh, legally enshrined, yes, another bonus. Open 12 mines in Albion and generate 9,000 knowledge. We would be able then to get into this one here. Grave fertility is increased. What else do we have here? Productivity for mines, flat 5% boost everywhere. So this sounds very good. Also the plated hull for the ships makes them more resilient. Sounds like a very good thing to have. And there's this new cult that we have unlocked, the Cernunnos or Kenunnos. And this one here gives me bonuses to wood production, wattle and daub, reed, eels, resin, small birds and beavers. Everything that is good in Albion. Also we get the natural vigor. Residences produce additional health and knowledge. Nice. I still think though that Ceres is the most powerful out of all of them because of the additional population that you get out of residences, because this counts. This is quite a nice bonus, right? You get more workforce, more taxpayers, you can upgrade more buildings. It's just very powerful. And yeah, back in Verulamium, we do have now lots of concrete. I would like to use this to finally start paving the roads here. Let's start with the main road again. And don't forget that each one of these upgrades, yeah, dramatically boosts my city parameters because we increase the range of all the service buildings that kind of like go over that. Also, what is that again? Recreation ground. Oh, wattle and daub. I should have this over here though. There it is. Very good. Let's have the next building finished. That boosts the happiness of the people here. And also it's just one of the most beautiful buildings in this game, seriously. Great stuff, really. And 185 we have left. Let's continue with some more upgrades here in the center. And with that, also, my capital in Albion is completely happy with the lot for the moment. There's a bunch more mining sites here. I would like to open them up just to get me my milestone, right? Having 9 mines in total in Albion. I thought at this point we would have reached it, but I really want to go for this. Here we could have then silver, limestone, and let's go with 1 limestone for the additional concrete production. And then I'm probably going with 1 silver because we need to have more jewelry in Latium. And with that we can push my industry here a bit further that we have. So far so good. Both cities are prospering and I just love how many things we can optimize right now. Also when it comes to city layout and more productions, of course. And yeah, we still have huge buildings prepared for Verulamium. We continue onwards in the next episode. Thanks for watching. Stay tuned.
The shape of the gallbladder indicates that we need not be rivals.
Greetings everyone, hello and welcome back to Pax Romana, and we continue onwards right away with my city. And in that case here, I would like to build a second library now. This one here, it's just a beautiful building really, and this one here covers quite a bit, right? But not all of it, as we can see. On the other side over here, this district here is not satisfied with it yet because the library can actually also affect the lower tier population. So it's not a building just for tier 4 and 3. It's actually also for all tiers of houses that we have. So we need to find us a suitable location for this to get us in as many as possible. We can see that this block here still is affected by the other library. So I'm gonna have the new library probably somewhere here, right? We will leave out these guys here, but that's okay to me. So it's not 100% efficient, but to me that's absolutely fine. In this area here, this is where we do not have the marble coming in yet. So I'm still you know, contemplating what we're doing with the marble street there. And at least this one here, we can definitely also beautify a bit more with some ornaments like the hedges that we have. And this one here also is really neat. Yeah, let's go with this one. I like it. Probably also with a brazier here. You know what? Actually, we do have a goddess here. So I'm gonna make this one a bit further over here. So this is an area, right? I don't want to hide the goddess that we have there. So we can just make it like so. Over there. And then also with its own pavement down there. And look at that. Here it doesn't work. The filling. With this area, it doesn't work. Interesting. So we'll need to draw it ourselves. This one can also work. That's actually much better because this fits the paving, right, of whatever is coming in here. So a bit of a shade that we have. And here, that's probably the new library location for it. The Grammaticus and the library work together. So in this case here, it's not a substitute. Let's get rid of these houses there so that we should be able to move the Grammaticus somewhere over here. That's what I would like to do. We could actually have it like so. Or just along the main road. Here. And we'll need to get rid of even more houses here, which is fine, right? We are really out of space at this point. So moving them somewhere else, I would just have to delete them again. So I'm perfectly happy with just deleting them as we have the workforce. And by the way, I've changed the god here, the goddess, just for testing it, right? And we lost 5,000 people when I get rid of Ceres. So I'm not going to do this. I don't think any other god really is worth it, in my opinion, right? None of them gives me any tangible bonuses. Minerva here is really nice for the additional knowledge you get from residences, but that's about it, right? Mars gives you a better weapon production, but we already have a nice one. And the higher morale and reduced workforce and money upkeep would be great, I guess. But it's certainly not putting up the 5,000 people you lose, and with that also a lot of workforce. So Ceres remains my main goddess. In all honesty, I was not expecting that we need that much space. So let's go ahead and get it going. Pushing my knowledge once again. So we produce now 20,000 island-wide knowledge. And with that, we can speed up research that we do not even have right now. But there's a bunch of things that we can, well, get out of the way. That is the Villa retinue. So the Governor Villa provides another additional 25 Libertus workforce. This should be quick. It's a minute. Then we have the mackerel population. This is something I would like to work on next. And then we also have the potential to boost farms with the aqueduct. The resin tapper can be used on meadows as well. I think this is really powerful. The loading speed for all warehouses is increased by 25%, and then the villa provides another 50 plebs as my workforce. And this also goes then down here into the monumental research that we can unlock with more things, especially here legendary specialists that we can unlock. For now, I'm happy with finishing those roads that we have there still. This one, and I'm probably gonna leave it at that when it comes to the roads. Right? Like, they know no boundaries, these guys. That's a long distance though, so we're gonna make this one a bit shorter by adding just this route up there. And with that, problem solved. Let's upgrade this one too. Lots of traffic coming in here. Workforce-wise, of course, we already have our flax production here. So workforce-wise, we probably will need to work on something. Porridge could be something that we get from another island. So I'm pretty sure we're full on porridge in Veneta. We are. So I could adjust that trade route just a tiny bit for the mackerel that we get over. That's the sardines. Even though it's 2 ships, and as you can see, it's fully used. So if one of those goods overloads, we will not have an option here. We also have a bunch more options, right? We could say, for example, discard goods. Goods that cannot be unloaded will be thrown overboard to make space for other goods. That's a really cool option. And we could do this for at least one of the flax trades, because as we can see, flax is also pretty full. And I could say discard these goods here, right? And just throw them overboard. And we are going to, wait a second, in Veneta. We're going to load in Veneta a bit of porridge and get this one over. There you go. The other options here I don't like so much. The wait for goods. The ship will wait until it has fully loaded. That is not good. It could totally disrupt my deliveries. And wait to unload is also not very good. It is the opposite, of course. And once we are full, and we are already full, especially with flax and marble, these trade roads also won't work anymore. So in this case here, discard the goods that are full is something we can think about. As we can see, it goes with a lot of trade routes right now. So these are full, right? And in this case here, I cannot do anything. Here, the island storage is empty. That's the lavender. We have all the way down here. How can this be? We're not selling it. We're producing it. It's just being fully loaded. One thing that we don't have here yet, that is probably going to switch the balance a bit, would be a governor villa, right? With the governor villa, we should get bonus workforce in. And that is something I can think about. All the way up here, we do have a bit of space. I don't care about the prestige. Alright, so I just care about a smaller governor villa that we can add. While we wait for the tiles, we could also look at have a look at my military. And some of you have been pointing out this rightfully. We have the research unlocked, so if I encamp them, so let's go ahead with the legion. Can you actually encamp several of them at once? You can't. Okay, so the encampment is only there if I select one of them. We can take this one, and look at that. A normal legionary troop costs me 244 in upkeep, and if we encamp it all the way down here, pay only 49. The workforce stays the same, right? But the upkeep is reduced significantly. So this is really powerful, and it definitely adds up when you have a lot of troops. Like here. So I would like to get rid of this. Make me room. So that we can encamp a few more of them. Especially the, I think, legionaries, they cost me the most. Yep. This one. And this one. And of course, this adds up to, yeah, more than 1,000 in denarii that we get all of a sudden. These are rather cheap. I think the catapult, yeah, is also really expensive. I'm gonna have this one here in an encampment, together with this one here. The cavalry, 177. And there you go, leading to a balance increase of 1,500 to 4,500 denarii again, having all of them encamped. If I want to take them now, can we select all of the encampments at once? That is unfortunately not possible. I also cannot select more if they're encamped. So even with control click, I cannot put them together into one selection. So, okay, we would need to uncamp all of them manually as far as I can see right now. Let's check out the villa. Build it, and with that, yes, very good. Plebs, we got 60 in, out of the villa 50, and out of the villa we get 25 Libertus workforce. So here we are almost full now with those guys again. And I think here we have another row. Let's just get us those in to fix that problem. Another very useful thing that I found thanks to your feedback is down here, that if we click on this more commands, so it's a very nested UI, and if we look at this one here, there's a button with workforce, right? And you can then select where the workforce for the single ship here is coming from, so that you can save workforce on the capital, for example, so that not all the ships are staffed with workforce from the capital. However, we have the workforce in the capital, like we have a lot of workforce, whereas in other islands, I'm usually very tight on workforce, right? So to me, right now, it doesn't make that much sense to use this option. I would like to also build the villa now in Saliente. It's really a very nice bonus that we can use to immediately get a lot of workforce in without having to build more houses. Regarding sieges with the ships, I would like to prepare a bit more here. We do have our Queen Kareem available that we can add more scorpions with, but there's also something else that we can do. And that's the ship catapults. We need to research them first though. So let's go ahead and do this. Queue them in. It takes 8 minutes. There's also then the chariots. For this we need to choose the Celtic path in Albion and house aldermen in your realms. Regarding the villa, I would also like to use another officium right over here somewhere. I still have that watchtower. I'm gonna move down there. Fits in nicely right here into the center. There's my catapult carriers. We need to look at them shortly. And here I can now also once again go with some more specialists, like the workforce increase from residents is increased by 20%. For this area here gives me lots of Aquitas again, and also some patricians, but especially here Aquitas around that, so we can upgrade more of them. And residents in range give you prestige. We get health from sandals if supplied. That's adding 200 more island health. Alright, I could go with this probably. Yeah, let's go with this. That sounds reasonable. And the workforce, of course. We would still have 4 more houses that we can build. Let's go ahead for this one and have a little wall around that. The cool thing about the wall is that it's not naked. It comes with its own smaller side decorations. Can I make an entrance here? Yes. Good. And around that we probably will have then just some trees. Or a nice statue shrine. This is actually a bit of a bigger area that we have there with the cistern again. I like my olive trees. You can have them in the planted version or in the other version. It's actually pretty much the same tree. Finally, there is now my Queen Kareem again, so we can get rid of these now. Right, let's reduce it and get us those catapults in that we can then use together with the Scorpion as well. Down here, can you still go ahead with more? No, this is reserved then for items. The hit point increase also would be great. We do have the ship oars. This just adds more speed, so I don't think we're gonna need that for the siege one, so I'd rather go with the hull increase, right? This adds a lot of additional costs, but costs that we have. And I can now go ahead and call this Legio Siege, right? So that we can use this one for any kind of attack on buildings and harbor infrastructure. And yes, let's add 3 of them right away. I would like to continue cleaning up the city a bit, so we have lots of space here in between, where I basically want to have some additional ornaments. And what I've also noticed is you can actually also have these flagstones then as foundation for the aqueducts. Something that we probably should be doing, otherwise it's looking a bit wildered. That would be then over here, just along them, because otherwise you have wild grass beneath the aqueducts. Doesn't look that good, I think. Lands divided. A grievous error in Verulamium's tabularium has come to light. Further lands near the city were promised to retired legionnaires as the rightful reward for their service. However, your magistrates granted licenses for the same plots to the city's wealthy landowners. Representatives of both groups now seek justice. The tension in your praetorium is palpable. How will you settle this? Award the land to the veterans now, decide in favor of the landowners, or divide the land evenly? Pretty much a choice between happiness and income. The veterans would give me happiness, the landowners would give me money, or I just divide it evenly. Let's do this. You decree the further lands of Verulamium to be divided. Both factions accuse you of denying their rightful claims. You tersely warn them that they could lose everything. Both sides are unhappy, so we probably were right. And I can continue happily painting my aqueducts throughout the city. Oh, the amphitheater also offers another event. That is part 2 of the Mysterious Murmillo. Today's the day the Mysterious Murmillo Fabulous makes his first appearance. And he's fast and deadly. His opponent, a tall convict they call Gigantulus or Gigantulus, collapses after taking a brutal blow to the head. The mystery fighter salutes you without taking off his helmet. Thumbs up or thumbs down? With him we would get a captain, Gigantulus. Yeah. A captain increases the hit points of the ship by 150% plus its self-repair speed. That's really good. Or we say thumbs up, kill him, and all buildings on the island gain 3 happiness. We already have a lot of happiness right now, so I don't think I care about this. I want the captain, and we're gonna get the captain into my ship. And as you can see, we're still positive on the happiness there. And it's the right captain for my new siege ships that are coming out soon. It's at this point that I would also like to remodel our harbor area a bit, as we have now all the tech available that we need. to build us a proper one. I'm gonna get the fisheries a bit further away. And the other one over here. And then we have our landing piers, right? Trading piers. And we can now build a stone quay with the paved roads that we have. It's this one. By the way, can you build a marble quay as well? Oh, you could. I like the paved one more though, I think. For this, it's safe to use the pause function. I love it that you can now do all of this in the pause function. Wasn't possible before. Because it's disrupting my trade there, right? And the longer I work on this, the more damage we would get. Let's move these towers away real quick there. As you can see, we also got lots of harbor area now, so that's something. There you go. Got our depots there. A landing pier. By the way, for the depots, we have... I think we're at the maximum, right? Yes, we have 2 out of 2. I would love to get more. Because they add something nice there. Probably would like to have a bit of an entrance there, going into the harbor. Like here. Not so much though. Up to this point would be fine. Because the cool thing is, they can actually overlap a bit, right? That should work out. Great. And at the end of this, we do have then those towers. Oh, look at that. Here the harbor area is shorter. So I'm gonna have the towers then on the left side here. I'm also gonna add those repair cranes, like one here and one here, so that we have the ability to repair the ships. And we could also go ahead and have another landing pier here on the other side of this. I think this would work out great. Let's make that road there a bit bigger though, so that it looks like a proper quay. Like this. Like this. And we clear things up here a bit. Fantastic. And then here. We'll just see what kind of ornaments we add then here. I haven't seen harbor-specific ornaments at this point. And we're gonna add also more landing piers, so 2 more, I think. Together with another tower over here. And our docks over there. This would be a great area here for adding another depot, for example. That we could squeeze in like that, right? But unfortunately, I will need to get more permits. Now, as far as I can tell, there are no more permits. There's a permit, a depot permit. Allows you to build 1 more depot. And this one is at the far end, so we do need to establish 5 interregional trade routes and produce 17,000 knowledge points. That's something we should be able to do. We got another Ficum permit here, a specialist, shrine. But that's it, right? So I think we can have another, exactly 1 more depot that we can squeeze in here. Can we blueprint it though? We cannot even blueprint it, unfortunately. Would have been great. By the way, we can upgrade those towers to stone towers. Looks much better. A lighthouse would really be great right now. And at least for now, the harbor looks way different than before. Looking forward to another depot over there. And probably a second shipyard over here. That is something we can work on. And walking around in the harbor area. That just looks very large in scale, that Colosseum.
When the seagulls cry, that's when sailors thrive.
Regarding the trade routes, well, it's actually just simple that we just get a few more going. They don't even need to transport anything useful, that is. These here, gonna keep in Latium. And I think, yeah, this is actually all Latium. One of the very useful trade routes we could establish is wine. So this is something the nobles here actually need. I don't have this trade route yet. So let's establish a new trade route between Verulamium and, of course, also Vineta. And we're gonna pick up the ship. Queen Kareem. Yeah, this is a great one for it. And we pick up some wine along the way. And don't forget that we will need to set a minimum of this, of course, as we don't have that much wine. So let's just go ahead with 2 times here. But of course, we're gonna make this right. And I think we will also need togas over here. So let's also establish this. And with that, we have also finished another achievement here. That is the trade routes that we have. So toga is probably something down here. There it is. Very good. Soap might be something else. And also the amphora. And also the fine glass. Alright, they actually need everything the equestrians also need. The equites also need in Latium. So this is something we can definitely take into account. However, I think sausage here. Yes, this is an Albian production that we could work on as well. Let's just quickly go back to Vineta and switch things around here. So that we have the minimum stock set for these goods. Wine is too precious to just have it depleted. Together with my toga. And I'm actually going to send the minimum stock to, let's say, 350. So really high. We're sitting at 500 there right now. And for the wine, I'm also going to say 250. Something we have in Albion is a bread production. A very good one at that too. We're actually full on bread. And we also have a surplus of 3 bread per minute right now. Because we're producing the bread or the grain over here in Colfern. And here in Verulamium, we do consume it, but it's way too much that we produce. So I'm gonna use another trade route for this again, just to get the bonuses in. And this time we are using then one of my civilian ships here for a bread delivery. So we got 500 bread almost ready. And in Vineta, we actually do need that bread. Just like with Vineta, I'm also gonna set a minimum, let's say 300 tons. Of course, way too much, but still, let's have this one. Another very interesting thing is beer. Now, beer is a requirement for the smith residences, and this one here has a really nice boost in happiness, income, and population. Reduces knowledge a bit, but don't forget, you know, we do not have that much research anymore left. And in this case here, knowledge is not super important to me right now. So what we can do is we can start a beer production, and funnily enough, all the way down here, unlock the beer demand in Latium. Causes beer to become a need for all population tiers in Latium. Right? We can add new productions just out of that. Oh, a building is under attack. It's over here again. It's just a pirate trying his way. And down he is. And this is, I think, a really cool mechanic. So we can do this absolutely. Right now, my total beer demand is 1 ton. And the production, we would have barley. We have on this island. And we can produce, yeah, quite a bit. It depends on how much beer we will actually need them. But this is something we can make use of. So let's go ahead and start a proper beer production. We also have the herbs here. So a sausage production might also make sense in this area. However, I will need to drain more swamp areas. Because right now we're simply running out of space. This one here, so there's lots of sites though. That's the good thing about this. And then we have our sluice gate. So that's the maximum. There you go. But this opens up more space again that we can use. And, oh, we're also full on cheese. But I think we're already getting the cheese over. There it is, yes. Nothing I can do about that. And then we can start with our production. That is for the beer. We do need the barley farms. Where should we have them, though? Yeah, I think actually here then, right? So I'm just going to go ahead with another sluice gate. What a glorious name. And then we're just going to have another drainage here. And probably all the way then over there. Oh, that's already most of what I can do, unfortunately. Wait a second. Yeah, that's the maximum. So here we do have then another one that I would like to use. We really don't have that many slots. I wonder if there's a research for that or so. Ah, really? That's it for now, right? But that's already a nice amount of space that we added. We can add then some roads. The graphics, seriously, beautiful. And here I would like then to start my production for the beer, which is the barley farm. And all of this needs the wattle and daub that we have. So it's a great location for this. 120 fields. This is not gonna make it easy. But I should be able to squeeze in at least 3 here. Very good. And then also more on that side.
Construction of a ship has finished.
I'm gonna have the specific production over here, right? So that is the malt house. So 2 of them we can already build now, together with then our brewery. This also needs coal, unfortunately. So I need to have another charcoal burner somewhere here. And actually, let's have this one delivered to the warehouse instead of to the breweries themselves, right? And this one has an income boost, but I'm not gonna use it in the city because the fire risk is greater than the 2 coin that we get out of this. And we rather just have then our breweries here set up. 4 of them for now. Lots of workers we would still have. Consume smiths. Once again, gorgeous looking buildings. And with that, this warrants a new trade route that we can now establish between my 2 islands. I need to wait for another trade ship though to be finished. I've already queued it in. Speaking about queues, we have finished our first 2 siege ships now. So there it is, with the catapults on board. So this should lead to a nice amount of damage against buildings and harbor defenses especially. And here we do have then the captain slot. So I would like to use now the captain that we got there from the games and use it on one of my ships. Next are 2 trade ships again, and then I would like to have at least another siege ship as well. We have lots of resources that we can use and lots of workforce. Let's go ahead and get me Gigantulas and equip him in the ship. There it is, increasing its hit points by more than twice, and also self-repair. Also movement speed reduction of 20%, which is fine for a siege ship. It doesn't need to be fast. So far so good. I like how this is coming along. And next we're gonna unlock needs that my people didn't even know they needed. Beer especially. Create us more trade routes. And go into legendary specialists. Stay tuned. What a lovely day for an outdoor bath, as these guys here are doing it in Albion. Hello everyone and welcome back to a city that is prospering as well. That is of course Verulamium, and I'm so excited that we can continue playing right away with, well, a few more things that we can now introduce to those guys. I would really like to go for the gambling house. We have been researching it and it is finished. It has an interesting thing though, and that is the happiness penalty we're getting out of that. It's a huge building too, and as you can see, it has a huge radius, so I basically cannot hide it anywhere really, right? Even though it would make sense. I don't want to have this building affecting the whole city, because I think this would just totally collapse my happiness rating for good. Even though we could counter it with another service building we haven't really added yet, and another good. I was just checking out the goods that we have for the nobles. There's the wigs, and funnily enough, the wigs reduce the fire safety of the area. How amazing is that? But totally understandable, the sausages increase happiness, and we probably should get sausages in here together with the Phantom. Now the Phantom we've built a bit over there already, but as you can see, it's by far not getting in the whole city here. And I would like to do a couple of other things as well here. And the first one is that we want to continue draining this area here with the sluice gate. What an amazing name. And the sluice gate hopefully will be able, yeah, very good, get me all the way over there. Try to make this one like so. Perfect. And we still have a bunch more tiles, right? Yeah, but not that many. But still a bunch more. Let's just see. There you go. Getting this over. And that's it anyway, right? There's another one up there, by the way, so we can completely drain the whole area here. Let's do this right away. Do we have a swamp then left? Oh yeah, there's a tiny swamp over there that we could also still use. Just for the looks, anyway. There you go. And then all the way over there. And that's pretty much it with this massive swamp area that we had, as it is now being drained. Even though the weather is fighting against us at this point. Again, very good. And with that, we can do something now, and that is moving this industry area away from this plateau over there. Wetland research, we also finished. That was a tack that we were going for in the last episode. And now we're working towards these endgame tacks down here that will then also culminate in another depot permit. Right now we're using the apiary boost to use them on meadows and to use them in forest. And then we have another harbor area increase that I'm really excited about. So these are the researchers. When it comes to diplomacy, I'm gonna decline him, and I'm also gonna decline him. And we actually get a Cold War from Lycia Ma against Robb Stark, so Arthur Yorgwin. But I'm gonna decline this as well, as I really don't want to get dragged into her wars. Alright, I'm gonna move now some of my industrial buildings, like the charcoal burner, down there, right? And also our brick factories that we can have, just here by the edge. I think we do have the mine. The mine I cannot move, and I won't, but I will move my warehouse, and then we can have this road all along the marshes here, and probably, yeah, cannot make a diagonal bridge, unfortunately, so we're gonna get over here, right, and then along that swamp area. There you go. I think we have enough coal. That is fine. What we can do now with this area is I would like to move my villa over there, right? And with everything that we have here, so let's just hope that we can manage this somehow. Very good. Fits in just nicely. The only thing is the mine, but the mine won't be a big problem for me. There you go. And then we have the road just here to the mine. And here we have that one also coming in. Because what we can do now here is, first of all, this is a very easily defendable area, right? As you can see, there is the only beach entrance is here, and the enemy has to go then here, through here, to the villa. And this is all an area that we can just easily protect because it's very narrow. So that's something we should be doing here. And with that, I open up this area, and this is what I wanted. Because here, we can squeeze in our temple now. Now I realize this is not the most efficient place for the temple, right? Because, oh, actually it has a bigger radius than I thought. It actually goes all the way down here. But the location is the important thing for me here, because it's just fantastic all the way up there. It's still a big enough radius, right? To get me even more population in and stuff like that. And since we have the resources in 60,000 denarii as well, let's go ahead and build it right away. What a beautiful location, because it really uses that terrain elevation as well to get me even higher steps there. And you can also see this from afar, looking over everything. And then over there, on this hill, you do have the villa then as well, right beside the mountain. And as a matter of fact, let's upgrade the roads here. Many as possible still. Next, another bardic hearth for this district here. The idea is, of course, to get my happiness up before we have the gambling house. When it comes to... Ooh, this is also great for us, because here we can really make use of Another city watch. And it looks like we might be able to squeeze it in here. There you go. Beside the well. Leading to a huge happiness boost of 500 almost. Very good. And this is a great location for our gambling house now. We do have a bakery here still. Now, about the bakery, I'm gonna move it over there. We already have some bakeries here. And I really don't care about that tiny bonus we're losing here. And then, probably gonna get rid of... Oh, wait a second. These are the Mercators. Now we have enough of them. Could also just move these guys over. And then we're taking those buildings here. Then we can get rid of this road. Because the gambling house is pretty massive. So it needs a proper place. Looks better. Fill the ornaments that we have. And then we can place it in. A really cool looking building, by the way. Let's see, I think we're gonna have a bit like so. Right, if I can squeeze it in like that. That is possible. And then I would also like to upgrade streets here. And build us the gambling house. Actually, that wasn't so bad, right? Oh, it's now kicking in. Okay, it's not coming in immediately. What a beauty. I love this. And they're playing chess, it seems. Some kind of version of that. With real money.
There are signs of public unrest.
Okay, and this now is dramatically increasing the income, the population. But of course, it also reduces now the happiness. And we're looking at negative 100 already, as it is continuing to climb. Now, since we have enough Mercators, I would like to upgrade a few more around the gambling house. And then also here. And we got lots and lots of waiters, so it makes sense to continue with those upgrades. Well, especially here, closer to the center. And especially around my temple.
Take everything of value. Kill those that resist.
Very good. So this starting to looking like a real proper Roman city. Can't hurt to have some decorations as well, just beside my gambling house here. I'm missing something like an obelisk. Was that not a thing? And probably a few more here. And then we could also have a decorative wall right over there on both sides.
One of your cities is at
And a
risk
hatch
of
here.
fire.
I think we can make it then like this. Very good. Now regarding the sausage, to counter a bit the happiness penalty that we got, we need 3 tons right now. Now I realize that Veneta also has a really high sausage demand at this point. Or do we not have any sausage here at all? Okay, no, for Veneta I cannot see sausage right now. So I thought we had it there, but the 3 tons we can then actually get going in Colfairn, because here we do have the herbs fertility. And it's the only island that I found that has the herbs fertility, so this is a stroke of luck for us. I think this one here? Yeah, this one has the herbs, right? But it's not so tiny. And it's under a siege, by the way, I didn't even notice. We are under attack? Where was the message about this? Oh, there it is, 4 minutes ago. I missed it. Okay, they're going back into the woods. Incredible. That's the pirate actually attacking us here straight out. Okay, I don't think we have anything to go for it except my ship. Get my ship over there. And try and protect my island. It's tiny though. It's not something that I really would miss. Now, about the sausage. It's a bit more complicated, really, for a production of, yeah, only tier 2. And that is, we need the pig farms, alright. We need the herb garden. This one needs tiles and waiters. And it produces only every 90 seconds. So we're gonna need, I think, around 6 of them to make this fully work. And then we got the salsicum, the the sausage maker. This one once again has a fire risk attached to it, but we have a very high fire safety. So we could once again use this to boost my population a bit. And I think I would really like to do this somewhere here, right? Makes sense to me. Gonna need a few of them anyway. Now the pig farms, they only produce they actually produce 2 per minute. So this is gonna help me out a bit, because now I can use the pig farm over here then. Right, and we don't need that many. So 2 of them are already fine. Let's just see how many we could use here. So they need 5 farms, right? And then I'm gonna have another one here. Check it out. I think we could use that. Perfect. We could even use another one here, most likely. Yeah, that's possible, because we can once again get rid of that. Finish that field. Of course, now the clock is ticking, because you don't wanna have the swamp coming back too quickly. And there it is again, right? Even though this looks super nasty, I'm gonna have this. Very good. That's actually way too many pigs anyway that we have. But it's gonna do the job just fine. Of course, for the herb gardens, Paul Fern, we need to have, yeah, another drainage going. And I'm probably gonna have it here, the sluice gate. And let's make it so. Over there, oh, there's an eel gatherer. Wanna make sure that we're not destroying that. And yeah, I'm gonna make the connection here to the land. And then I'm gonna need a whole bunch of those farms now. They increase the health of the surrounding area, so it would make sense to have them close by. Health is still not an issue here. Please don't have too many fields. Please don't have too many fields. 60! That's a good number. That's totally fine for me. What is going on here? You do not have a road connection? Did I miss something? This one's connected. Connected. Okay, it might be here. No? But it is now connected. Okay, this one here was not working, because with that area here now it's working just fine. There we got the first ones. I will need more tiles even, because they consume a lot of tiles, each one. And of course we also need more houses to accommodate that increase demand in workforce. Would probably be then here a bunch more. So we can make the connection. Just here towards the farm. That should be enough, because they're moving in now. My island was also, well, defended once again successfully. It's a beautiful one. I love that mountain here. And I love that on this side of the mountain we have rain. And on this side it's dry. That's the different weather systems you have in this game, depending on where the clouds are. And you can see that there are the rain clouds coming in right now. And I don't think you've ever seen something like this in a Citybuilder before on that scale. And that's just something to really marvel at, I think. Be a trade ship. Gonna add some goods and establish this route. This should have been enough to get me my accolade point. And there it is. Regarding the military modules for Queen Kareem, I'm not entirely sure what's meant by this. So we can only equip modules here in those 4 and save this one and build then this Queen Kareem here. Coming out of that, right? So once this finished, that achievement should also have been unlocked. With that, I can now go ahead and purchase the remainder of the tier 1 Hall of Fame ones here, like the ship Scorpion, the grape logo, and also that legendary specialist. A blue player color. Unlocking Mercury as a new god for all of my games. New pavements. This gives me the next tier access now. Oh, actually it's not this one here. This is tier 4, but we are on tier 4. Why can I not use this one? So I'm gonna go with some Albionic things, like another green color. The moss-covered skin. This is interesting. Placement of city watch buildings in the marshlands from the beginning. I like this. A new specialist, and this one here is in the global storage for every new game then as well. That's, I think, really interesting. And also this material pile that we get here, the tiles, timber, and wattle and daub, is also then available for every game that we're starting henceforth, because it's a global storage. But I think I'd rather go with the moss-bedecked ships to get me to the next tier. Because here's the moss-ridden skin for my residences. That's 60 points, in fact. So I'm not gonna use this just now. I wanna go with the medium-sized ornament, the hollow tree, to grace my cities. Now, Mercury is interesting because it boosts my passive trade. To make more money out of that by selling, for example, my construction materials right now. And depots, trading piers, and harbor warehouses produce additional prestige. Honestly, that's still something not I would like to replace Ceres for, at least not on the main island, because that population is around 5k in difference. That's too much for me. In Albion, we can use the moss, or the hollow tree. There it is. That new decoration that we have now. Beautifully detailed. Actually fits kind of like to the marketplace there.
Best of both worlds, think about it.
By the way, here the sausage is coming in now, and we can see that the happiness is way above its limit again. So we're getting 150 happiness out of the sausage right now, and the gambling house adds me 220 negative. So we can easily counter that now. Now that gambling house, I would also like to add in my Roman town. There it is. It has the same penalties. That is the happiness reduction especially. But the coin and the population boost is really nice. And you can see how many we affect with that. We'll just see how it goes with my happiness though. Yeah. 200, 300, negative. It's something we can work with. Especially since the income boost is super awesome, but also my population. With that we can upgrade more buildings. Just along that main road here. By the way, it's worth a shot using that new texture that we got off the Hall of Fame for my Roman Forum. How does it look? Different for sure. On that scale, probably not super nice, as it also doesn't really fit the actual Roman theme here. So I might actually just switch it back again to this one, because this just fits more. We could have it here. Yeah? Gonna keep it here for now. By the way, that hollow tree can also be used in Latium. So it's not only for the Celtic region. And there it is. Also, Diana completed a trade. Can we see what it does? Unfortunately, I cannot see the income coming out of that. It is not in my general balance. I also, unfortunately, cannot find it up here in my menu. So we definitely made some money there just now with that trade. But noble residences, waiter, smith, harbor, buildings. Nope. Doesn't show me that. Time to also finally work in this area now. We do have... So this is the end of the main road going through the whole city. And this is a rather pathetic ending for now. So we're gonna move this around. I don't have my charcoal burners here anymore. So we can now safely go ahead and continue moving my smaller industry, at least over there. And so that we can still affect a few buildings. Alright, so go over there. Then I have my fire watch. Have my olive press. And here we could probably make a bridge so that we still affect those houses there. Very good. The latrina, let's move it. And then we have this sanctum. In that case, I really don't know where to put this. These guys here, the problem is we are low on Libertus workforce. So I'm not going to delete them all, but I will definitely need to move them a bit. Make room. And this one needs to go. Gonna have this a bit further over there. Let's just go ahead. The temple, of course, it is. It makes the most sense to me here. But because we don't have one here yet, right? So this would affect a great deal of my city with more population. And boom. I like the more precise building material module now. So in this case here, we can move it by 1 tile. But if I press shift, we can actually move it by half a tile. I can make this one a bit more precise, aligned to my main road. And here, in fact, we're gonna go up then here, right? And then probably over there and over there, making that connection. And we still have a bit of space here, left and right, and perhaps we want to align this one. And then we can build it as well. Another festival, that is the Veneta one. And I think we have also, all the way over there, started our festival now, our games. That is the Great Nomakia Games. Hopefully we should be seeing some ships here now. So first it's the gladiator games, I guess. And the gladiator games continue. Now this one here takes 2 minutes, 2 hours. So I'm gonna come back here once we are flooding the arena. Be sure of that. And with those nice, awesome pictures, we leave it at that. I hope you enjoyed this one. Onwards to the next episode. Stay tuned. Greetings everyone, hello and welcome back to Anno Pax, and we continue right away with my Celtic town in Albion. That is the natural Celtic town that we have, right? So with the smiths right now, and I would like to also advance to new shores here, quite literally too, but also, well, when it comes to the population tier, because right now we do have the Romanized Celts over here in Verulamium. And in this case here, this looks fine, right? But it's pretty similar to my Latium town, that is. But the natural Celts, they look way more different. And the alderments that we're going to have are going to be even more different. So while we enjoy the graphics here, let's have a quick look at their demands. Because they're numerous and quite hard to achieve, honestly. Because the hardest one here is the drinking horn. And the drinking horn would be my go-to here. Because the clan shield is even more difficult. Look at that. The difference between the two production chains is quite massive in my opinion, as the shields need a lot more input than the drinking horns. On the other hand though, the clan shields don't really provide a better bonus, quite the contrary. I think the drinking horn bonus is much better, whereas the clan shields is kind of like a gimmick. So you definitely should go for the drinking horn in this case. However, the drinking horn requires tin, and tin is something that we don't have. Like, I don't have it on this island, I don't have it on this island, I don't even have it on my third island, and tin poses a problem to me. All the other islands are settled at this point, so unless I go to full-scale war with one of them, we have a bit of a problem. And even this Aether guy, for example, right, so Rob Stark, he does not have a tin island either. Tin is extremely rare at this point. There's no tin here. Where do we have tin, in fact? This is an island with tin. It's one of the few islands. In fact, it's one of 2 islands only in Albion that have tin at this point. So good for her that she snagged it. We do have trade rights with her, so perhaps she is inclined to sell tin. She's not. There is another possibility that we can consider, and that is all the way here in my trading post, activating passive trade for my island. And we'll just see if this is something that will work out for us. And let's say 50 tons is the maximum that I want to go for. And to speed things up, I could also implement the passive trade for tin in my capital, in Verulamium. Right over here, I would also like to say buy tin of 50 tons. Right, and then we could have a trade route getting the tin over. That might be one of the options we have. But we'll just need to see how much tin there really is coming in. Let's go. Sorry, let's actually take my flagship here. Oh, it's not my flagship. Smaller ship. But I'm gonna take this one regardless. And I'm gonna get me some timber and also some tiles. And we're gonna get this over here to Natrixia, my third island we have. Because Natrixia also has something pretty rare, and that is the copper. And the copper is on this island in 6 mountainsides, which is a lot. By the way, a really cool looking island. Lots of marshes that we could drain. So this island is much bigger than it looks at first. And over here I would like to start a small settlement, and I would like to start also mining some copper. Verulamium, we're gonna pay for this, as it's nothing. We're looking at 1.3 million denarii right now, so I'm happy with how this goes. Next, we have the traders. I could also have a look at them, what they offer for us, or if they offer any specialty item that would give me something. But I don't think this game has anything like fertility coming in, right? So like in Anno 1800, where you can add fertility with items. I don't think this is in Pax, so we need to tone our expectations for what these two guys here offer me. This one's primarily into captains and warfare stuff. Shoot chain productivity boost, but that's about it. Alright, so we do work now on that island with the copper. This brings me to my next issue that we have right now. No, it's not the rituals. That's just another building we need to plop down. But it's that we need to have at least the trousers or the torques working here. And both of them, well, pose a challenge to me again. Because the trousers need dye fertility. And guess what? We don't have any dye fertility on any of the islands right now. That's great stuff. So let's have a look at the torque. The torque needs copper. Now copper, we have it on this island. So Natrixia here is the island that might be my saver. And we need to get more materials over there because I really want to start something. I'm also inclined to buy a ship. And that's this trireme. I think they have a different skin than the ones that you can build yourself. And with this one here, 4 slots, that's a lot. We can also start then some trade routes that we're gonna need for all of this. And while we're at it, let's also reinforce my shoes. We do have that here, so that's my reed gatherers. Do we have really not enough reed production right now? Because usually we have, and we even have a ton. But I would still like to go ahead and push this again. For this, I will need to get rid of the eel grabber there again. Moving it a bit further over there. 100% remains. And there's then the warehouse connection. Oh, wait a second. Yeah. Warehouse connection. And then I can go with another reed gatherer right here along the plank, along the quay we have there. The boardwalk, that is. And in that case, we need the reed shoes. And they give me a nice happiness boost, so let's still use that bonus. They're producing though only every 2 minutes, which is incredible for such a cheap product. But here we are. Now let's have another one here. This one might not have a warehouse close by. If I'm reading this correctly. That symbol, unfortunately, it takes quite some time for popping, but yeah, it does not have one. So let's get me one over here, a bit further away. And look at that, because, well, passive trading in this game is really powerful. We already have 50 tons of tin ore in. Didn't even take me 3 minutes, I think, before the goods are coming in. And that is to the maximum amount, right? And I'm pretty sure, yes, we also have now the 50 tons of tin in here. So I have already another playthrough idea, and that would be a trade republic. We don't have the docklands anymore, but I think the passive trade is pretty close to it, because the prices are not that bad for importing stuff and exporting stuff. We can also see this down here, and this is also very important, and that is the purchasing price or the selling price of these goods. So, for example, for the tin, we need to pay 4 coin, right? But the drinking horns that we can produce with that would be 24 tons, 24 coin per item. And when we look at the production chain for this one, we can see that the Horner only cost me 15 coin in maintenance. So it would be very feasible to get a surplus production of this going and export then the drinking horns, because we only really need, yeah, let's say 3-4 tons in Colfern, and the rest we could sell. There is an opportunity for us to make a bit of money. Alright, we are here. We do have some materials now. I would definitely like to make a sluice gate over here. Go ahead and do this. And start with some draining. And we do have 40 tiles, okay. God. It's pretty expensive, that one. There you go. We could still drain a bit more, but this should lead to a nicer looking town. And then we're just going up here on that mountain to my mountain sides that we have up there, and there might even be room, yeah, for charcoal burner or something like that, because let's face it, we have a lot of trees here. Now the real problem though will be tier 2 workforce, because for the copper mines we do need the smiths, in fact, right? And it needs to be the smiths, by the way. So if I go with the Mercator, so the Roman tier 2, that is a different workforce. So you need to make sure that you're using the right tier, right population tier here for all of this. We have the warehouse. Let's actually start with a smaller timber production. I love how different all these islands look. Beautiful with that huge mountain there. And you can also see beautiful reflection effects in the PC version there. Fantastic. Another thing we could do, and that is something I've been thinking about, we could also start importing timber here and save us this production, right? So I can buy this one up to 200 tons, and let's just see how long it takes before we have that in. Oh, okay. They're abandoning me now. But look how many traders there are, right? They're piling up here to trade with me. And there we have it. 112 tiles. That's how fast passive trading is. So let's go ahead and build us some blocks of houses here in the swamps right away. And probably... I like that one here, by the way. We should be able to do this. There you go. A little bridge just for this house. And then here, we definitely will need some service buildings, centrally as possible, like a market and a bard hut. Going over there, and then around here again. This looks so beautiful. I just love the drain swamps. And of course, the primary goal here is workforce. I could then have one going up here. And then we just have some more buildings. Fantastic. Let's have a look down there.
What's the crack, lad?
Fire has started in your city.
Of course, we're gonna need some kind of production here, so I'm inclined to go with a warehouse over here, just by the mountainsides. Right, probably gonna make then this road here along the swamp, going over here to these mountains, and then making a connection here with that. so that we have a bit of room here to work with some eel grabbers, what we're gonna need. There you go. And this gives me some room here to also drain this area, because there is another marsh slot available, just in case, you know, just in case we want to keep the expansion going. Another festival in Veneta. I always want to have a festival in Veneta. Gives me the happiness and prestige boost. We already have a festival there, the Festival of the Games. So I'm gonna postpone this one here, because the Festival of the Games are more powerful. I really like this town, honestly. Natrixia. Cute looking. And we might even have then a road extending over there, and then have some smaller ornaments here. Something that fits my Celts. A Celtic obelisk. And I might go with just some grass here that we can have. And shortly after we can upgrade. And of course we need to make sure that we take the smiths for this one. And then we can have them here in the town center. And for some reasons it was not going for that. Come on. There you go. Some timber wasted, but that's it. And there we get them. And here are a few more. Alright, and this block here probably could do the trick nicely. And with that, by the way, I can stop the passive trading because it's getting we're getting really full on those things here. And now I can start with the copper production. And the copper is, well, actually quite fast, right? 2 tons per minute. So 2 of them should already be quite sufficient for a bigger town. To get me all of that in. And let's also upgrade that warehouse because there's quite the production around that. There is no, as far as I know, Celtic warehouse skin, right? Perhaps in the Hall of Fame. Unfortunately not, as far as I can see. So there's the moss-ridden residence that we have. And there's also the Bath Hearts moss-covered version, right? Let's go ahead and take this one and just see how it goes. So there's the cosmetic tool that we have available again. And that's the one. Looks much better than on the preview. Now the Pax Augusta will be my trade route, so we can also quickly select it and take now Natrixia and Colfern, and we're gonna take all the beautiful copper that we are mining over there. Second one, thank you. There you go, and off it goes. And now back to Colfern because, well, first of all, we do lack a bit of. Here. I don't think we can push them further, right? No, workforce-wise, we're pretty much at the end for these guys. So I might need to consider draining a bit more swamp over here to get my farms over. That would be the sensible thing to do. Let's take this loot skate here and start draining it. Like so. Yeah. Good. And then we can take this. We do have the herb gardens here. We will definitely need another warehouse for this. And then I can have my productions here. So the wheat farms that we have for the bread production moving over here. And let's hope that we have enough space. I'm not gonna copy them because we do need to adjust their fields to this running area. That's a lot of space. This one. But it's working out. Right in here. Fantastic. With that we can get rid of these guys. Right? And boom! We have a new city district available for us. That I can have here.
There are signs of public unrest.
Probably like to have my warehouse a bit further down. Gonna be some overlap.
There are signs of public unrest.
There are always signs of public unrest. So I'm not too worried about this. Here we have a bit of a problem, so we're gonna make it like so. Perfect. This actually fits to the warehouse. Right? Then we can have some more. Oh, we have a bardic heart over there. So let's actually move the sawmill away. Get the bardic heart here and get rid of this one again. This should be fantastic. And then we got the recreation ground or the phantom. I don't think we have a phantom yet. Let's go ahead and get me a phantom here. This boosts my learning rating for the city. And that's really important. So, then another here. As we just want all that workforce. And for a growing city, I will also need some more eel pickers or eel grabbers. And we should be able... Yep, get this one. And 2 additional ones. You need to find a good balance here between marshland and drained areas for a city of that size. Now the copper is coming in, the coal production we have, so, well, I just need to build the production artisan building itself. We don't need 1 torque right now, so that leads me to, oh, 90 seconds, that's nasty. I need at least 2. Increasing my fire risk. I'm not a fan of this. So I'm trying to use them here. Let's upgrade that warehouse, and let's just check it out, what kind of production we have now. Slightly surplus. So I'm gonna go with a 3rd one, so that we have a bit of a buffer here to work with. And at the same time now, the drinking horns might be possible. We already have our ox farms here. For this, I would like to check out how much ox we produce. Not enough at the moment. So I'm considering adding me 1 more here. Very good. We can squeeze them in here nicely. To have, oh, this is not working. Here. And then another one. Probably.
Under attack.
There you go. There we have a right production for this. And that's already it. We can already go ahead with the Horner now. Producing every 2 minutes and boosting income and happiness at the same time. So the perfect building once again to have in the city. In some locations that we still have available here. And let's go with 3. That should do just the job. Nice. We can also fortify our passive trade here, so we got a lot of cheese, and I could say sell any kind of public cheese, any kind of cheese until we reach, let's say 250, because we really don't need that much. We're still needing a lot of it for the trade route to Veneta, right? So that's one of those things. Now that the torques are in, let's just check it out. The selling price of cheese is actually 19. It's more valuable than torques, and the drinking horns are the most valuable thing here. But that's a surprise to me how nice cheese sells, considering how easy it is to produce. The drinking horns we can also now sell, and we're just gonna say, okay, keep 10 tons, yeah, right? And that's it. We should be fine without that. There's already my first potential customer coming in, trading with me the tin, and purchasing cheese and drinking horns. And yeah, he was getting 90 tons of cheese there for a couple of thousand denarii. Very good. Also very good, we can now go ahead with the aldermen. And of course, I would like to do this right here in the town center. And once again, the game really doesn't like me to go with aldermen, as it switches that around. There you go.
Uncivilized, they calls us. I'm plenty civil myself.
And this is now the tier 3 natural Celts that we have. They've got some really cute looking houses. I just really adore Albion. I more than I thought at first. But I'm really digging the art style. Let's have a few more upgrades here and a few more here. And yes, I know we're running out of workforce there again. That's the smith upgrade, so I would need to have a few waiters upgraded here. Get me my smith population in again. Alright, so the aldermen residents, there we have them. With that we get the alderman workforce now in. And with that, of course, a whole bunch of more demands. Primarily stuff that we already have, like the chariots or the fine glass. That's a surprise to me. They also have the barrow and the sacred grove as a new service building. The older council. They would also like to start with a bit of gambling. And the roast beef. On top of that, the older man now has a new construction material, which is the concrete. Or granite. Sorry, the granite cutter, in fact. And that needs to the smiths to really work. The workforce requirements are really high though, right? I'm still gonna go ahead and get me one, of course. That would be all the way up here in the mountains. We have one granite quarry that I can implement together with... Oh, yeah, 2 granite cutters I could get going here. Actually, let's get them over here. That's a bit better. And have the connection here. Since they're very slow with what they're doing, a bit of a longer distance is fine. The game also gives me a trade estimation of what we are making with our trade routes. And I think it's then broken down into a per minute ratio of what we do on average. And that's around 437 as a surplus. Another thing we can do is safely getting rid of this woodcutter here and of this woodcutter over there, as I really don't need that much timber anymore. And in this case, how much further can we move it? By the way, we should be able... Yes, also, of course, we could move it up here in the swamp area. We have these tiny areas available. And look at that, 70%. That's better than nothing. Because I wouldn't really be sure what to do with the space otherwise. So let's get me this charcoal burner here. With this fertility rating. That's actually pretty neat. All the way out there. With at least 70% efficiency. Can we do the same thing over there? Here? 60, 70. There was 70 for once. There it is. It's not gonna be that much once you add the roads, of course. But it's better than nothing. And let's get rid of this. There you go. And boom, we have a bit more space for city development. In that case, the main problem, of course, is that we are producing so much for Latium, right? We have a pretty hefty production going in this case. And it's still crazy that we can make all of this work and even satisfy the needs of my own population here with their own production chains. The primary boost that I'm looking forward to, though, is always population boost. So the recreation grounds unfortunately do not give me anything here. The bath hut, there's a bit of that over here. And then we have the tier 3 older men now. That's the gambling house. That would be a nice population boost to the whole city. But it doesn't really fit in. Of course, with a growing town, we also need more service buildings. So one of them is the hospital again. So let's have a bigger block over there so we can squeeze one in. As my health is a bit problematic and now it's fine again. And for the city services, do not have any tiles for another firefighter. So this is something to work on as well. Also, how is it looking with the tin ore? Still almost capping it out with the passive trade. So there's no reason to really get a tin production going. And with enough waiters, I would also like to upgrade my people. I hate that. They really need to patch this one. Come on. He should save. He should remember what upgrade I chose last time. Otherwise, this is really messy in Albion especially. And yeah, with that, we are getting a positive smith workforce again. And I'm still considering now upgrading the roads to paved roads. But yeah, it looks very Roman then when you do that. By the way, we haven't chosen a god yet for Colfern, our natural Celtic town, and it should be, of course, a natural Celtic god. So we do have Cernunnos and we do have Epona. Both of them are really nice. So Cernunnos here offers the natural vigor bonus. Residences produce additional health and knowledge. On top of that, we do get everything boosted that has something to do, I guess, with wildlife and also some forestry over there. The wetland daub. Then we have the small birds effect and the beavers. And we got Epona here, improves the production of, ox. That is something we have a lot. And production buildings provide additional population. I like this more. Let's go ahead with Epona. as my goddess. And this should, over time, lead to a nice population boost. Also, we get some fame points out of it. Very nice. And I'm hoping that we get the shrine. There it is. Oh, that's the Shrine of Ceres. But we can still build this here. We have to Epona, and I can still build 3 shrines of Ceres. I would like to do this because it gives you a nice population boost, in fact. Yeah. I think right here, instead of those trees. Got so many trees. Oh, it's much bigger than I thought. We need to move this one over there. And then we can have this one here with some concrete again. But still. For Epona, I would love to get my own one. But we don't have one yet. I think we need to get the devotion up there first. It's climbing very rapidly. We already got the first Reigns of Prosperity bonus. And now we're working on the maximum shrine. Look at that. We already have unlocked some shrines. Why is it not Epona though? But why is it Ceres? Now with Epona though, my production of oxen went up quite a bit. At least that's a nice bonus. Ah, Shrine of Epona, there it is now. I wonder why it took so long, but now we can add it. Funnily enough, this needs concrete rather than granite. So I would have also thought that granite would make a bit more sense for this one, as concrete is something you need to import. But doesn't matter. Let's get her in. It's the head of a horse. I especially do like my population boost. Look at the waiter we get. Over 100 already. That's of course because every production building on this island provides population now too. Which is just really cool. I love this bonus from Epona. So for, I guess, a big city, I would like to go with Ceres. And for a production city, we could very well use Epona, as she's providing a huge bonus. Be a city this way. Let's have another one here. For these. And then I think we can go... Oh, we can actually have up to 8 at this point, since the devotion level is climbing so rapidly. And then we can have another one here. And also we do have the Epona Festival roaming through the streets.
That's not Opperdom, but I'm not opposed to it.
Now with the older men, with the tier 3 Roman population Albion and with the highest tier in Latium, I would like to conclude this let's play. It was a let's play that went from the preview version to the launch version of the game. There's been a lot of updates, there's been a lot of new ideas that I've gathered over time, and I think this is a safe area here now to stop this let's play and of course to start a new one that will probably surprise you again with what this game offers. Yeah, it has a lot of beauty in it. I think for a launch title it has a lot of content in it, and my final thought is that this is just a perfect entry to the Anno franchise. Considering the content, it's pretty much the same that we've had with Anno 1800 at release. The Latium, the main area for me, is, well, a bit smaller than in Anno 1800, right, where you had 5 tiers at the beginning. This one has only 4 tiers, but you have 3 tiers now in Albion, where you only had 2 tiers in the New World, and on top of that you have 2 different type of populations with 2 different type of needs in Albion. So they shifted it a bit more towards 2 regions now instead of having 1 main region like in Anno 1800. I really enjoy it. I can't wait what this game will offer with all the DLCs that we're seeing, and also of course with all the mods that we're seeing, because there's already I think around 40 mods available on mod.io. Most of them are just rebalancing things, but I can't wait to see the first assets, the first new monuments that we get with all the experience this amazing Anno community already has in the modding area. And yeah, with that, let's happily look forward to what this game offers. This has been my first real let's play of the game. I hope you enjoyed this one. I very much enjoyed it. This game is really amazing despite some technical issues here or there. I would not be ready to downvote a tremendous project like this, because when's actually the time when you get a fully fledged out, full release Citybuilder these days? It's rare, And other studios also showed that it's no small feat to achieve something like that. And for this, I'm very grateful to, yeah, Ubisoft Minds, especially the studio that have been developing Anno for over a decade now. And I can't wait to see what else those jolly good people are getting out there. And with that, thanks for watching. Hope you enjoyed this one. Stay tuned.
In honor of our hard-working people, let the games commence.